Arknights.
Alright, and we are live. Hello and good morning to all of you once again. Welcome back to the second part of the Endfield Babble. Right, so I failed to finish everything in one single stream the last time out. We've been on Friday, Friday for me. Unfortunately, didn't finish every single point that I wanted to make. So I decided, okay, fine. So leave the good parts of Endfield discussions on the first part of Endfield Babble. So split it off into a second branch. Now we're going to address the more polarizing points, I suppose. We talked in general about how the game was on the first part. Right, now we're going to address a bit more subjective stuff, I would say, more so than what the points were in the first part of the Endfield Babble itself. Right, so this second part will address the community and the commonly seen criticisms of the game as to why people aren't gonna play and all that. We talked about all the stuff that can be more construed as the game itself, right? And the sentiments towards it, we didn't really super address it. We did talk about the positive and negative aspects, at a more general length. But this time, we're going for a more negative route, because now we're gonna dive into the common complaints and criticisms of Endfield in this part, right? I think it's more important to highlight the negative parts than the positive parts in this game, because if you're gonna always talk about the positive aspects of the game, you already like the game. There's no point talking about why people stay for the game, because the players are there already. Now the ones that are a little bit on the fence, the people who are more well, you can't really level certain accusations like, oh, some people are gonna say, oh, you're the tourist, you're this, you're that. So we're gonna focus more on why people are so negative to some aspects of the game. Right? They may not like every single part of the game, and I think that's perfectly fine. Right? The game has definitely its fans and its haters, right? Like every other game out there. Yes, hi Skyhope on the YouTube side. How am I doing? Woke up in the middle of the night because I got bitten by mosquitoes. I hate mosquitoes, by the way. They suck balls. They suck blood. And what else do they suck? the will out of you, because the welts itch and you just want to pick and poke and do whatever to stop it from itching, you know. You are playing Arknights Endfield. That's very nice to hear. Right, but we'll try to level out the criticisms by offering my own perspective on how I see that they have misunderstood the game, pretty much. So let's see how things go from there, right? Right. So do I just do some of the stuff before we get into it? Like more people come in, more things to talk about and all that stuff. I am a small creator after all in the context of the game, so I'm not gonna garner too many viewers for this. I don't really have the platform to provide masses of people to have a voice on, so naturally that is going to be the case. So I did get some really nice stuff yesterday done, mostly on the elastic goods. I had one on 427% or something. More? Yes, hi Phoenix. I think this is good timing for you as well, right? Only why is everything dropping in price? Is the market tanking or something? I got the Vigilant Pickaxes yesterday, but I'm gonna hold because the price hasn't really gone up all that much. It's only 1,160 thereabouts. It's really rough. The lowest cost right now is the Astron Crystals, and I sold this at 4.8k yesterday. I sold this at 4.8k, so I made $1 million off this. We're gonna be holding this for sure, and I think this is the lowest price as well. The friends selling price. Someone is selling it at 579. The bozo, that one bozo at the bottom, you see, that one bozo. Selling it at 579. Tanking the market for everyone else. Goodness sake. I despise this so much. Anyways, if you're on the Asia server and you would like to add me, my UID is at the bottom left, if you can see it. Wow, every time I start my stream, my nose immediately has a trigger. Amazing, man. I wonder what is actually the actual trigger for my all these I'm not gonna sound very good for the upcoming 5-6 hours of this. On the first day, I think we did like what, 7 hours thereabouts of the Endfield Babble. Now we're going on the second part. I'm pretty sure it's gonna take me a similar amount of time. Although I think there were a lot of points to cover, and that we did go a little bit off tangent at times. Although I like to think that the tangent was still related. Like tangentially related still back to what we were talking about, and I kind of improved the presentation of the process along the way when I should have done it from the start. So this format might continue in for future like talks down the road, maybe 3 months down the road. Let's see how Endfield has done 3 months down the road, 6 months down the road. I don't know. I'll find an appropriate time for that. Yeah, only now turning your attention to essences and the permits for those are painfully expensive. Yeah, I mean, that's the end game. Or you know, at the very least, I think for farming wise, the essences are the end game. Yes, hello Kunya. Right, so I did some stuff the other day, enough to get to where I am right now. So okay, we'll get to the gacha later probably. That I can use my own gacha as reference. So right now I'm about on roughly 45 pools if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I'm close to 45 pools right now. Once I finish the dailies, we'll be on 45 right away. So 45 pools, we're getting no more for at least this banner. I'm not planning to go for Gilberta anymore. I did 30 as you can see. Like once only 90 attempts to guarantee, you can kind of see. But technically I did 4 multis on this. We got the free urgent recruitment as well. So this leaves us, I think, currently 6 potential attempts at Yvonne's banner, which is coming in a few days time. I am on soft pity still, I think. I got a 6-star really early on this banner, on the second multi, so I had Lavatane on pot 1. As a result of that, I lost 50-50. But the problem is there's no 50-50 into a guarantee. So the counter basically reset to 60 to 80 again, and then I did a couple of multis, right? Only one of the multis counter urgent recruitment does not count. So now I'm back on 64. So this 64 is carrying over to Yvonne's banner. So I'll still get an early 50-50 if all goes well. So we'll see how things go from that. Yes, hi Fallin. Why 7 a.m. stream? 7 a.m. is a good timing for the people elsewhere in the world. It's like late night for Europeans. It's right, early evening for the Americans. Isn't it good timing? Not so much for the Southeast Asian people, but I don't think that many Southeast Asian people watch me anyway, so you'll be praying for my luck on Yvonne. I want that. Yes, I absolutely want an early Yvonne. She I think has been the goal from the start. Like on launch itself, when I not even on launch, before launch, pre-launch, I was going through all the characters the day before or the night before. So I was looking at all the limited characters that were coming up, and I know Gilberta has a lot of fans as a result of her, you know, basically being the genetic clone of Angelina, and Angelina proved to be very popular back in Arknights. Like she was one of the early 6 stars in the game, one of the earliest, basically on launch, right? And her history with Arknights is like it's quite a story, right? She has her own manga adaptation as well, the side stories. In the game, you don't see much of her in terms of the stories, but she gets something outside of it at least. So yeah, we won't even get to Lavatane because she has a very, very striking design and will immediately be popular with a lot of people. I feel like just on first impressions, even if they've never played the game before or never played the original Arknights, she has a very distinct design that will get people, like fiery red head with demonic looking pupils, right, to indicate, you know, she's of the demon race, the Sarkas. The horns, the large ass sword, everything about that. So early Yvonne, get gacha and get her off banner day one. I mean, I only got off banner first time on a limited banner this on Gilberta's banner, and it was a lava taint. Like, why give me a lava taint when I had lava taint before? Why do that? I prefer new ones over potentials, because potentials it's the same thing with like other games. Zenless as their mindscapes, Genshin as their constellation. Everyone seems to use Genshin as that benchmark. Keep referring to, oh, I want a constellation this, constellation there. Like, hey, every game has its own term. Pay respect to the game that you're playing, like by, you know, referring to them in the in-game term. Like if it's Arknights, it's potentials, right? So do it like that. Don't do it like Arknights, potentials. You know, it's easier to associate rather than you just fixate on a single game and like use that as a benchmark for every single little thing, right? If I talk about Zenless, I'm not going to say potentials, I'm not going to say constellations, I'm going to say mindscapes, because that's what it is in the game. So pay respect to it. It's just me, maybe me just being a pedant about it, but yeah, forgive me or forgive me not, it doesn't matter, right? It's just the right thing to do. Pay respect to the game you're playing, you know. Don't disrespect the game by using another as like your ultimate benchmark for every single little gaming term that you want to use. I know it's a very strong association, but no, constellations are a Genshin association, not an Arknights association, not a Zenless association, for example. Not comparison to Genshin as benchmark when Endfield was releasing. Hello, does Genshin give you practically free weapon pools? There are good and bad stuff with the gacha, with Endfield. I think the character gacha itself is quite greedy, but it makes up for it that, you know, the weapon system is not, while it's also a so-called double gacha, the weapon system is tied into your basic headhunting. So you can live off basic headhunting and still get exclusive weapons. You see, since the ultimate thing about this game is that if you get a 5-star, it doesn't matter you get a 5-star on the basic banner or the limited banner, it doesn't matter. You still get the same amount, right? A 4-star also gives you the same amount, the 6-star gives you the same amount. So if you get really lucky on a basic banner, you get like 3 6-stars off basic headhunting. That's 6,000. And 6,000 is like what? 30 pulls roughly? Three free full multis on the weapon. And the weapon gacha itself is a little bit more generous in that sense, because weapons are a little bit more universal than the characters themselves. The characters are the unique standalone ones, while the weapons can be kind of just shared around your entire roster. So they went with this system. I think they're good and bad. So it makes it such that the character banner is a little bit more greedy. It does entice you to spend a little bit more, and the weapon banner is a bit more generous. It's 5 times more generous. You got a 4% chance, right? So you have a pet peeve about the term wishes for pool. I think just say summons. I think that's the most neutral way someone can go about saying I want to do pools, or, you know, in case of Arknights, it's actually called headhunting, not summons or wishes or whatsoever. And people from Genshin are like, okay, like, I want to wish on this, wish on that. Yeah. I wish you would just shut up about it. Yeah, that's how I feel. My real feelings towards it. Yeah. Yeah. So the like I said, the weapon system is really good. Five times more generous. Yes, hi Zockney. Rapid yapping. Yeah, I'm yapping at a very rapid pace today compared to the other day because I actually know what I'm talking about. So there's less hums, whatever. I don't know whatever interjecting sound you can kind of make up on the spot. It will happen normally with me, but not today. I'm on a roll. I'm on fire. All right. That being said, we are going to go into the actual. How about we just leave this as the background music? It's quite nice, right? How many of you are fans over here of the banner music? Like a burning desire to do what? To did I see the video you sent me? I briefly looked through it, but my issue with that video is that it's a very the most positive thing you could find this whole week in the Endfield content creation scene, and probably not appropriate for me to include into this stream because this I want a bit more nuance, a little bit more balance to the arguments rather than just a really positive piece, which is nice. I love positive pieces because it speaks glowingly of the game that I myself am involved in playing, involved in content creation in the site. Like currently it's largely on the streaming side, but we'll see how things go in the next couple months. I enjoy these types of content, but maybe in terms of I want, even if I want to bring relevance to it, it's probably not a good timing today because today is a little bit more while we are talking more about the more negative and polarizing aspects, I do want to bring some positivity from my own perspective rather than the ones that have already been put out. People are trashing on the game for various reasons that only they know, and I honestly couldn't care less about, because they're entitled to their own opinion, and as long as I enjoy the game, their opinions do not affect me directly, but I would still like to address because some people in the community will still be having the perceptions of the game altered because of all these noises, as I like to call them, because they are noise. Right. They contribute to fudging and blurring the lines between someone's liking of the game and someone's absolute dislike of it. It can really go many ways. To be on fire, burning desire. Yeah. that being said, I do like to think that maybe one day we'll get back lobby teams again, like CC has brought to Arknights. Endfield might have lobby teams as well for events. But I mean, it's a different medium altogether, so it's a little bit hard to expect. Alright, so we'll just leave this on the, there were no background music in the previous talk. It was just me yapping over nothing. So we're getting excellent character trailers. I think character trailers are just a natural extension of the 3D medium. Like the presentation itself and how they chose to execute them, right? It's completely different to what Arknights does. Arknights just does like so Arknights' way of doing all these so-called character trailers for when new characters usually release, they'll do some slot-ins of the event scenes from the stories, some only, not enough to spoil you completely about what is about to come, but enough to let you know about things that are possibly about to happen. And then they do the skill showcase Well, in a way, like they give you like this 5-second clip of the operator using the skill 3 or something, if it's a 6-star. And then like couple of their voice lines involved. That's how they do it, right? In 3D medium is a little bit different. You've got more skills to showcase because there's more animations about it. Like you will see Ardelia ride her sheep and then slam into someone with the sheep. Use her ultimate in like a 50-second trailer rather than a brief 5 to 10-second clip of operators just using their skills to attack. It's a completely different approach, right? So yeah, let's get to the approach that we will be talking about then. Right, so we're back here, the Endfield Babble. I hope you guys are ready and willing to sit this through with me. I honestly think this is one of my best ever thumbnails. I'm not even gonna lie. Endfield is just the Arknights PC client waiting room. Right. The PC client, I don't know. It seems to be down to Eostar. Babble away, Babble my child. I am not willing. This is verbal harassment. What? Would you have liked me to call it the Endfield tattle instead? There's nothing to tattle on. Let's get it real here. There's nothing to tattle on. Verbal harassment. Nah, I don't think that quite works. Like the connotation of harassment itself is just nah. It never works. Right. Can I lick the mic? No. I'll probably rust it. ASMR. I mean, we have ASMR in Arknights, okay? Wait for that. Maybe you can get the La Pluma ASMR disc or something imported over from Japan. In a couple of months' time, for sure. I speak from a personal experience where I don't really like ASMR, certain types of ASMR actually. They do something to my ears, and it's not a pleasant feeling. It's just like my ears getting licked from the inside, and it's such a gross feeling. I get really bad goosebumps, and it's not the goosebumps that get you, because you heard great music or this really emotional part of a song. It's like someone's violating my ears, so I don't really like it. You get what I mean? I can tolerate some types of ASMR, but I know some people use it as a sleep aid. I don't even know how that works. I don't even know how that works for them. It just does. It would never work for me, by the way. King shaming? I'm not king shaming. I'm just saying this is not for me. This is not for me. It may be for you or someone else. It's not for me. I just can't take it with the medium. And I have very sensitive hearing, to be honest. I'm thinking about all the weirdos in my chat. No. Imagine I had like 100 viewers here, and then I'd have to imagine what 80 of you are weirdos. No, I don't think that's a very good picture to paint of 100 people. But there's no 100 people here. There's only like 6 of you. But it's a good start, right? It's a good start. It's better than 0. Anyways, anyone on the YouTube side interested to join this as well, please feel free to chime in on your end as well if you are so inclined to. Alright, let's get to it. Enough of the yep, that's the wrong things that we're supposed to be going about. Okay, now I decided to improve upon the presentation that I wanted to put forth. So now I will bold the general outline of the topics, and those are not bolded will be in the bullet points that will eventually come on the screen later on, like they will appear slowly, point by point. It's easier to follow point by point than it is to just go straight. If there's a point for you to follow, you don't want like 20 bullet points appearing to you at once. Right, so point two, a lot of it is clickbaiting and content farming. I know, but we're gonna dive deep into that thing because I have a hilarious take on this, and I'll show you guys. I've talked to some people about this off stream, and I used a very specific term for a very prominent drama causing creator in the space, gacha space as a whole. You probably have heard of him before or seen his videos pop out on your recommended because you know you've been searching Endfield videos and YouTube's like, I think you'll be fine watching this video, you know. So I had a very specific way to describe it. His name is Zapni Downvote. If only you created Endfield videos for me to talk about, but no, you're not in it. I don't think so. Not on my list anyway. So before we get to that, I want to talk about how the attracting the wrong crowd thing, because Endfield is a way bigger released game in terms of hype, in terms of presentation, and in terms of the fact that it was announced probably what, 2020, end 22, early 23, and then it kind of went silent for a while, right? Radio silence. We had no idea. They did drip a little bit on the website, the official Endfield website that was launched around early 23. But those were as much as we got until the technical tests, the closed beta tests all started coming out for limited amount of people. It's not that many. I think it's like technical test was maybe 500 to 1,000 people at best. That was like the very bare framework of the game that they wanted to show to people, and needed people to play test to give ideas and feedback as to which direction they should be taking with the game. And then they decided to do the closed beta test. It was a little bit more fleshed out in the closed beta test, the first one in, I think it was late 2024, right? And then there was one more, yeah, late 24, early 25, I guess. I suppose that was the period. And then end of 2025 we had one last closed beta test. It was, I think, pretty much close to the finished release version that we got. As I think Zapni can attest to, he was involved in the playing, testing all the closed beta 2 tests. Yeah, all the mostly finished stuff. I mean, they did change stuff in the end still. So when I'm talking about attracting the wrong crowd, I mean like the wider gacha space out there. So you're gonna no longer be in the safe bubble of Arknights for like you have been in the past 5-6 years after the exodus of the late 2020 Genshin exodus, for example. Like a lot of the big content creators decided at that point of time, okay, let's go move on to Genshin, newest shit around, let's jump on that. And then it was pandemic as well, like COVID pandemic really helped Genshin rise to the top. That's the most played gacha game because everyone was stuck at home. There was not much to do, so that was the most social thing someone could have done. Talk about the game, play the game, get into it, you know, immerse themselves in the story. And honestly, Genshin story writing isn't too bad. Let's be real about it. I have a list. No, I don't really have a list, but I'll list all the list. I guess is more of the ones that you know of. It's not even a specific list of videos that I'll be specifically like zooming in onto. So you see, the Zomni did play beta 1 and 2, so you played more the the game than some of us here. Like I chose actually to personally does not involve myself in any of the beta tests. I wanted to have a perspective from someone who played the game as it was intended, as it was launched. So I'm just one of the CCs who chose to take that route instead of the get to know everything in the game and see what they would change at the end. I didn't want to do that cookie cutter thing. Like, it's just other content creators are gonna jump onto that already. Like 90% of them are gonna just do it for so that they can give people teasers of content and their own reviews before the actual full release came out. So should you try it? Should you not? My thoughts after like 300 hours in the beta, all that crap, and then I'm like, that's not exactly the type of content I'm going for. I think it's very trend based. Those are just based on timings, and I don't like trending based content. It's very to me it's very insipid. It's something you will always see, nothing special. So if you don't have the big follower conversion from whatever you're doing, nothing will happen, right? You may get like 90k on that videos, for example, or maybe 250k, but the conversion rate is horrible because people just watch for that review itself, not for the content quality or anything like that. So I didn't quite enjoy that type of approach. Decided to just not apply to be in the beta at all, or technical test or whatever crap that was involved pre-release of the game. So whatever I give is more of a perspective of someone who has actually played the current live service version. I don't have those hang-ups or the impressions in the past that will carry over and then kind of block my view of the game. It was spoiled enjoyment for some people, like, oh, this didn't turn out. We've seen how Toboro's video turned out, just because the game didn't turn out to match his supposed interpretation of the vision of the game. So it just never manifested, and he ended up disappointed. I didn't want that to happen to myself. I don't want to make myself disappointed based on setting unrealistic expectations based on whatever I've experienced before, because that's gonna be the precursor, that little bit of reference point. If your reference point is of someone who never played the game, it's a lot more authentic, in my opinion, since you just play as it's intended to from the developers for you to just go through the game at live service period, instead of anything that they have been testing before. Because sometimes tests just don't work out. So whatever they put inside, they just decide, okay, maybe the feedback isn't that good, they just start removing stuff. And then you will, although you have a bigger and fuller picture of what actually transpired behind the scenes, it will damage your impression later on. And that's how I feel about it, right? So attracting the wrong crowd is more of, you're gonna attract, obviously being the next hyped 3D release, you're gonna attract people from Genshin, you're from Wuthering Waves, from I don't think do people even play Tower of Fantasy these days, but that was a supposed Genshin killer back, in the mid of 2022, if I'm not wrong. The middle. I played Tower of Fantasy a little bit and then dropped it. Just not for me, unfortunately. Wuthering Waves was about close to mid 24. It was like April of 24. And Zenless was actual mid 24, around July. So those games have been around quite a long time. I would say at the very least 18 months. Come to think of it, it wasn't Zenless on the 1st of July. release back in 2024. So that will be that will be quite interesting to think about, because it would have been like more than 18 months, slightly over, that when Endfield released last month. So it would have been around for a very long time. And then we don't talk about Genshin, who has been in the game for like what, 3, 4, 5, 5.5, coming 6 years this year, of course. Right, and those are the big players right now, at least on the 3D gacha space. There are releases that have also come out around Enfield's time. I think NTE just released last week or so. We don't know about Ananta. Ananta has been talked about for a while, but nothing's been going on. Honestly, we still don't see a release. I don't think it's even going to release this year. I don't think this year is a possible thing. Well, I try that, we'll see, because it's a lot on my plate already, right? I play OG Arknights, I play Endfield and all that stuff. So what I say by attracting the wrong crowd is all about the July 4th. July 4th is a very interesting release, but Endfield, unlike OG Arknights, it is a completely different thing. But this is a simultaneous global release. Enfield has that privilege, while Arknights itself didn't have that privilege. We on the global server are at least 6 months behind at any given point of time from the CN, and then people are always going to talk about the foresight and all that, but we'll get to that at a much later point, because foresight is no longer a thing in Enfield, right? It's not that egregious about like 6 months ahead kind of thing. It's no longer going to be that case. Well, if you attract the wrong crowd, right? What I mean about this is that you attract people who are already big fans of other franchises, like the Hoyoverse stuff, like the Honkai Star Rail, the Wuthering Waves, Genshin, Zenless Zone Zero. All those people coming from those games are going to have their own expectations of is this going to take over the space and make my favorite game less popular? And if that's the case, right, they come in with prejudice, they come in with ill intent, and they want to completely shit on Enfield. And you can see some it will link back into the drama content creators, where they are gonna say oh, Enfield is a failure, Enfield is trash, you know, is Enfield the game for you? Absolutely not. And they're like, no, those things are subjective. You gotta try it on your own as well, not just take those people at face value and just say, yeah, okay, that's good, whatever they say is absolutely true. Have some agency to think for yourselves, right? Rather than just following some content creator out there who's gonna come in with the ill will and say, oh, this is not for you because, you know, I love Genshin, and I don't think that at least I don't believe that Genshin will lose to this. That is the funny thing, is that there are similar aspects of the games that you can point out, but nobody's going to say this is going to win over this other game when they're completely different focuses and completely different gaming experiences. When you actually play through Genshin and you play through Enfield, there are some similarities, but there are some distinct differences where you know you're playing the game that is Genshin, and you know the game that you're playing is Enfield. The open world exploring, of course, that one we won't even talk about it, because that's the most common thing that people will just hone in on as the common aspect between both of them, right? And so people are just gonna say, oh, this is a Genshin clone in this and this and this, because they experienced it before in the other game, which is very unfair because Enfield has its own thing. The factory, I think, is the most distinct one that sets it apart from all its other competitors. And why are we even talking about competitors? It's because they're basically vying for the pie, the sales, the market share. And that's what some other people from the fans of other games are afraid of. That if this new upstart, Arknights Endfield, is wildly successful, that their favorite game is not going to have as high of a sale, so they can't lord it over others. Oh, my game had more sales than you, so my game is better. It's more popular because it managed to get more money, rake in more money. They're not even focused on the content at that point. They're just like doing sales wars. So they just pull up some numbers from maybe Tower Sensor or something. You know, all those monthly gacha revenue numbers, and then start lording it over others. Oh, my game did better than you because you know, they got 60 million USD this month compared to your game, which only got like what, 20 million. Your game is dying. It's no your game is no longer relevant. It's such a pitiful way of engaging in tribalism. Please make my favorite game less popular so devs give more retention rewards. Yeah, okay, here's the other aspect about the lower perceived popularity in sales, right? Is that some people believe that developers will be basically forced to give out benefits in free stuff. So in a very malignant way, in a very malignant way, they kind of want to doom their own game to fail a little bit so they get a little bit more free stuff. It's just more for the personal benefit more than because they wish for the game to be successful, and then people like that. For me, the Endfield conundrum is very much presented by Toboro's videos on it. He has some level of wanting to gatekeep the game from these bad actors, but unfortunately the video series that he's done, like what, 5 or 6 of them, have also contributed to him being interpreted as the bad actor instead, like acting in bad faith towards the game even before release. For like I think it was a bi-monthly thing with his videos. Like every 2 months there was he finished one that was unfortunately not going to be very nuanced. It was largely his own personal opinion, and I think he should be entitled to it. Everyone should be entitled to their own personal opinions. But I guess the presentation of it was not how some people liked it, and that's why I think it was not just dogged on by 1 or 2 people. It was quite a number of people in the gacha space, the AK space, and even the wider gacha space out there. And some people were honing in on the video. The title was extremely clickbait and was obviously always going to get views. What exaggeration, the death knell of gacha games, like, by painting it as, you know, Endfield has fallen into this following the trends set by his predecessors, the death knell. So it's like, this is the final nail in the coffin. This is going to define the entire gacha space. It's not going to define the gacha space, you know, with its perceived presentation, and it really is down to the success of the game financially. Because if financially it is successful, it means that with Hypergriff's track record on Arknights, the IP itself, on even on the first game, they were gonna put much of the money back in to developing a much better experience, better story writing, maybe deeper combat mechanics, and deeper everything in the game, just to make it so much better, of a much more fuller of a experience than it is at the start. And I think there were a lot of expectations because of the long time in development. At the same time, the long time in development kind of killed some people's interest in it. So there are some people out there who are not playing Arknights Endfield, even though they have played Arknights before, because it just took too long in their opinion, and they're like, nah, that not for me anymore. Yes, hi Crazy Greek. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Endfield, yeah, that's why the Endfield joke started coming out, right? It was in development for, I think, close to 4 years probably, from when they first had the idea on paper. But when Field is no more, now Field is a thing, right? And you like that the devs are aware of the community, so when the game released, they said Endfield is now Field. Endfield is fun, though it feels like the banners are so long. You want Tang Tang? Yes, hi HP Hunter, welcome on the YouTube side. My YouTube side tends to be a bit more less engaged, because I don't really have a big following there, but you guys popping in now and then on the YouTube side, especially to chat, so I can engage with you guys, is really, really pleasing. It means I'm still doing something, just maybe not on the larger scale. Right, so I haven't really got to Wuling yet, but I've seen Tang Tang. Right, Tang Tang has a very unique name in Chinese. Her name literally means soup times 2. It's a common thing to do with certain, in certain parts of China, right? You will have people with repeated characters for their names. That's because usually it's associated more of they come from a more rural part of China, so they don't really have a very educated way of giving a beautiful name or anything. So they just like, maybe they want their daughter to grow up beautiful, so they just say Mei Mei. So it's just basically the character for beautiful or pretty just repeated twice. But that's not exclusive to like given names. Usually nicknames will follow more of the convention I talked about. So yeah, for Tang Tang, I think it's literally her name, and it's also to emphasize that she's a bit rough and uneducated. Because she's like, what, a mountain bandit or something, because I see the eye patch. So I get what they're trying to convey to me. Her CN dub is super cute and so suitable. I think Tang Tang is very interesting, because she's one of those characters where it's a multi-dub thing. She shares the same voice talent for EN and CN, so you can kind of hear a little bit of the accent that she brought across to EN. Now, speaking of the presentation, the voices are one of the best parts in Arknights as a whole. It's not just Endfield itself, but Arknights originally also did this. So they have a wide global presentation of the world in Arknights itself. So say they have areas analogous to places we know in the real world. For example, the loopholes are from a place in Arknights. If you play Arknights, is Syracusa. Syracusa is also deriving its name from a place like in actual Italy, Syracuse. right? So they speak Italian, accented English. In China, obviously they speak Chinese accented English. And then there's also I think recent release in Arknights was Haruka. Haruka speaks Japanese accented English. It's quite strong, by the way, because they actually got a proper Japanese voice actress to do a voice, and so it's more authentic in that sense, but it's not a direct portrayal of the English. Yeah, Tang Tang come right because she's supposed to be this mountain bandit, right? So she's uneducated, she's boorish, she's tomboyish, she's all those things. Mafia time, yeah. I mean, don't Rossi and Wolfguard have Italian accented voices? wait, I don't. Wait, do we have a German affiliated character in Enfield yet? The closest would be Ardelia, but because she's a Caprini, but I don't think she has that accent. Not all of them are gonna have accents, let's be real, but in terms of Ardelia's racial origins, right, you can kind of just tell how they are gonna speak for most part if you go by the origins. But it's not necessarily a strict thing where, you know, all Caprini are from Lithuania, so they're gonna speak like German accented English or something like that. It's not going to always be the case. It's not entirely consistent, I have to say, at least at that portrayal. You need Viviana to lick your ears. Oh yeah, Viviana's English voice in Arknights has a very strong German accent. I mean, it's not just her. The Black Knight, Dagenbrecker, also has that. Yeah, so yeah, fun fact, yesterday I was on Zopni's account, where he uses Guard Knights, right? And I don't play with English voices often enough, I'll be honest. I heard Dagenbrecker's voice in English for the first time. I was like, okay, there's a little bit of German accent going on. It's not super strong, but it's there. It's there. You love most of the ENVAs, but although you thought Perlica's voice direction was a bit boring, like Ua's Yang. Voice acting is a flavor thing for me. I bring the example, okay? So in Zenless Zone Zero, we have Ishen, who is the prominent character, you know, the big character for their second anniversary. Sorry, was it? So essentially, it's like their first anniversary, right? Their second year, big release. In Japanese, she's voiced by Noto Mamiko, and I think the portrayal was perfect. It was fantastic. Like I think she's voiced like all the teacher type characters. Right? In Skirk in Genshin also was voiced by her. So teacher type, like I said, the Shisho, all that sensei, whatever you call it, right? I listened to the English voice of Ishin and I cannot get around it because she sounds too youthful. She sounds too optimistic. The portrayal and direction needs to be important. Like, I cannot fully say that I'm completely ruined by my enjoyment of the Japanese voice acting as a whole, but for me, the voice direction usually is better on the Japanese side because they kind of understand what they want to portray the character as, given their background, you know, their stories and how that shaped them into the person they are. You kind of want them to feel with the human emotion, you know, that kind of thing. You're on CN Dub and you find everything done extremely well. One thing underrated about the CN voices is that they are probably closer to the JP side in terms of direction and portrayal compared to, say, you do with the EN, which can be very, very inconsistent. There are some EN voices that you are not going to enjoy because characters a bit flat, you think it doesn't quite fit them. That makes it. There are some interesting casting choices over on. Yeah, some casting choices on EN and CN that are going to be very interesting in the sense that they may hire the same person but on different characters, so you'll see like the skill and the ability to portray and the multilingual aspect of it as well. So in this case, it's more of the how do I put this? So Enmin on CN, right, is voiced by Mu Yao Ruilin, if I'm not wrong. If I remember correctly, it should be Mu Yao Ruilin. She voices English characters as well, like on the English voices. She has a English voice on one of the limited characters on Arknights. So Yu, the youngest Sui sibling, the youngest brother, is voiced by her on English. So you can see the multilingual skills that sometimes will occur. She's bilingual, effectively. And I think, if I'm not wrong, her CV actually states that she can actually speak Japanese well as well, so she's trilingual actually. But I've never seen her in a Japanese voice dub yet, so she's more probably valued for bilingual skills in EN and CN so far. So that's one of those things. You heard friends' feedback. Yvonne sounds too fake happy on EN, and you understood immediately when you heard it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a huge fan of Yvonne's English voice, but I am a big fan of her JP voice. Because her JP voice is essentially Amamiya Sora. And if you know Amamiya Sora, you've seen in a CV somewhere. You've watched Konosuba before. You can tell she sounds like Aqua. Like, you know that haughty tone? That know-it-all tone? She portrays it perfectly well. Like, Yvonne is just that. If you watched Konosuba before, you will know. You heard Aqua before. I was like, the first time I heard of it, she sounds very familiar, and it clicked. It clicked later on. I was like, that is so 100% Aqua from Konosuba. Except this time, Yvonne is a more capable character portrayed by the story than Aqua will ever be. Aqua is portrayed as this idiot who just happens to be very powerful. So she's like, what's her nickname again? Damegami, right? Useless goddess. I think the tone of portrayal was perfect, at least for that side. Right, so I'm done with the bad actor stuff. Now let's get into the real shit. I'm not inciting drama here. Don't go. That's to have a disclaimer. Don't go harassing all the people involved. I will. There will be some name drops, unfortunately, because it's going to happen. The people know about the videos anyways. It's not going, and the creators involved. We're not even going to mask it and be like so coy about it. What's the point? People know. So just to avoid all this, yeah, just do a preface statement like I did. Simple, right? We'll talk more about the stuff later on, right? Right, so the first name that's gonna drop, unfortunately, is people will know about him. If you play Uwa, you know him in the space. Saint Tontas. His name was inevitably gonna come out when we talk about the drama content farming and all that stuff. So I describe he's been going at several content creators in the Enfield space, and I'm like, why? Why is he doing this? It's like every time I will see that one of his videos pop up somewhere. Unfortunately, because I want to check out Enfield videos, and he is like one of the most prolific posters of Enfield. I think it's over 50 right now. Whether it's like shooting at a content creator under the pretext of, you know, being under the Enfield thing, or 2-minute ad, I can't do anything about the ads. Like you either have that or the pre-rolls. So I'm sorry about the ads, by the way, on the Twitch side. I can't do anything about that. They want you to do 3 minutes per hour. So I describe like even just going at every other content creator out there. I call it the let me solo them up. I've never seen an Enfield creator, right? Much as I love to describe him as an Enfield creator, because he did come over from Wuwa, but he is one of the prominent ones, unfortunately, for what it's worth. He has created like I think over 50 videos under the Enfield guys. Whether it's like about the game, whether it's about the creators out there, I don't know the ratio of it, but I saw him going up against, like, in his thumbnail, like what, 7, 8 creators or something, and he's like, let me solo them for most part. The most egregious of his so-called drama pieces, right, was all directed at shit slinging on, I think, Mr. Poke, I think. But Mr. Poke is more associated with, he got big off HSR. His Enfield videos are kind of not really getting the big views for most part, but the drama ones have been getting quite some traction, especially against Saint Tontas, because, you know, they're kind of just farming off each other at this point. I do believe they genuinely have beef against each other, because they are doing like the... I saw the Mr. Poke one where he did like a portrayal of Saint Tontas like he's a banner character. So we're gonna analyze his skills. His skill 1 is to do this. His skill 2 is to... The portrayal was funny though. I give him at least the props on that one. His execution on that is funny. Like, what? Why would you grade a content creator like as a fucking gacha banner character? That is like one of the biggest insults you give to someone, probably. Now they are reduced to being a gacha character. Then there's someone you have to pull for. They're not relevant enough to be a main character. Like, it's not like you're the admin. Yeah, the admin, you don't have to pull for the admin. The admin is like your technically you're free 6-star, right? Was it in Endfield? So and then it just imagine the let me solo them up. Like, he's just going at every single one of people you can find. But I think some of his beef came from the fact that some of those creators that he was shooting at, they came from Wuwa as well. They play Wuwa. So Mr. Poke plays Wuwa. I think I saw he was shooting at who? Ryan, Janazad, all these people. There are some of the big creators that he doesn't go against, because apparently he doesn't think they're worth of you know, farming drama off, so he's quite cordial with them, I think. He's going against, particularly I think Mr. Poke. I think their beef runs deep. There's no fucking reason for it to just blow up like that all of a sudden, you know. It's I don't like his presence in the Enfield community for the drama farming. That's the only thing I don't like. It's nice that he's creating videos on the game because it does draw attention to the game itself. So we'll come to that in a bit. State of the AKE space, that's going to be very relevant later on. Right. What are you guys' views on this Sentontas thing? If you have ever come across some kind of video, like he's very clickbaity with his stuff. So he did the Endfield is finished, all this kind of thing, and like it's first month, the game is finished already. EOS, it's done. I don't understand all these exaggerations. So the personal attacks are obviously we touch upon that, like they're digging up every single little thing. You don't watch Endfield content on YouTube. I kind of just want to see how Endfield is done on YouTube. So I like if I don't run into those drama stuff, because I want to see how it brings back brings interest into the Arknights space as well, not just, you know, Endfield itself that people get interested in. Because there are a lot of lore drops in Endfield itself that tie back all the way back into the original game. So we're gonna spin back one big circle at some point, where this game could get people interested in the story writing on Arknights itself and the portrayal of the story. It's really a two-way thing. Like if they like Endfield, they may not like Arknights because there's not the style of game that they like, but it could be the presentation of the world building, and they want to find out more, so they get interested in the other game, and maybe they have never tried it before and they find a charm in tower defense. I don't know. You stay away from drama content, that's why you're nobody, you lurk on Twitch. But I mean, Twitch itself is a fairly big space regardless. It's just that the multi-platform ones are the more seen ones, and if you're more seen, I guess there's that trade-off that you get to be louder as well. If you're more seen, you can have the possibility of being louder. But the digging part is very funny. Like, they go all the way back into tweets. I think I can probably link it back to, you know, the VTubing space also has some shit slinging going on right now, because they brought politics into it, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on, guys? I thought you guys were watching VTubers like you watch streamers, you know? Like they are technically streamers as well. And then, yeah, of course, like I said, bad actors. They start to bring stuff they really connect with really well with the politics and all that stuff. They start dragging it into every single little thing they can. And like, what happened to safe spaces? What happened to safe spaces? Suddenly everything becomes everywhere becomes a public space. I guess that's a trade-off if you're like quite a well-known and a creator and have the bigger platform. You end up turning what could be a safe space into a public space inevitably, and bad actors start streaming in from all kinds of different places. It could be that, you know, the only shared interest between the bad actors and the people who are interested in that on other types of content, more wholesome stuff, is that they both like this particular streamer or VTuber, and then they decided to just in the end it came down to, okay, that's the only thing that they have in common in terms of people like them regardless, and they start bringing every single little thing. YouTube content is an archive, so people can watch stuff for years to come. Twitch is live, so the experience is more in the present day. I think YouTube Live has kind of blurred the lines a bit with what you just said. You know, the YouTube Live experience is pretty much like the Twitch experience, but the chat box experience is not as interactive. I feel like Twitch, the biggest draw of Twitch is still the chat system. it's still better than YouTube Live at any given point of time. YouTube Live is horrific when it comes to this. Everything else is, it could be arguably be painted as better, but the chat system is bad. I don't know, but I've been on both sides, and I don't like YouTube chat at all. YouTube Live doesn't have the plugin functionality exactly. It's very rigid, like you did say, like you have mentioned. It's the lack of customizability. So Twitch, in terms of its chat, you have like other extensions like 7TV, Frankerface Z, and all that stuff. And I use some of these plugins, right, to enrich the experience, so I can have like all my meme emotes. Not just my own personal emotes, you know, that they're on the channel, but the third party. Obviously, that contributes hugely to the community of any game or any streamer's platform. Yes, hi Bomber, what first time seeing you here on the YouTube side. Third party emotes definitely makes Twitch chat way more fun. I guess some people just are so used to being on YouTube, like you doom scroll shorts all day, like me maybe. Sometimes I just doom scroll shorts. I see food shorts, sometimes a little bit of the game ones, sometimes a bit of the meme ones, sometimes sports ones. So YouTube is just the everyday platform where people just go there, maybe put a podcast on and decide, okay, that's my experience and all that. Twitch is kind of laggy and weird. Which part? The video player? The video player has always been wonky though. That's why people, I think, prefer watching like off a YouTube video player type of thing. But again, Twitch has that interactivity that YouTube live chat can never give you. The customizability, the meme emotes, and that's how, you know, communities kind of band together and have that really nice camaraderie with each other. Like if I do a troll face, like some of you know exactly why I do troll face, because the incorporation of all these meme images as emotes, right, whether they are community unique or just the general ones, like troll face is quite it's from the Rage comics way back in the day, so it's quite ubiquitous over many platforms. Then we have the clueless face, you know, the kappa, which came from or kappa, whatever it is, how you guys pronounce it, I don't know. I pronounce as kappa, by the way. So like the Japanese mythical creature, right? The kappa. I'm just used to it. Okay, just kill me there if you want to. Then all these little things build up, and you just love hanging out more in Twitch chat. For me, I personally just hang out more on Twitch just because of all these little things. Mixer is still a better product than YouTube Live so far. Yeah, I mean, that's true. You're slightly hoping that YouTube gets their stuff together and gets better to be a Twitch competitor. I think Twitch needs competition right now because it's also kind of stagnated certain things. But the YouTube shit is all largely the viewing experience and not so much the interactive experience. Yes, hi Phoenix. Well, I was talking about the currently, at least, if you have heard already, we're talking about the differences between YouTube and Twitch as a platform for interactivity, like attracting all the right people for a platform and stuff like that. You personally found one big SG streamer YouTuber very two-faced that turned me off watching Twitch and YT content for a while. SG YouTuber. Twitch. There are a lot though. And if you say big, how big are they? You find YouTube as a stream viewing to be clunky compared. It depends on what you value as the experience. Some people just like love the smooth bitrate on YouTube, well, in Twitch it can sometimes be a bit clunky. Sometimes in the middle of someone's stream, I get reconfigured from 1080 into a 360, and I have no idea why that happens. It's not like the stream suddenly went offline and they never got the bitrate anymore. And in the past, if I used to be subjected to this in my early days as a creator and a streamer on Twitch. The bitrate that I was given, right, in my early days, well, you're not gonna watch me on 1080 for most part. I can't even be on 720 sometimes. I'm on 360. I don't have the HD stuff. Well, the viewing experience is a bit shit if you are not in HD. You're just basically watching some YouTube video back in the 360p days, 480p days, whatever. Okay, I think I know who you're talking about, but we are not gonna. We're probably gonna mention their name at some point. You have the beef with them, right? So that's your thing. I know who you're talking about. Specifically, now that you've laid out some specific stuff, so. No, I don't know what the problem you guys have with each other, like to a specific extent, right? But I roughly know the gist of it. Probably not my position to say anything too much between you and them. No, it could be. I don't know. There was some Discord drama on the server a couple of years ago, and that could have contributed to it, because bandwagoning against, you know, certain parts of the server is also a thing. It will happen on every server. I'm also a moderator on one server, so I am privy to these type of things, and I've experienced all this shit before. So, right. No, the content creators shitting on each other is very funny, because I only ever thought that would have been seen in like Genshin or Hoyoverse stuff, because that, for whatever reason, even within Hoyoverse itself, right, you have people fucking brigading against each other because they are a fan of Genshin, not a fan of HSR. And then the HSR people shit on them, and then they shit on each other back, and it's like, we are the better game. You're under the Hoyoverse umbrella, and you still manage to separate yourselves. I don't even understand. It is not necessarily the case where, if the games are made by the same developer, you're going to have the exact same like camaraderie between them, because they joined the game for different reasons. The respective games, or whatever it is. Is that whichever game drew them in for a specific reason may not be the game. Specifically, you know, for the other game. It's so funny, like it's infighting essentially. So it's still Hoyoverse, right? But it's infighting. Okay, I can kind of just excuse Zenless a bit. Zenless is a little bit removed from the HSR, the Genshin and all that, because the universe is completely different, and they don't really have that many so-called XP characters. Like we have what, Raiden Mei, and then you look at Genshin is like the Raiden Shogun, right? Fundamentally same type of design, right? Derived from the similar character base. So all these like derivations in there, so their universe is kind of tied in, right? Honkai Impacted, Honkai Star Rail, Genshin, they're all like same umbrella. I guess you could consider that like the big family umbrella. Unless it's removed from that, you don't see too many XPs there. There may be maybe one or two that resemble, but I think Hoyo have came out to say, like, especially Zenless developers that Zenless is their own thing. So you can see like they're the abandoned child on the side, you know. They're not as big as popular as the other two. But they are shit slinging each other as well. They're just dragged into the drama, and I'm like, what is going on? It's same developer, yet such a very weird brigading of against another game of the same developer, just because, you know, it's no longer a tight universe, it's no longer this and that, and it's like the next new enemy. It's you imagine if you go against Endfield, it's fine because it's a different developer, you know. There's a it's like supporting your favorite sports team. Hoyo Fest Pepe Love is a nice content farming ecosystem. I mean, it is. Miyoyo has that knack of reusing a lot of characters. It's like Fate does the same thing. Let's not get it twisted. Okay, they're not the first to do it. They won't be the last. Fate also does that. Okay. The Fate universe has all kinds of like we know all the jokes about the Saber faces, right? 27, 30 different versions of Saber out there. But we won't get into that. Okay? We won't get to that. It's another different rabbit hole that we will go into maybe some other day. Saber 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, like I said, 30 different Saber faces out there. So maybe I'm exaggerating. There's not 30, but it does feel like 30 at times. I'll be honest. So gacha tribalism is so funny. It can even lead to infighting between the same umbrella, the whole universe itself. So weird. People are weird. Sometimes gacha players are weird. And then we're going into say gacha tribalism. They was trying to discredit other games that they perceive as a threat and a competitor. So that's where I said the attracting the wrong crowd comes into. But most of the time it's people just see the game and then there's like it's popular, and then they've been seeing off YouTube, on Twitter, on like all the trending stuff, screenshots, whatnot, all those meme factory builds. Some people actually got interested because of that, and although they didn't play day one, they got into it pretty quickly and just realized, oh, maybe this is a game for me. I like the experience. Like the thing is, Endfield itself is like Arknights. Right, the predecessor is a single player game. They brought it over here. It's a single player game. There's no real social aspect apart from maybe you do someone else's deliveries on the depots, or you do the elastic goods, the reception room, like visiting others land ships. No, not land ships, or spaceships. I'm just so stuck in the land ship thing because original AK was a land ship. Right, Rhodes Island was a land ship. Not so much Tijiang, right? Tijiang is a spaceship. It's actually in space. Way up in space. So where do we go from here? Yeah, the social aspect is not super right into it right now. Even maybe eventually we'll get a multiplayer mode, but Arknights took a couple of years to come out with a multiplayer mode. When did we get it? Mid of 2021. Originium Dust. That was the first time we had a taste of multiplayer lobbies. These days they have the more multiplayer modes, and it's more of the gambling one, the duo channel that we just had recently. It just ended like was it a couple days ago. We have Stronghold Protocol as well and all that stuff, which is the like different type of game modes, right? But the multiplayer game modes did take a while to come out in Arknights. I think it's more of they wanted to find if they had the server capacity and server space to do these types of things. Inevitably, with every game, someone will put in a feedback, I want a multiplayer mode. Can this happen? Multivariate Cooperation, I think that was the name of the very first one. But the duo channel was the gambling one. I think it debuted what, 2024? Somewhere in the CN server. And we got it last year, 2025. And now it's like a seasonal thing where every few months we'll get a duo channel. So you get to have every few months like a seasonal multiplayer mode somewhere. And duo channel was funny because it's just basically gambling and see if you know how to use the knowledge to speculate on the right bet. The first one is still the most interesting concept they did, because you like the risk taking they did earlier. There was a game mode that expanded on multivariate, but it didn't hit the same as the first one, because the first one was more, it was the first time it came out, so that the execution was pretty decent already as it is, and it was hard to try to wow people with another co-op mode that really captured the imagination. You know what I mean? Arknights had a lot of experimentation in the first maybe 3 or 4 years. Now they decided to just work on modes that seem popular from their feedback and then just roll along with that. Maybe try to put improvements and expand those modes, but the same charm isn't there anymore like the first time it came out. Icebreaker is not the best, but yeah. Icebreaker games felt more like party games. You get what I mean? Icebreaker games felt like a co-op party game more than the actual essence and roots of tower defense. It tried to incorporate the original aspects, but no. They slowed down risk taking, but they're still trying, which is good. They slowed down the risk taking because they have a lot of the modes, like different game modes that came out and have been implemented in the game, especially integrated strategies, which after turning them these like integrated strategies roguelike mode into a permanent thing, they had more things to work on, so they couldn't really do the same experimental approach anymore. They had to focus more on these game modes are now permanent. We decided to make them permanent. We have to make seasonal updates to get people constantly engaging with the game, keep the player numbers up, you know. Holographic combat matrix was basically bringing back contingency contract, but for regular stages. I guess they knew some people love to mess around on the more regular stages. Like Patriot bullying is a very common thing from even the time where he was released back in 2021. So everything this it just all goes back to, you know, a little bit of nostalgia, a little bit of people love engaging there. Is the funniest part is that they love to use, because of the way his defensive stats work, right? They love to use Patriot as the measuring stick for a lot of operator showcases. So if an operator has an inherent supposed disadvantage, that their entire class itself, the way they're entirely built, right? Say physical damage, Patriot is like what, 2000 defense, close to it. Because of the way his armor works, his base is 700, then he triples his defense. Because all his all the special abilities and traits like worked into the enemy's kit. So he's got about 2k defense. And then they decided to come out with this sniper who can hit 10k per damage. What better showcase than to put against someone who's like iconic as an enemy, like, because he's at that point the defining hard enemy, and that you needed to abuse mechanics that you knew of to defeat this enemy. Map mechanics, operator mechanics, whatever. The first real wall, so to speak. Even Frost Nova was not much of a wall. Let's be real about it. And then they just boom, use him as that punching bag, you know. Wow, 90 rares, easy showcase. Oh, what can this operator do against like adversity? They're inherently disadvantaged, but their kit suddenly comes out, and then Wishadel comes out, blasts Patriot for like fucking 4,000 damage per hit. And he dies in like 10 hits. Haha, very funny. Crownslayer got bullied so hard that Yosa decided to make her playable. I don't think that's true. Crownslayer was always, I felt, was always narratively going to be playable at some point, because number one, she's not killed off, and gacha games have this propensity to put emphasis that if this character isn't killed off or doesn't have a way to cheat death, they don't kill them off, so they will be playable at some point. She's still kind of meh as an operator. I feel like it's more of the welfare thing. I think she has a niche. She's dogged on as an enemy and as an operator, but I think as an operator she's still got some very fantastic use cases. Although, you know, because her class is really specialist, she really is over specialized in, say, crowd control, for sure. Well, there are more maintenance mode for popular permanent modes. You appreciate they're still trying. They have to keep trying to innovate. They have to find new ways to keep player attention. You can't keep going with the same thing, because feedback is going to come back eventually, you know, from the community, and we all know how Hypergriff really does engage with the community, especially low light. Haima always goes around, you know, he plays icebreaker games, right? He plays probably the duo channel as well. If you're on the CN server, you might run into Haima one day in one of your lobbies. He does engage with the community in that manner. He does play his own game as a player, as a fan, not you know, as a one of the people who created the game. He really is a true gamer. So there are a lot of memes that are associated with oh, I'm locked out due to inactivity, whatever.
Arknights.
Let's go in, back again. Oh, I've yapped so long that the game kicked me out to save space. Gamers are the best developers. This is a historical fact that you have seen. Okay, the thing about the gamers being the best developer is because they understand what other gamers want. They understand what other gamers desire. They can think from the perspective of someone who plays a game, rather than, oh, I'll just make this game from a product point of perspective, and then what I believe people want are features in the game, you know, based on whatever studies that they done. They don't inherently experience it from the eyes of a gamer. For me, if let's say you want to create certain game modes, right, or certain game experiences, one of the first things that, you know, as a developer, you don't just pawn the task off of playtesting onto someone else who may not be like involved in the process at all. First, you do it from your own kind of, like, when you do the playtest iterations, from my experience as someone who studied game design, you do this, you come up with a prototype with how you think the game should go, right, on paper. After that, when you start implementing everything, you have to be one of the people to play through the entire thing itself, play test the stuff, to see how it works, to see the experiences that you get. After that, you get the external feedback from other people who are not involved in the creation process to play it. And then you see if the feedback kind of lines up with what your experience was. If it doesn't, then your own experience was very far removed from the majority. You're not on the right track. Therefore, you have to make changes, you have to reiterate, and come up with another idea. So as you can see, the technical test of Arknights Endfield is completely different from what we have today as the combat system. And the main reason for that is that the feedback they got from players. So even if they like their first idea, the important thing is that ultimately they are not the major numbers that the developers aren't going to have fucking what 600,000 people playing the game. The 600,000 people who play the game are in the public, but they're not involved in the process intimately. However, they can give feedback on their own experience to enrich the experience as a whole for the entire player base out there. So that's the difference. All God hand, yeah, that's the memes. Not just their own game, but a variety of games is even better. I think No Light plays a lot of stuff. He plays Rainbow Six Siege, he plays Destiny, he plays all other games. So yeah, you definitely need to be familiar with the market. Especially, let's say for Endfield, they are getting in the gacha space itself. But we'll get to that later. More on that. So I talked about the Sentonta's Mr. Pocket thing briefly earlier on, right? Apparently the beef came from other games already. It festered. And now they're like shit slinging each other. I think it kind of stopped in the last week or so. Because maybe they thought, okay, let's shift attention to someone else. I think I farmed enough from this guy. I don't know if the shit slinging is still going on. I've not been keeping up because I've been engrossed in doing my own stuff as well. So okay, one thing I want to also put up, the state of the AKE space, right, the Arknights Endfield space, is that there are more sponsored creators on launch generally, right? Arknights, I think, doesn't really have a specific sponsored creator right now, like on the other game. Now I'm part of the Yosa Headhunter program, which is the content creator program essentially. I think Zopni is as well. Like, so we as fellow content creators, that's as much as we can review. Like any more than that, I think we get into NDAs. So we'll not get into the actual specifics of it, but yeah, you're in the Endfield one as well. I suppose because you were part of the early beta test and everything. So I'm not an Endfield creator, by the way. I am not sponsored. I'm not. I have nothing from them, but I'm part of the original Arknights one since 2022, I think. Oh, about 4 years. But I haven't submitted for quite some time already. My so-called for those content creator quotas, because I just haven't been streaming all that much the past year. My past year was pretty crap. I think I streamed more this year alone than the whole of last year. It could be an exaggeration because I never really checked the numbers, but I think today will make me pass, I think, close to 140 hours. Actively play and stream more games, so it's a natural path. I don't know. I did apply like 2 days after the launch or something. But you know as it is, I'm just not I'm not a huge creator on any platform whatsoever. Even if I had some kind of following at some point for Arknights at like maybe early early 22 to mid 22. Yeah, after that I fell off really hard. I crashed because my schedule started going all over the place. So the lack of regularity caused this, but I mean, it applies for any content creator out there probably. Unless maybe like all those big streamers with like what 20,000 subs, and you can afford to stream like once every 3 months, and people still continue subbing for whatever reason. So okay, so the main issue I want to bring up here is sponsored creators not necessarily giving you rounded reviews of the game, as like because you know they are receiving the dollars, so they have to kind of just speak positively mostly about the game. They got the moolah already, they received the bag, so they have to do all the PR. Oh damn, you're late to a party. What party? Yes, hi Zai. No, you're not late to anything. This is only just the beginning. I'm going to hit some really shit stuff later on. But okay, the previous one you missed was more of the Arknights one. I don't know. I don't know how far you got onto that, because it says, I'll be honest, I'm not watchable as a video when I'm doing all these types of things. I go off on tangents all the time. This is a different thing. This is Endfield, so specifically Endfield. I'm not going to go too much back into the AK space too much. Yeah. My overwatch halfway through. Yes, hi Mouse. You overslept. You overslept what? I'm only at the beginning of my Yap session. Not even there. Another old name. Yeah, Zai is also Zyroton here is also one of our more of the OGs, like content creators of Arknights, now also on the Endfield, but I don't think you play Endfield on stream that much, right? Compared to AK anyways. May you offer some perspective? What kind of perspective do you have? I also got off Twitch for a while, like for a few years as a viewer. I just never hung around that long. Endfield will just mostly be for you. After playing 3 beta tests on stream, you don't want to make your life play another stupid public affair. Unfortunately, we're gonna hit some really familiar names later on, and you know, relationship changes and all that. I don't know, whatever it is. You've seen a number of reviewers state they are sponsored but are free to give unfiltered feedback. Give what you felt an objectively fair review. Okay, because there's always this worry that sponsored streamers or creators are like a little bit on the PR side. They have to kind of give better reflections and presentations of the game than if someone, let's say in the position of me, I'm not an Endfield creator by any means, right? I'm not even in the program to begin with, so if I talk shit about the game, I think I will have less flack for that compared to someone talking shit about the game because, you know, they're sponsored, they took the bag. I received nothing. So I don't have such hang-ups, to be fair. A little birdie told you that sponsored names, no big names obviously, get a small amount for a short duration, usually 1 to 2 hours. Which incidentally is exactly how long the game is excellent before it hits a brick fucking wall. You like watching me because I'm brutally honest. I have no filter. I have very unfiltered views. I even have rants on the original Arknights itself, despite being in the Headhunter program. I recently just went on a fucking tirade while I was playing the latest Ave Musica collab about how they fucking went off the rails and decided to give like a collab event unrealistic difficulty, and they knew a lot of people will be fucking playing the game because of the collab. And so it will entice them to spend to get all the powerful characters so that they can get through the fucking event. And for me, that's basically what the lowdown of it is. Yeah. The difficulty of the event was incredibly stupid because that's your core gameplay, and you do this to people, huh? Not gonna lie, you haven't watched any AK content outside of AK creators anyways. I mean, yeah. Fair. That's fair, because there are creators out there, Endfield creators out there, who are not part of the AK space itself. Right, the original AK space, they came into the AK space as a result of Endfield. Different. Right, because Endfield has its own thing. There are some tie-ins, tie-backs to callbacks to the story in the exposition, the lore drops and all that stuff. That's the thing, right? That's its own thing. So you can essentially say it's a 1.5 kind of community. It's not like a full separate community itself, because there inevitably will be people like us, you know, some of us here who play AK and play Endfield at the same time. So you can't say really glazing for Endfield. You know what, you want to enjoy the game, and managing speedrun leaderboards provides an outlet for content. Well, we'll get to the glazing thing later on, because this is very relevant. Some of the videos that I will be mentioning. You also pace yourself. I mean, Endfield is a game where open exploration is part of the experience, and in any games like including these types of experiences, right, you need to pace yourself. Arknights has a different medium where it's basically a story tied to stages. So if you are interested in the story, you will try to clear the stages to read the story through. But Arknights can be read through without playing the stages. There are ways to read the story without having to engage with those stages. There's an Arknights reader out there, a website for it. You can go YouTube. People put entire fucking chapter playthroughs, not without the stages, just the entire visual novel experience. 2 hours on YouTube. You just go there and watch it. If you really want that, instead of like the AK reader, because some people want the more interactive, slightly more interactive option of having to see the text like scroll out like a visual novel setting. So you still stand by the notion that games are meant to be enjoyed. If you don't like it, play something else that's fun for you. If only more people thought that way, right? A lot of people sometimes play games to find an excuse to engage with people, whether it's negative or positive. There are some people who literally just play Endfield just to have a reason to shit on Endfield, because, you know, it validates them. Oh, I've played the game before, so I have the right to shit on this game and shit on the community, shit on this, shit on that. If you like shitting so much, just go to the fucking toilet, man. That's perfect for you. You can, and you get the flush. Some people do think that just because they've played the game to maybe a certain extent, they are allowed to have ridiculous opinions on the game. It validates them. It's so weird. Helldivers 2 was in your rotation, for example. I think I saw some mention of the Helldivers aspect in regards to Endfield, at least with the, I think the gacha pulling felt like it, like the spaceship drops. or whatever that was. Finish Endfield, just log in dailies for now. Well, you finished 1.0, you haven't finished Endfield as a whole. So when people talk about the 100% cannot see, it's not, it cannot not see, it's a hell dive, okay? You agree with the idea of not doing things you know you won't get enjoyment out of, but you can't really say that. The purpose always needs to be have fun. You spend 100 hours playing IS4 and you don't really have fun most of the time, but the gratification you get when you do a world first kill makes all the hours of grind worth it. Motivation is a very important thing to separate from enjoyment. You can be motivated to play a game but not enjoy it. For example, do you think I enjoy playing arts only runs? To some extent, yes. To some extent, I do. What kind of stupid question am I trying to put to you guys? But yes, to some extent, I do enjoy playing the arts only niche. So your motivation to play the game does not necessarily derive from enjoyment. That's the most important thing that people need to put. That's that very important nuance that a lot of people miss. You don't play the game because you enjoy, have fun, playing it all the time. Your motivation to play the game may be different. Maybe you derive the fun from something else. The fun isn't always intrinsic to your motivations. It could be some external validation, like show people you're clear. But there was a period of time where some channels, including mine, did the thing where you share videos of your stage clears to me, like in a unique way. Maybe you do Bird Knights, maybe you do Vanguard Knights. I don't know. That is extrinsic because you get the validation from outside. It's not an intrinsic thing where you know you are satisfied with this. And in my niche, it's a very weird thing because with Zai, you play Bird Knights. Bird Knights, there are other people who play Liberi only as well out there in JP, in CN. Now, for me, it's a different thing. We have a slight difference there. Okay, the motivations may be quite similar for how we choose to play and choose to derive gratification from doing what we do. The most stark difference between us is that nobody plays my niche. So everything I do is a world first. Nobody else plays it. I don't know a single person on JP, on CN who plays arts damage only. Only I do it. Me moving to your niche just to cuck you. You're welcome to try, honestly. It's a very counterintuitive niche to how people normally play. So normally you will face your vanguards to the enemies because you want them to hit as early as possible, get as much damage. Because most vanguards are physical damage when they do their normal attacks. Okay? Not most, I think all of them. But they have arts skills. I have to face them away and hope that, that like Texas, they have like a diamond range. Because otherwise, how the heck am I supposed to damage people? And I am forced to use vanguards for some clears because casters are expensive. In Endfield, you don't have such a hang-up. You don't have deployment cost. You only have SP, the skill cost, that's it. You still get to use silence altars, so all is okay. Yeah, I mean, I had trade-offs for like being able to use everything as long as they didn't do damage, because the way to play arts damage only is extremely rough. Sometimes like the way you see certain clears happen, they don't happen because I got the idea right away. I had to fail like for 5-6 hours before the idea came about. But I mean, the core idea is always to finish the stage using arts damage only. So time for me to play no skill or out gaming. Normal attacks only, I think that it's a possible thing, yeah. Just never use skills, never use skills, just hit with normal attacks only, but it will take a fucking long ass time, like. The HP is a thing. HP is going to be your biggest barrier. Never heal? Just not you have dodge in this game. You can just it's not chance based. It's not like specialist knights where people are farming like a week for that edge case of like, oh, I need that 2% chance of rolling. Okay, let's see what else I miss. It still falls into what your goals are. I often talked about in the past how I kept interest in Arknights for so long. I will expand on that later for a bit. I read the others. You play fuck around and find out Pepe hands. Do you just go in without reading what the enemies are and just like finding out the hard way? Perhaps fun is not the right word. You're in agreement with Zopni because the core of your opposition is a lot of debate about games gets hit by the thought-terminating cliche of, well, games are supposed to be fun. For me, if you say talk about just look at the angle of well, games are supposed to be fun, then the converse will happen where sometimes people just find the games not fun. And for me, this is where the problem comes in. When people start getting into this binary thing where it's just games are fun, games are not fun. This game is fun to me, this game is not fun for me. When you get into this binary thing, you lose all the nuance of why you love certain games for certain aspects. Sometimes you love the game for an aspect that of the game itself, not the whole package of the game. Because it's not possible for you to just like every single thing about the game itself. So the binary argument just falls flat on its face. Because if you enjoy the game, therefore there won't be anything that you dislike about the game, which is not true. Because I love Arknights. I played it for like close to 6.5 years already. At this point, I'm a day one player. And there are still aspects that I bitch about the game and go on tirades on stream, you know, for like hours on end. And I never stop. In spite of that, I still love the game because there's aspects of the game that I find fun. Even though there are aspects of the game I also find not so fun. By locking everything in well, games are supposed to be fun, games are not fun for you, don't play it, then it's so binary where it's just, it lacks that nuance and the sense of community that some people gather around aspects of the game, you know. Sometimes, and Endfield could be, people just like the character designs, the characters themselves. They may not like the combat, they may not like the factory, but they love the characters. So they could like Endfield just for the characters themselves and not because of the gameplay. Because the story, the lore, you know, people love things for different motivations. And we get back to the goals thing. So a way to keep your interest in a game for a long time and to hold interest in it, for me personally, is to find a goal you can set in the game. So let's say, okay, right now my goal is to get Yvonne because I love Viva characters. Right, I've liked them from like not maybe day one, but the first month of Arknights when I decided to go a little bit into the lore, the different races of the game. I looked at that as like, I love the designs generally of this race. I like them so much. Like for Zai, it's maybe the Liberis, like the birds, right? My case, it's I like the draconic ones. The Dracos, the Weavers, the Sway fragments, I guess, because they all have the same longs, right? Long as well, Chen. So my goal right now is to get Yvonne. So what keeps me playing the game right now? Get enough pulls to get Yvonne. Hopefully, I don't know, if I may not get her. But if I don't get her, I'll be disappointed. That's it. But I'll suck it up and move on. Right, after all, I'm playing this game free to play. I'm not gonna put money into this. I'm too broke for that. So I'm just gonna continue on my way. I've been free to play in Arknights for like 6 years already. So this isn't a hard thing to do. There's no urge to spend whatsoever. Games are subjective for what fun is. Exactly. So there are different types of community where people bend around aspects of the game for different things. Some of the boring games can have the most dedicated fan base. All you need is just one. All you need is just one. You know the meme, right? where they say, oh, if this game has 100 fans or this person has 100 fans, and then like if there are no fans left, then that I no longer exist, right? That kind of mentality, it will always be for around for any kind of. That's why they call fans, right? Fans are shortened from fanatics. People who are extremely dedicated and are very fervent in their support. That funny copy paste, exactly. That's what I think. You like to play your skewer sorting game because you like sorting. You see that your motivations for the game, for me, is the primary driving force as to why you play a game. The fun thing is subjective because, you know, what you derive joy from is different. Maybe some people just like the thrill of having headhunting all the time, so they just every patch that comes around, they will go all out to farm every single gacha currency they have to go and gamble on the headhunting banner, and then they get the, if they get the character, they get, you know, the highs of the dopamine rush. Right, getting the on banner character. Maybe they got 3 of the on banner character in a single tempo, which is a very edge case, but you know, just saying that kind of thing happened, and they're like, oh, it gives them such a liberating feeling. But that's their enjoyment of the game. So they play the game to get gacha pulls. That's their motivation. What they found fun was getting the on banner 6-star and multiple copies. Wow, if they get that, that's an even better bonus on top of whatever they got. They find fun, they find joy in that. Great, fantastic. But who am I to judge, right? I can't say just because I don't enjoy the gacha aspect of the game that, you know, I don't like this gambling part and the really low chances and me constantly failing to get the character I want, that I say this is not fun, and I have to impose that idea of, oh, this is not fun on someone else. I don't enjoy the gacha system, but that doesn't mean other people don't don't have the same thoughts and that they enjoy the gacha system, because winning low chances gives them like even bigger rush. Like they know they won, they beat the game at this particular aspect. Another 1.5 minute ad, ditch. It's all about that dopamine hit. Yeah, you keep running into ads, right? I'm sorry, shit happens. So yeah, I'll bring it back to the sponsored creators thing, where if the creator telling you, the creators out there are telling you that if you don't have fun in the game, you can try something else that's more up your alley, that's a valid point. If the creators are telling you to try to have fun in this game, like, what defines fun then? It's so vague to just simply tell someone like fun. Well, like I said, when you derive certain enjoyment aspects from aspects of the game, right? It's from different aspects. A lot of people got fixated on, oh, I love the factory. That's fun for them. You cannot take the creator's words and say, oh, that's sure, then I'll just go and find something fun to do about the game. You're not gonna play the game to find something fun just because they told you that. Because if you don't have the will to play the game, which is basically your motivation to actually engage with the game, then you have no reason to play it long enough to find something fun. You are too broke to afford paid Twitch. I'm too broke to do anything right now, so it is what it is. Fortunately for everyone here, you need to shut up and cook dinner. Okay, have good dinner, Zob. I will see you when you're done with it, maybe. Right, thanks for lurking. Gacha is gacha. Sometimes you don't get what you want, yes. Sometimes you just do not get what you want. It's ultimately it's like loot boxes and gambling and all that. So the same thing with the Ultimate Team, right, on EA Sports. In the past it was FIFA, now it's like EAFC, same thing. Same thing. It's still gacha. But yet people spend a fuck ton of money on that. In fact, I think
in terms of the gacha systems out there, right, and the predatory shit, EAFC is probably the worst one because it's got to do with a sport that's very global and very international and very accessible, and therefore it draws people in because it's something that they enjoy participating in. So yeah, don't take everything that a creator tells you at face value. If they tell you, oh, the Endfield is fun, please go try it. I want to show you what's fun about Endfield. They can probably show you like 5 different things that they themselves find fun, but that is subjective. You may not find it fun. But what you can do is that you try to take their opinions and incorporate it into your own perception of the game. Like whether you agree with it or not is another thing altogether. Just try to incorporate many viewpoints. But there's also that option, just don't engage with these types of content and taint your view in a way, because if I wouldn't say altering your perceptions of the game is a bad thing, because it could be for the positive side, but it's just I guess some people don't want to have too much to think about. They just want to play games for their own personal reasons, whether it's to get away from reality or is it to engage in something that they don't normally get to do. Like what are the chances that someone has had first-hand experience of it, like actually industrializing like playable a playable world? There are games that do that. There's like SimCity, there's like Roller Coaster Tycoon, all that stuff. But, something else hits different, right, when you have more personal motivation to attach yourself to, rather than simply just the idea itself. Okay, here's the thing that a lot of people are gonna be a bit more polarized with. Following makeup creators, follow creators. Okay, I think some of you will have a lot to say about all these this next point. Are some creators trying to stir out drama? Are some people trying to stir up drama? Yes, for their own personal thing. Instead of like focusing on the game, right? It's now personal. I like that creators are there to draw attention to the game, but when they draw attention to the game for less than savory reasons, that's where I start to have a problem. A little skirmish here and there, a little bit of disagreement here and there, okay, that's fine. Everyone has their own differing schools of thought. So what is your goal in achieving a certain thing? Like, personal goals to expand viewer base or content. I despise this type of content. Don't expect me to get into any of these, because I am not a fan of these. Even if I want to get into beef with someone, I wouldn't do it on a fucking YouTube video. I'll do it on the Discord, within the confines of like a personal community or something. Okay, we keep it in the community itself. We don't air our dirty laundry out to the public. That's for others. I don't want 100,000 people on YouTube to see that I have a beef with someone else. What my beef is personal. I do see no reason to bring it to the public. I can have disagreements with people in the community, but I will never try to bring it up to YouTube. It's so stupid to do so. I will call you out on my stream. I won't call you out on the YouTube video itself. Because on the stream, maybe in a 6 hour like 6 hour stream, right? It's only maybe a small 15-minute, 20-minute part at best. I'm not gonna center my entire stream around you just because I have beef around you. And that's what some creators have been doing. Or even on Twitch, on YouTube, whatever. Put this out, like, you know, the Mr. Poke Sentontas thing going on, and then like 2 hours of airing public drama out in the open. Go on to Twitter to dig out every single little tweet, to try to scrutinize every single little thing they said before, every little tiny detail, and then extrapolate based on that, and then start attacking them ad hominem. The Mr. Poke and Sentontas thing, I think they have beefing from even back in Wuthering Waves or something, because they both play the game. And Sentontas, I think he made his name off Ua, if I'm not wrong. Then he came into the AKE space later on. Makeup creators a lot because shared interest. Okay, shared interest is one of the things why people watch, but drama is also another thing why people watch. Generally speaking, drama videos get more views than guide videos or video game content videos. Yes, unfortunately that's the case. So 无聊. Okay, got some local lingo and Chinese lingo, yeah. For just context, anyone who's not familiar with the Chinese or Chinese terms that sometimes will get shot out here by myself or someone else familiar with it, 无聊 just means you have nothing better to do. Yeah, there's nothing to keep your interest, so you have nothing better to do. You stir trouble, you stir drama, you do whatever. For all I know, you could pretend to be beefing and be in cahoots in DMs to make drama. I genuinely do think they are actual beefing. They are not doing it for the camera. They genuinely just don't like each other. If it gets to a point where they start digging each other's Twitter out for all these types of rubbish, right? Then yes, it is not fake anymore. I don't think so. There are some bigger creators that Sentontas will not go after because he's quite cordial with them, I think. But Sentontas has gone out, like I said, let me solo them. He's attacked, I think, around 9 or 10 other creators who also play Endfield. That is not a small amount. One person against 10 is like bringing back the days of Tectone again, where Tectone was pretty much beefing every other fucking Genshin creator out there as well back then. Yeah, kind of like all the Tectone drama a while ago. People don't like it like it's now. Okay, I've much as I'd love to do it, I did manage to see some Sentontas stuff. He has a very weird way of portraying or having a stance. Sometimes she can appear to give some valid takes, but 95% of them are going to be inflammatory. And he frames it as such that he is in it or saying it because he plays the game a lot. He plays the shit out of the game. And he feels like he has a right to be saying some of the things he does because he's in the end game. And I'm like, at 1.0 of any game, is there truly any end game to speak of in the first place? Is that really a thing? No, is it really a thing? And some of his beef, right, carry over from Ua is extremely funny. Like how do you make it such that a Ua beef comes over to another game community completely? How does that even happen? And at that point, you're not just trying to farm off the new community in the game of another game that you're getting into. You're trying to farm off old beef, old moldy beef. Professional shit stirrer, yeah. If it's from Wu, please just fucking keep it over. Why bring everything over just because they play the game as well, and then you want to start bringing everything over? At that point, it starts to get personal because it feels like one side felt the other party went personal, so they decided, okay, this one gets personal. Now we'll go personal, and then it just from there it just it fails to contain itself. It just continues on and on and on, and it never stops. Because the moment there's another perceived slight from the other party, another response video will come out, and the response video will come out, and the response video will come out left, right, center, every few days. And the past week or so, I think I've been trying to see there's like interesting Enfield content out there. And what YouTube thinks is interesting is that I get recommended beef and drama videos from every fucking corner of Enfield right now. I don't even know how that even happens. That's not interesting to me. I want to actually see some stuff like people doing stupid shit in Enfield. So professional shit stirrer, definitely. That's real and will always be real. I describe it as a let me solo them up, I'll be honest. But he's the most egregious one right now, more than any other creator. Is there actually Enfield related drama, or is it content creators covering Enfield who happen to be beefing personally? I think there is some aspect where it's Enfield related drama. There is some aspect of it, like the one party says or try to make content on what they believe is good in the game, and then the other starts to say don't listen to them, they're not telling you the full truth, and then starts to make content based on that. But what you say is Enfield related drama that escalates to personal beef. I feel like some of the roots have been festering for years. It's both, but it's more because it's more personal than it is Enfield. You miss all of that, thankfully, yeah. So we'll just for Sentinel, I don't even want to point out the most obvious one is obviously the one against Mr. Poke. That's the only one. Now we will talk about one that is a little bit closer to and more relevant to us. So we have the Toboro cookie beef going on for like the past year. Zai, I think you are the one that's the most seen the most of that, more than any of us here. And I know you don't like to talk about it and you don't really want to address it, but unfortunately this one of these things will end up popping out at some point when I talk about the community and the beef and all that. So I apologize beforehand if this touches some sensitive nerves, but I want to give my you have your thoughts and your stance have been solid for like 8 months. So if I want to ask if I'm open to answering, you're open to answering, but wouldn't say anymore that you're, I believe some parts of it I've seen already your thoughts on it, but we'll probably address it from my own perspective. My own perspective is that it's festered over a year. Cookie's not very happy with Tobo's framing and presentation of Enfield and like dooming for pretty much a whole year before the game's release. Okay, but he's of the idea that is very damaging, which I agree to an extent. It can be seen that there is some apprehension to trying Enfield for whoever has actually seen the video. Tobo on his end, he also is not absolved of any fault whatsoever, because he just wants to put his opinion out there, which I think is fair. Yeah, you find out a lot of it manipulative. Cookie's been selectively showing certain assets like clips or narrative, frame a narrative. He has done so, yes. He has done so. So I recently managed to finally get some time to watch Tobo's actual first so-called drama-inducing video in the death knell of gacha games, right? Hugely exaggerated, of course, for his end. He as much as he has put the video out and the title and the thumbnail style, everything. He admits it's clickbait. He's gamed the algorithm. Okay, so just to draw people in to watch. His true thoughts are in the video, and I think it's not exactly how he framed the title to be. So it's a little bit, you feel a bit cheated, yes. The dooming in the end came down to just disappointment. It was not actually dooming at all. Ultimately, he just but there's one line that I don't agree with. That it's hugely associated with him right now. A game for everyone is a game for no one. I've spoken at length about this previously before. I feel like that line is very very subjective, and it cannot represent a true view of anyone's perspective of let's say Endfield or any other game as a whole. A game for everyone means it's trying to cater to everyone. It doesn't mean it's a game for no one, because if you're trying to touch on 5 or 6 different bases, right, you're at least going to get half of it right. At least 3 bases are going to be touched upon. So there are people who enjoy solely. I think there are some viewers who came in. They told me that they enjoy the aspect of the factory more than the combat. So they got to a point where they just play through everything just so they can get to the deeper reaches of the factory. So is that not capturing a niche and capturing someone's niche? So it's a game for them. How is it a game for nobody if you're saying it's so far-reaching and so wide-reaching that they're trying to stretch themselves and not get to a point? In the commentary video, Cookie put out, Cookie kept cutting him off when Tobo tried to say his honest opinion or something. Cookie doesn't agree with showing, and then Cookie keeps trying to say he kept trying to get into contact with Tobo to talk it through and then show select screenshots where Tobo is always the one trying to get in the call. My issue with this the portrayal, right, is that he did a 10-minute video. You can't show a lot in 10 minutes. You have to selectively frame something if that's the case. Now, I'm not saying his video has like some incorrect stuff or stuff that he shouldn't have said at all. But my issue with it is the video is meant to be a response. And do you know why? Do you know what I believe? He may have said, okay, I don't want to get into drama, you know, that I feel like there's some hypocrisy with the way he's framing it, you know, like you don't want to get into drama, but I couldn't take it anymore. Like, you couldn't take it anymore, just how about just ignoring it? But he's trying to, I've seen the framing even on the video. Like I did a commentary on like back in August, I think. It was in August, around the time where the calls happened, apparently. I don't know if there are like hardcore fans of Cookie over here that I will end up offending saying this by, but I always felt that very conversation just highlighted to me one very, very dark aspect of this entire drama thing, which shouldn't have even happened in the first place. The bigger creator is trying to bully the smaller creator into retracting their comments or to change their statements on what has already been out. Feel free to chime in on this if you disagree, but or agree, it doesn't matter. That was the vibe I got, and it was a very disturbing vibe because I always see people portray Cookie as this wholesome uncle type figure, you know, of the AK community, and then the vibes I got from the conversation was just disappointment from a more established creator to someone who was slightly newer and smaller. Okay, that part is understandable. I mean, he was so negative in the portrayal of his disappointment over several videos. Like the dodge thing, especially the dodge one, I think felt like the first one was okay. Then the dodge one felt like he wanted to hammer a nail into something, like to hammer home a point. So that ticked Cookie off quite a bit. He didn't like it, so the calls happened, all that stuff, address, and I think October on this also didn't like the way Cookie was framing his words as well. It's like, you're misinterpreting what I am trying to say, because that's not how I intended to come across. Unfortunately, the way Tobo framed a lot of his videos, right, the mood generally was just very negative about it, so people just fed off that mood, you know, and vibe completely. I think he got quite harassed for a period of time as well for videos that he made. Like, Cookie didn't like the negativity, which I think is fine. I didn't like the negativity as well. I didn't quite like the negative framing. You keep having nothing good to say, right? You will end up really having nothing good eventually to just go by. Everything is just fixated on this is from the heart, this is disappointment, this is this is that, and then the whole mood of your channel also changes, because that's the only thing you've been making over a course of 1 year. I'm not saying his videos are really well made, by the way, really well worth the watch just for the quality of the production and how he's chosen to come across in terms of editing it. But the general narrative is that just consistent throughout all the videos he's made, and is that the mood is very deflated from what could have been a beautiful idea. Now the problem is he keeps harping on that one thing where it's like he keeps talking about the vision, but what he believes to be the vision may not be what the developers wanted, because the developers clearly took RA, Reclamation Algorithm, from the original Arknights game as an inspiration and base for creating Endfield gameplay mechanics, and then made it into 3D form. At least that's how I see it, because there are a lot of similarities between that game mode and Endfield itself. You know, you gather materials by, you know, hunting, killing certain animals. You get a fillet of steak, get a slug meat, you know, then cook them together with some herbs or whatever ingredients, and then make this delicious meal that gives HP recovery. So quite some similarities there to be seen between the two different, like one game mode of Arknights and the Enfield's core gameplay itself. People keep getting quiet about it because having met in real life as well, I've spoken to associates of his, and other people may realize he has mean girl energy. I don't know if you have ever remembered that he talked about his past. Were you there in the early days when he did that? Probably not my position to like share the entire thing, but he did mention, like, okay, this one is probably just a brief mention. He said that in the past he was like very prideful, very elitist kind of person. Like he will be like he got offended a lot of people in the past with that kind of attitude. They decided to like change his approach, you know, change his mindset, and kind of grow up from that phase. Remember that he hasn't changed, just learned to hide it. But I guess yeah, that's that thing, right? Where people just never really changed. In my opinion, it hasn't changed what Fallen says. Honestly, yeah. I see where you guys are coming from. Yes, because I do get the vibe like why he tries to come across as the wholesome that this if he didn't come out with the video to Kid Tobo, right, with I would say yes, I would have agreed that he changed. But yeah, now that the video has come out and everything, the motivations are very pure and simple. So I will probably just say something really controversial here. It may not be something that people are agreeing with. In your opinion, Bombawap says on YouTube, you're of the opinion that Tobo's video felt like he was trying to stir up outrage, but you don't think he was necessarily wanting to come across as that. It's more he was extremely frustrated and wanted to express that. A very good articulation of what the video vibe was like, because that is exactly the vibe I got. If you have remember what I said earlier on, he came across as deflated, and the framing, everything was like really negative. So everyone just fixated on the negative thing. So now he has got this steeped in reputation from the general public, right? That whoever's seen those videos, he's this doom poster who likes to gatekeep. Which I don't think is a true reflection of his personality, because I've been around even from his earlier days as a content creator. He's just someone who likes to be vocal and be hard on sleeve. And unfortunately, in the space of YouTube, right, people don't like that. Once they have this image of you in a certain way, right, they will be stuck thinking that way for years to come. And like I said, the Cookie's like framing of himself as like this wholesome streamer, right, has been kind of ruined in the past month or two, just because of that video where he put out against Tobo. And I'll go back to the motivation for putting out the video. Is speculation on my end. I will I mean I know him personally for like a couple of years as well, but I just want to give you guys more of like the video side. I don't want to talk too much on the personal thing too much, because it's not fully relevant. So it's more relevant to talk about current times. The reason why he put the video out against Tobo, right, is because Tobo's video blew up, and he didn't like that. Tobo's video, I think, got close to 200,000 views, right, on the last one. Last time I knew off anyway, it's like 190k plus. It's a difficult thing to balance, where you show your frustration without stirring people's emotions, but he knew what he was doing when he played the YouTube game. Like he said, he clickbaited. People will look at that and straight away be drawn in. Oh, okay, that's the point you're trying to make. No matter what your content is inside, right? The title kind of just identifies and finalizes people's impressions. It's possible to change, but it requires people to listen to want to be better. Yeah. Will you be big when Cookie bullies you? Maybe. I feel like that's a thing. Yeah. Your sign of success. Okay. Falling at a very long tirade about your own personal thing with Cookie, but yeah, I'll just let you vent it out. I suppose you've been probably wanting to vent it out for a while, and I'll just leave it. It's not too much relevance to the topic we have at hand, apart from maybe the more personal portrayal. That's it. plays into our previous discussion about people having a vested conflict of interest in wanting Enfield to be succeed or be viewed positively for ulterior motives. You also think blaming Tomo's video for any negative reception is stupid when the PayPal fiasco was right there. Yes, I also made my own video about the PayPal fiasco myself, but I did it from a perspective where you see, I'm a small creator, no one is gonna watch that perspective though. I did it from a perspective where I felt like the PayPal fiasco needed some like token of compensation to the players, more of because they acknowledged they should have done better, so they just like give up. What they did was they just swept everything under the rug. Yes, they refunded everything. Supposedly, I think there's implication that some people got to keep what they already got out of it. But that's only for me to speculate. I've never seen someone outright say that. And then I brought back the point of the Tons fiasco back in 2020. If anyone remembers that one. So summer of 2020, Heart of Surging Flame, one of the older Arknights events, got rerun for the first time. What did Hypergriff do? Decided it was a fucking smart idea to put out a banner for Tons, a new character, into an event rerun, where most people couldn't get the entire thing about the event reruns is that once you clear the event before, you will not get extra premium currency, which is the Originite Prime. It's the equivalent of Origeometries in Endfield. Nobody gets that anymore. So what happens? What happens? People are going to be outraged about it. So they gave a lot of outrage from the CN community, and then they said, okay, we will do better next time. We will not do this kind of stupid thing again, where you can't get extra currency, and then we will put some unrelated banner inside. So what transpired after that is that they give compensation for another event later on, which was, I think, the Great Chief, Gabriel the Great Chief, right? They gave a tempo for that, from that Tons fiasco on that event itself. I don't know if this will ever happen for where we're getting compensation to acknowledge the PayPal shit was just not supposed to happen, but it's been a month since, and the free tempo that we did get had nothing to do with the PayPal thing at all. It was for 30 million downloads celebration, so nobody cares about that. This may be too cynical of me, but you think the reason it didn't happen on Endfield is because Endfield is a greedy game. But we'll get to the greedy part later, because I have the same feeling. So, see, Zai, we have a lot of views about Endfield that we agree on, I feel. And you're here's some of it. Right now, I'll just preface it first. Yes, I do think Endfield is a greedy game. The compensation was the refunds, because if you spend the money, you got to keep what you bought. You've spent the money. Yeah, that's what I got as well. PayPal was shut down by the time you got home from work. Well, it released like an hour and a half before, so it is what it is. Love to contribute to your perspective and see if we did the same work to come to the... nah. I don't know about the work I've done. So yeah. Wants to capitalize on the popularity, upgraded from clickbait titles and thumbnails to clickbait content. I talked about it many times before, you know. Like some creators just went from... they realized that they're not doing that well, so they switched up to do the clickbait route. Unfortunately, the clickbait route kind of just destroyed them from the inside as well, because what they used to be known for just got erased and overwritten by the current economy of their video output. Is what I'm saying. It's not limited to Cookie or any like other creator. Like we know Super kind of just goes in all in on this clickbait shit, and he gets the views though. But that's because he's staying in his lane. If you try to stretch out from your lane after trying to lay your route somewhere else, right, then that's a problem. You can see why some videos don't branch out very well for some creators. Okay, what else did I miss? Mean Girl Smirk. I don't know what the Mean Girl Smirk is like. Which part of the video are you talking about? Mean Girl Smirk. Included the vid cam when making the video, showing him laughing throughout the time of ranking on Tobo. But Tobo didn't have face cam on any, like, on the Discord. He just went on the call, that's it. So yeah. All you're saying is that you heard it not from them, but heard it from multiple people. They asked on the stream he should make a response video and his chat told him no, but he did it anyway. Zai, I will go back to this point where you know why the video came out, right? The lack of clarity for release time was poor. Okay, before we get back to that video thing, the PayPal issue where it's like it released early, right? The purported release timing was for at least for my case 11 AM UTC plus 8. So if anyone is like on the same timing as the game itself, the server of the game, UTC minus 7, 15 hours before, something like that. So that will be your time frame for like the actual purported release. But apparently they decided open servers early, 2 hours before. So I think at 9 AM I was seeing people saying on my chat, oh, Enfield's released already, you can get into the game. And I was like, okay, I'll just wait for a bit, I'll just talk about what I want to talk about, then I'll get into the game. I got into the game 9:45 AM my time. That'll be an hour and 15 minutes before purported release. It's not even lack of clarity, they just decided to open early. Something which AK has never really done before, by the way. When they said that maintenance was gonna end at that time, the server opened at that time for any event in particular. So yeah, Zai's account kind of just corroborates what I just said. They opened 2 hours early because at 9 AM I was seeing 9 AM my time I was seeing the same thing. So you're saying 7 PM Pacific. It was supposed to be around 1700 for you. Open 1600 or earlier. It probably opened like 1500 for you. So I'm correct on that. 2 hours. Really, Endfield server for all the tech tests has always been open before announced time, so technically in character, but once in a while AK servers open at the time the notice say it would, usually earlier. Maybe like few minutes earlier. I don't expect 2 hours earlier. I think they were trying to really capitalize on the hype and people couldn't wait, so they were like, okay, let's open early, let people in early. Only for the PayPal thing to backfire and blow up in their faces, which is extremely funny. And up until today, PayPal has not been enabled, re-enabled as a payment option still. So it is what it is. Okay, back to the video I'm talking about. So you mentioned that you heard from some sources that people were saying, no, don't make a video anymore, just leave it be. The reason why he made the video, I reiterate, was because Tobo's video blew out of proportion for what he had expected. Now, bear in mind that Tobo's video is based on closed beta test 2. It's not on the release of the game. But the timing of it could not have been more appropriate, because he released it on the day of fucking release itself, or a day after. So around the time when launch was happening. The most watched Enfield clip on Twitch is Fort Master getting robbed. Master of getting robbed, I guess, by by PayPal. Fort Master more like getting robbed Master. I'm sorry, Fort. There are many meaningful differences between CB2 and live release, so you consider a fair accounting. Yeah, so it's the thing is the timing of it. So clearly the thing blew up to the tune of like almost 200,000 views, and he didn't like that. I think if Tobo's video got less traction, like maybe a quarter, 50k or less, he might have let it go. But he felt it was a perceived slight against Enfield, like this bad actor trying to present what he felt was inaccurate portrayal of the game's presentation. And it was more of a personal presentation, which is right, by the way. It is a personal presentation on Tobo's side. Please do not get it mixed up with an unbiased review, because it was a very biased review based on his own experiences. And he is fair and valid for that. The thing is, Lizara, Scarlet, Dreamy. Yeah, Lizara is basically went by the old moniker Dreamy back in AK days. The old guide maker, yes. Made a negative review of the beta too, but only like 15 minutes and she didn't get attacked. She made only one, right? The consistent thing that Cookie has, at least I give respect to, is that he was very adamant that it's the framing and the presentation and the constant rehashing and reskins of content, as he put it in his video. Because it's 6 videos, so it's like, I think that's the last straw. If maybe the last one didn't blow up, maybe the video would not have been made, and we will still have a much better image, I guess, public image of Cookie. You didn't agree with some of the stuff Tobo said, but you can see where it's coming from because of the logical review. I feel like there's Tobo constantly emphasizes that his views are very personal, and that people should have the agency to think for themselves. But that is only apparent when you watch the videos. If you don't watch the videos, just go by the thumbnails and whatever people are saying about it, then no. You won't get that vibe. Of course, Cookie can only attack the framing because he can't attack the argument. He has never grasped the argument even from the first video. Me and 2 other CCs have, and at different times tried to explain the argument and the reasoning behind it, and he dismissed it every single time. So if whatever he's arguing against, it makes is whatever he believes Tobo's perspective to be. Yeah, but because the issue being that he has the problem with Tobo, like own perspective. It's not that he has a problem with some other people's perspective of what Tobo is saying. It's the person in question. So he feels like it's not relevant to take into account the other people's thing, because this is a thing between him and Tobo. So you guys stepping in actually didn't make a difference. Both are welcome to join you in speedrunning or enjoying the game. See, the thing is, so before the addressing Tobo's video, right? Cookie made one video. Endfield is more than a gacha. If you guys remember that one. Unfortunately, that didn't get too much traction. I think it was like, it did a fair number of views. It was like 15, 20k, thereabouts. Not enough to make an impact on the community from a viewership and attention grabbing perspective. But Tobo's video did it, with its more negative framing. Unfortunately, it always happens to be the case where the more negative, controversial opinion in the title tends to drag in more and more people, because I just feel like the YouTube space is in such a shit state right now, where people are drawn in more in the drawn in more by the negative side, because you know there's more entertainment to be derived from that than positive ones. Because in positive ones, if you speak glowingly of something, where there's not much to pick about, at best you can only attack the portrayal and framing, where it's like, oh, it's just a positive thing, you're just shilling, you know, the usual arguments. You're shilling, you're paid to say all these things for PR. But in a more negative one, there's more. It's more picked apart. Positive ones tend to be a bit more condensed into the good points, while the okay. I'll just get back to that. I need to rethink how I say this to not be too aggressive about it. As more CC on the sidelines, you never watch videos for either side, so you don't have opinions on that. Okay, fair. Both are welcome. Okay, I think I missed that one. Both are welcome. I did see earlier on. Small CC on the sidelines, you're set to see drama as a driving factor for Endfield content. Okay, I'll get back to the drama thing later after I read all these. Never going to make a difference in his mindset. Once he's set and seeing a situation through, he believes to be, blame someone, whatever you say will not change his view. Speaking from multiple modding issues he's had when it was still active. Okay, regarding intervention, the funny thing is that, at least for your experience, not sure about other CCs, he approached you for advice on how to handle the situation. So I'm saying that it didn't matter is because you were all outside the conflict is extremely funny in the sense of why bother asking for opinions on how to handle if you're not gonna listen to it anyway. Okay, don't let me distract you. Okay, so I was on the positive negative framing thing, right? So if someone does more positive stuff, they're gonna condense more of the positive stuff into a video. So it's let's say we use duration as the litmus test. 15 minutes, 20 minutes of a positive glowing review, which I will probably link back to, I don't know if Phoenix is still around. Phoenix sent me a video that someone made of like a very refreshing, positive take about Endfield and its different charms. It took roughly about 20 odd minutes. Now, when you get into the negative stuff, people tend to be more interested to pick apart every single little nitpicky detail they can actually like try to, anything they have a bone to pick with, they will do it. They'll just try to draw every little thing out. Like, I don't like this part of the game, I don't like this. There's so many things to pick up. And then because it's more picked apart, it's more scrutinized, right? And because it's more scrutinized, it tends to be more detailed as a result. Whether it's detailed in a good way, in the sense that it's not circular arguments all over the place, is another thing up for debate. But because these videos tend to be a little bit more fleshed out than the positive ones, because once you say something good about something, it's just like that's good. You will not even bother to give the nuance anymore. And when you say about negative, you're just going all in on every single negativity that you can find or pick apart. So you tend to see negative videos like have double or even triple durations of positive video. So it ends up drawing more publicity as a result. So people tend to fixate more on the lacking a negative aspect of anything. Okay, psychological thing. Because negativity bias or something, don't know what the official term is. Humans remember the negative more strongly than remember the positives. That's a famous Chinese saying, and I'll reiterate for you guys and give you the English variation as well. So the Chinese saying goes, something like 坏事只需要三天传，好事需要3年传, something like that. I probably got the entire thing wrong, but the framing of this is and what this idiom is trying to tell people, right, is that it takes 3 days for people to find to hear of negative stuff, or maybe even 3 hours. Right, if you exaggerate enough, it takes 3 years for good deeds to get out in the open. Negativity bias, actual psychological phenomenon. Psych is not your field. Psych is none of our fields actually, unless you're an actual psychologist. So yeah, the Chinese saying is very apt here because it really does spread like wildfire. Bad news spreads like wildfire, like they say. Well, good deeds take an age to review themselves. English Twitter was talking about the phrase a couple of years ago, and the lie has crossed the country. The truth has only got its pants on. Yeah, it's various ways of dressing the phrase up. But the idea is that, you know, any negative or bad news that you hear will quickly spread its roots to be really wide-reaching and viral. And any good stuff takes a really long time to incubate and really come to the fore. Like, good deeds really take a long time to surface. And you only find that when people build up a culture or a reputation, it takes maybe 2-3 years to do it. And it only takes one fucking YouTube video to bring down your entire reputation, let's be real. That's why you train your social media algorithms to only show you fat birds. Is Palika a fat bird? She might take issue with the fat part, but you know. Okay, but that's besides the point. Yeah, so the fact that the ratio is very funny. Okay, so here's the thing. Cookie's video I think got about 70k views, thereabouts. Or Tomo's got about 200k. It really does put home the ratio that is described in the idioms, you know, the Chinese idiom. They like to use like threes. I don't know rule of threes for every language, but in Chinese we love rule of threes for sure. It's about 3 times the viewership. You look, the negative one and the one trying to put down the negative one, it's 3 times. Palika is a middling bird, sorry, so she's not fat enough for you, Sedge. Palika, you're a fat bird. I mean, she's not fat. She's quite svelte. The phrase I got, one guy comes to mind. Which guy is that? The ears are so nice. The bird ears? Yeah. Yes, hi Fukui Katsu. Never heard that saying. Which saying? They are mediocre whips. You have to trust the bird expert here when she says she's not a fan of Palika. I like Palika though. Like, I love her eyes, especially. Her eyes are... One negative guy tore you down. Well, sometimes the negative guy could be yourself, you know, you tear yourself down. Yeah, I've seen countless content creators destroy themselves because they have that one fucking video or maybe a clip or something that went viral and it was a shit one that exposed them for personality traits or behaviors that never seemed to surface before. And then they destroy themselves from the inside. Extremely funny, by the way. Lava your wife. Okay, sure. Justice for whips. None of them owl burps. They're so adorable. Is she actually an owl? I saw some people say she's not an owl. That her name derives from a Polish or Slavic word for a specific species of bird. The recycle station birds are 10 out of 10 fat fucks. Yes! I think you're absolutely right about that. Yes, I agree as well. Guinea fowl. Yeah, that's the bird I'm supposedly hearing through the grapevine. Yes. So that's basically my thoughts on the beef between them. It's a nothing burger, but it feels like because I'll just summarize everything because it felt like he thought Tomo's video blew out of proportion for his liking, so he decided to make something about it. And I do pray for him that that's the last drama video he'll do in a long while, and that is because this one probably isn't deserved. I feel like his response was a bit fucking slow as well. I remember when I saw the video come out, right? He took so long to tell people not to go harass. That should be right at the as soon as you want to post a video like that, make sure you do that. It will change the perception of you to a more positive one, I would say. Yes, I may have made a video like this, but you know, please don't go harass the guy. I don't think I want my video to be seen as a personal attack, but he took a fucking couple of hours to do that, so I feel like that damages the image a bit. Do it right away if you really didn't intend to. I think the intent was there. The intent was very clear. He may have denied it, but you know, it's very clear. I find that very hypocritical because like it's not. You really did not intend to do it. Put it out right away. Nobody's gonna say anything about it. Because if you put it out right away, right, the framing changes. It's more like, okay, I just wanted to put this out because I want to debunk certain things he said and clarify what some things that he has said, maybe from his perspective. And it's more of clarification more than anything else. But it takes so long. In those 3 hours, how many people would have gone to fucking go after Tobo on Twitter? And I've seen some of the comments he got on Twitter is not very friendly at all. Actual fucking harassment, bro. Like, go live your life. Like, why are you sad enough to go tell someone real shit stuff, you know, on Twitter? For me, that's not the way. Yeah, if your intent was not that how you intend it to be, and at least have some matter of clarification, or not immediately. Don't do it right like after you farm the views for like 3 hours. It does reflects badly, you know. It reflects really badly. Tested lovers out. Highest recorded damage was 54,000. Yikes. Leopard never changes his spots. Opinion, it was done with negative intentions, but that's your opinion. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Made 2 fucking Tobos about Tobo and only made a do not harass disclaimer 3 hours after the second one in the comment. When I saw that one, it was like 2 hours in already. Yeah. Then I saw it from the 5 hours ago to 2 hours. I was like, okay, that's. I get to see it, right? the difference. 10 out of 10 for someone who claims to be metric that other CC should aspire to. No, I think his early content has been like on the fantastic side, but his content of late this disappoints me. To the point where I used to watch his videos, by the way. Not just to support. I genuinely thought they were quite well made in the early days. They are no longer the case, obviously. But this is a third party looking in, so don't take my words for it. If you do truly enjoy Cookie's content or Tobo's content, just watch them. I should have no bearing on that. Tobo does not deserve this kind of treatment, but I don't want to go to that extent of saying that he invited it, but 6 videos. Someone would have done it at some point. It's just that I think Cookie's call out was most prominent. I think there was was it Toho Sniper 98 or something, that guy on Twitch. Sometimes we see him on Twitch as well. He also put out some videos against Tobo, but those are not as okay, I got locked out. Fuck.
Arknights.
This to remind me that I'm an Arknights. Sentontas one wasn't a hit piece though. He's got nothing to do with it. Toho Sniper's one was a hit piece. Directly aiming at him, and it was extremely funny because he keeps trying to tear Tobo down for whatever reason. He thinks it comes across as disingenuous, at least for that. So whatever. I think Tobo got exasperated with that guy because like, what the fuck are you trying to get at me at? I done nothing to you. Wait, okay, at least there's some history, right? You can understand why the beef came about and the way it's panned out. Toho Snipers was extremely fucking funny. Sentontas, I think I saw the video he made on but he watched. Did he watch Tobo's one or watch Cookie's one for that? I don't know, but I would say if you get Sentontas' attention at any like positive or negative, I don't think it's a completely good thing. Like if you eventually get associated with him, right, you might get the let me solo them. You might be part of the let me solo them, the them part. Because Sentontas is on a fucking crusade right now, I think. I don't know, but you have a confession to make about the Toho video. It's not really drama, it's just really stupid. No, okay, Toho Sniper did not completely go after Tobo in a personal sense. He just felt like excuse me. The thing came about because Toho Sniper felt like he was basically misrepresenting the whole gacha space. That's the angle I got from his video portrayal, and then he got offended that giving basically gacha games a bad rep through the videos that he's put out. And Toho Sniper has always talked about he's also played Arknights for a long time, and that the gatekeeping and elitism should not. I think the gatekeeping and elitism he agrees with. That's a funny part, but should not affect that for newer people to come into the space. At least that's how he tried to come across. You are the person who asked Toho Sniper's Wishadel in his video. In your defense, you did not know it was Art. Sorry, Art, not asked. Did not know it was him, and he was in the student queue with a full meta roster. Get the fuck out, I'm trying to help noobs. Oh, he was in the coach student queue? I love that emote, by the way. Omega LOL eating an eggplant. It's one of the best emotes I ever added here. Help me create a team. I'm a beginner. You promise? He was in student and you paired with him as coach. Why are you in a student queue as a fucking meta player? You should know the game by then. Or was he there to troll people as well? I don't know. Or maybe he queued up wrongly as a student. He wanted to queue up as a coach. I don't know. I can only speculate at this point. Maybe he wanted to snipe someone. I don't know. Stream snipe someone. Snipe someone from clearing. I don't think he's that malicious, right? I don't want to believe that he's that malicious. You can't apply as a coach until you clear the stage. Wait, so you have to play as a student one time? Because I never played the coach student thing. I only played like the regular lobbies. You just have to clear a set number of stages. Oh. So he might be... Maybe he queued wrong, I don't know. Maybe he queued wrongly. And it just so happened, you know, you made it into his video because you arced his Wishadel. Unfortunate, I suppose. Unfortunate series of events that contrived and to culminate in a very interesting perspective. But one thing he did take an issue with was Tobo's like toxicity. I don't think I agree with that toxicity thing. I mean I can't partake in this kind of trolling or anything like that. I wouldn't do it though. I'm just saying, I'm not someone who, if someone plays Wisher there, I'll like, oh, why you play Wisher there? I wanted to play my stuff, you know, but now you're killing everything, you're clearing everything. What am I supposed to do now? Am I just the third party sitting down spectating? You get what I mean? So just stay out of student queue as a 120. Yeah, I mean that's true. Steal all your meta ops. And jokes on people who play meta ops, right? I play niche knights. I am not affected by people taking Surtur or all that stuff. I have alternatives, you know. You want to take Surtur, that's fine. I have Viviana. You want to take Wisher, I mean I have Reed. If you want to take Lapland and Golden Glow, that's fine as well. I have Aya, I have Ifrit. I can bring a bunch of stuff. I'm flexible. Why do you think I have 100 plus E2s? It's just so I run into situations like these, I have options. Me, when I do roster swap and give them Liberi and refuse to use their broken units. Oh yeah, there's the roster swap thing. I tried roster swap a couple of times. I didn't like the roster swap that much because I tend to pick stuff that I like to play. So when people play roster stuff, right? They end up not knowing how to use. If I don't have like Lapland, Golden Glow, the easiest stuff to use, right? They can't use my stuff at all. They won't know how to use them. And then we start dying. I've had situations where I knew how to use the swap roster, but they didn't know how to use my roster. So they just deployed and took spaces that would have been beneficial for me just because they didn't know how to use them. And then we ended up losing. We lost. We did lose in the end. Next icebreaker, you're never gonna leave roster swap because once you unlock it, you don't have enough arcs for Wishadel, Lapalter, Tragodia, Exalted. Look, I will play Necras, but some people maybe don't like Necras because, you know, she perceived to, you know, be a cheap summoner. But she's not cheap by any means because she's quite expensive. Summoners are usually what, 10-11 cost? She's 21. So get over yourself. You did this with Phalanx, Liberator, Bard, and stuff that cannot auto, and ended up having to give only Liberi because everyone kept failing. Fellow Necros, enjoy your hair. The world's only 620 arts damage clear. Necros core, by the way. She was the key to clearing the whole thing. Without her, the run really falls apart because it was thanks to her holding the middle lane that I could think about what I was able to do to clear the ones on the top left. I will not up the Necros, but technically she's dead, you know? Well, undead, not really dead, you know. Like, you can't kill the undead, you can only keep them down for a while. You accept Necros because even though she's overtuned, her summons are funny. Do you know what's the part about Necros that stops her from being super overpowered? It's the fact that the summon spawns are random. And that you have to manually at least have the thing placed down on the right spot before you can sit down forever. There is some level of micromanagement going on. It's not her cost, her cost 21. 21 is what Aya cost. Aya, people just put her out, Volcano, everything. Like, what the heck? It's the spawn of the, okay, let's say you're on Necros S3. Right? The big guy comes out. Right? Necros S3, the big guy comes out. But it spawned on the wrong spot. Like, to a spot maybe it cannot block anything with. And that's the powerful one. You want the 4 block, right? You want the 2 block to be the one blocking stuff. It's not as tanky as well. You have to readjust and make sure it spawns on the right spot. How many chances you get for that is another thing altogether. That stops her from being broken, I think. They are random. It's any deployable tile within her range. Because sometimes it also depends on if there were enemies in her range. I've experienced this where I killed stuff and the enemy was no longer in her range while the skill is going. There's three ticks to the three bursts of damage that comes from that. During the three bursts, if let's say I killed that one enemy, right, and there's no enemy in range to spawn the thing on, it can spawn on a tile. Let's say you know some of those off ground tiles where you can deploy people on but they cannot block. Those off tiles, like I think there were some in the current SS event, like the boss stage itself. There was so many of those ground tiles where it was off tile. It was spawned on those instead. So you actually have to readjust the spawn again to ensure that you wanted it on the right spot. So it's there's some level of micromanagement that if people are to use Necra, she's not that straightforward after all. And the fact that on S3, right, all the smaller spawns will get eaten up, they will disappear. They will become food for the big one, SHP. So there's that risk of you just accidentally removing certain blocks because they disappeared, and you were not finished killing with killing the enemy yet. So that's why I emphasize that's the importance. Yeah. So it's really weird. Okay. I think we've harped long enough on this topic. We'll move on. But this was probably the biggest topic I want to talk about with the community stuff, because the creators are a huge part of the community regardless. This one, okay, just briefly covering it. Some creators, I think they in particular just try to jump on relevancy. I don't know why is there a market for endgame videos in a 1.0 patch. I don't understand. I'm a bit lost. Why is there mentions of endgame in 1.0? Just because you finish all the content in 1.0 doesn't mean you reach the endgame. It's not true. That is not necessarily a true thing. Yes, it can correlate, but it's not necessarily the be all and all. Endgame tier list and team comps. Yeah, okay, we'll get to that. Now we get to the tier list. I despise tier lists. That's my thing. I know there are creators out there who treat tier lists like another aspect of the game that they can touch on content. Because, you know, meta relevancy, gameplay. I despise tier lists because they are very... I see them as arbitrary. You don't really have a solid answer, but you believe that people in the gacha space specifically have desire for more instant gratification, that the idea of endgame doesn't happen until patch 1.5 never occurs to them, and we have must endgame now, guides now, all the rewards now. That's true. The rewards thing actually it ties into the story as well, but we'll talk more about story later on. Now it's not the thing. So while some creators are focused on that, my own content is I'm largely streaming Endfield. I have made just one video on Endfield and it's got nothing to do with gameplay or any part of the game aspect except the payment system. Disappointing. I didn't want that to happen, but it is what it is. some people are presenting Umbro Monument as some sort of endgame. I ended up feeling more like a combat event where I just do some gimmick fights. It's the beginning of endgame. It's a teaser as to what endgame could look like in the future. I wouldn't say it's a specific endgame thing. It's endgame like mode, I suppose. Like for people who eventually want to get there, you kind of need to have 2-3 teams. If you're not that good at the game, you know, it's better to have more variety to help you deal with certain threats that they put out. You go grab your dinner right now so you can be here for all the story discussion because there's so many thoughts, right? Have fun with dinner, and I hope you have a good one. Eat good food, and you can be back recharged for later on. In the meantime, I'll just ramble on until we get to that part. Did I see the GFL2 tier list drama? What about GFL2? Was it at the beginning of the game or is it a recent thing? I played GFL in the past, not played GFL2 specifically, but I played GFL in the past. I never got into Exilium because I decided to not pick it up. Yeah, that's about it. A lot of it is dodge fest. You like how devs gave every healer 6-star to everyone at the start. Can't complain not having a good healer, but it's not the 6-star healer thing in Ardelia, right? We have Snowshine. Snowshine was free as well. Pre-reg rewards, remember guys? But yeah, I seen Bumblebop like jump over to the Twitch side. I think you definitely might enjoy the Twitch side more for the emotes and stuff. You can do emotes, I think, more liberally. I haven't personally tried Umbro, but I've seen some people play it, and Umbro is not too different from some other game modes you've played before, like the Stygian Abyss in Genshin, or the Shield Defense or Deadly Assault in modes in Zenless Zone Zero. It's not too different. Right, just waves of enemies you gotta fight, fight, win. But the emphasis being you need extra little bit of variety in your team composition. Like, sure, you can clear everything in just one single team fully built up, you know, level 80, level 90, who cares? But you use YouTube as a background content thing. Twitch definitely better for chatting, yes. Better for interactions, but you know, it is what it is. Oh wow, my phone ran out of battery. Means I've been yapping too long. It is what it is. I'll connect back later. So for now, no music. Split 1 tier list. I don't like tier lists. I will re-emphasize the thing about tier lists. I despise tier lists. Tier lists are a very cheap way to get representation of who is meta, who is not. Nice for a first impression thing. But when you actually start going to kit examinations, where you're talking about, let's say, Gilberta is great at crowd control. You're gonna get into the nuances of a kit. You're not getting anywhere with that, for sure. You brought it up because it's kind of irrelevant, because you absolutely have to follow a tier list at the start of the game when it's going to change. Tier lists are such a dynamic environment and very subjective based on certain metrics. I don't know what criteria that they chose to use. Those the criteria can change, but it's usually tilted towards DPS. Unfortunately, they never give respect to defensive characters. They never give respect to the healers, because they don't do damage. They don't contribute to you finishing the enemy off. Sustain, what sustain? I just need to kill everything faster. What is sustain? If I can get... No, if you get big PP numbers and it's big PP numbers in healing, nobody gives a shit. Like, you can go from maybe... It's not exaggerated to the extent, but let's say if someone was able to heal a level 90 character who has 9,000 health from 800 HP. So it's like 8k heal. Nobody thinks good of an 8k heal. But if you do 800,000 damage to an enemy with your ultimate, that's what people want to see. So you have the instant gratification part where it's just tied into the damage numbers. I see big damage numbers, I feel happy. Dopamine hits. I am excited. I feel joy. I feel I don't know, whatever positive feelings that can be derived from that. And you finally got Arknight. I got every 5-star already. Let's be real. Yeah, any Uma Musume lovers? Arknight is one of them. Poggers. Looks like people are happy for you. I'm happy for you as well. I got every 5-star already, by the way. My last missing one was a Tapan, and I got away with that one. Okay, let's just charge my phone up for a bit. Hans Gamba, Uma mentioned, yes. She is an Uma Musume. If I'm not wrong, she's a zebra. I think she's a zebra, yeah. But she has like the electric element, so she's like speed. You know, I am speed. You are missing everyone's less potential. I only have one max pot 5-star. It's Chen. I don't know how many pulls you guys done to do that, to get your max pots or anything like that, but my every winner is pot 3, I think. Myself. Should be pot 3. I want to just say something. I have no pot 0 5-star right now until the new one comes up. Yeah, so I talked about more of my content. I just stream Endfield and all that stuff. Right now I'm just charging my phone, so there's no music going on. Some content creators are just jumping on the relevancy and the recency. So you see Sentontas, I think he's largely trying to create that recency thing. So the most recent thing is him creating drama against other creators for whatever reason. I don't know why that should be the case with the game. I do think he enjoys the game though. Like Sentontas, he may shit a lot about the on the game, but he plays it enough to want to make 50 videos about it. I don't think it's someone who dislikes the game actively. But he's trying. I guess he's trying to play up this. Since nobody wants to be the bad guy, I'll be the bad guy kind of portrayal. Because someone has to be the bad guy, right? And if being the bad guy brings him the viewership, it's fine. Right? He's okay with it. I mean I cannot knock the approach. It's his thing. He decided to play into it and lean into it is his thing. It's fine. Who are we to say about it? Katsuragi Ace. Chen hits like a truck. Chen is supposed to hit like a truck anyway. She has the vulnerability thing, yeah. Reforging 3 for operator contract and Arsenal collection. Reforging 3, which one was that? Not just a bad guy, I'm the bad guy. I mean, you see, there's always that one person who takes it upon themselves like, yeah, someone's gotta be the villain. I guess I'll play it. I'm comfortable playing it. If others aren't comfortable with it, I'll do it. Right? But what I dislike is when people try to play devil's advocate and be a bit more negative. And then they are like acting like they don't want to do it. I'm forced to do this. You are not forced to do it. You do it because you want to. Nobody forced you into this. You should never feel pressure to put out review or a piece of content that is focusing on, say, maybe more the negative aspects than the positive ones, and feeling like you were forced to make this kind of thing. There's never anyone forcing anyone to put any content out, you know that? It should always be because you want to do it as the creator. Cause why would you put something out if it wasn't something you wanted to create? Like a video about a subject, a video about gameplay, a video about lessons, giving people the deep dive in maybe Enfield lore. Which I tell you, Enfield lore videos are very scarce right now. Nobody cares about it, but we'll get to the story part later because it's one of the criticisms that I'll address, and I'll give my own perspective. I touched upon it briefly in the first part of the Endfield Babble, right? Where I talked about the what's the thing called again? The story relative to Arknights from someone who's played Arknights before, and I decided to just expand upon the point because it's actually talking about the story, because it's one of the criticisms that has come across to people out there. And it's not like the story is completely bad either. It's just a certain aspect of the story that has not pleased some people in the community. Not say myself per se, because I'm just taking things as they go. I've been in this space for so long, there's no point for that. Law Skipper, so you thought story was simple, but okay, but a bit simple. Wasn't Arknights the same way? In the first 4 chapters. Chapter 0 to 3. Endfield has the same problem as well. Because you're trying to build the world in the early beginning, there's a lot of lore drops, there's a lot of exposition, there's a lot of I'm trying to paint this world to the players of the game. But because there's so much information, it ends up being information overload. So what this ends up bringing to players is that there's too much to process. And with the attention span of gacha gamers as a whole, right, in general, who is to say that they can positively take this as their experience of the game in terms of story? We'll get to the instant gratification part, because even in story, that's exactly what they want. But I will give you the framings of it later on when we get to the actual story bits. But right now, I'll just give you a brief detail as to why that could be a reason. Also, we are not seeing any lore like deep dives in Enfield. Plus, it's only 1.0. Lore deep dives in 1.0, I think it's a bit much to ask for. There's not much to go by. You only have like the Valley 4 story and the Wuling story that's not even finished yet. The Wuling story is only like, what, part 1? So, want to make it digestible? It's probably the reason why they dumped so much in the archives, but how many people here read the archives? Let's be real. I ask the YouTube side and the Twitch side. How many of you actually read the archives? Or just continue playing the game? How many of you actually do that? Let's be real here. Be honest with yourselves. Don't give me a politically correct answer, or an answer you think I would like to hear. Just give me something that is real. Do you actually read the archive stuff? Because there's one very egregious example I'll put. So you know, one of the siblings of the who are working for the UWST that you run into. The brother, his first encounter with you is to immediately identify Chen as the wrong race. It's like me going up to someone on the street. They look kind of Chinese, right? Then I assume immediately that they are Chinese. But no, I'm not Chinese. I know I look. I may have ancestry from China and all that, but I'm kind of mixed at this point. So I don't fully identify as Chinese. Right, completely just mislabels the ethnicity that she's along. Okay, he called her a Viver. It's a huge difference because Vivers tend to have a bit more, Vivers have more reptilian looking tails. You look at Yvonne. Her tail is like closer to that of maybe an Archosauria, like a alligator or crocodile base. Archive just to press notif button. I guess. Lady was acting like the whole time like we were long lost lovers, and did we have a child we didn't know about? Wuling excursion? Why is Lady acting like we checked and dumped her? Zhuang? Zhuang Fangyi? I do get some shippy vibe from her, yeah. I did get some, but then again, Pelika also had some shippy vibes. Chen's is not. Chen is like that little sister kind of character, you know, like a bit dumb. Not super insightful for most part, but emotionally she's very connected. I think it's wrong to label that she's not insightful at all. Chen is very emotionally insightful. She kind of has a good read on people's moods and emotions and the atmosphere itself. She's not very good with the more logical aspects of thinking, which is yeah, she has high EQ, low IQ, I suppose, if you want to really put it that way. But Chen is a dumbass who's the comic relief, but sometimes has those deep moments. No ordinary people would, only law divers. Yeah, I guess because I'm one of those people who like to read stuff, right, and learn. I jump into the archive quite. I went to look into the, because it was quite interesting. They gave you this lore archive file, right, which is called race. So I was like, okay, I'll just look at the race. Oh, they describe all the elder, the ancients, and all the stuff that I already know because I play Arknights, but someone else may not have known because they did not play Arknights before. You wouldn't know what's a Savra if you never play Arknights. A Savra is like lizard men, lizard people as a whole. Chen is a goofball, but she's intelligent. But it is canon that she's not very gifted in terms of analytical intelligence. She's very surface level. And I've mentioned this before many times. Chen is the real player insert, not the admin. Because a lot of how Chen's reactions turn out to be, right, and pan out, it feels like what players would how players will react to it. I feel like she's the real player insert for a lot of the stuff. Like, you look at the certain, maybe she goes into an area and looks at it and wonder. And then you as the player, you probably would look to this area like, wow, so this area is so pretty. But Wuling had fantastic architectural designs and a fantastic visual representation. And then you're like, wow, this city looks so great. And then she's like, she'll go there and she's like, wow. You get what I mean? So Chen is the real player insert, not the admin. Oh wait, always remember that. Chen of Talos is far opposite of Chen in Terra, with the only similarity being the swordsmanship. They don't even call it swordsmanship, they call it swordmancy. For whatever reason, they decide to come up with another term completely. Swordmancy is like, I feel like they just mash together the word swordsmanship and geomancy and just call it a day. That's my thing though. That's my thing. Only similarity being swordsmanship, I think it's a family art at this point, the swordsmanship thing. So you can't really say too much about that. Yeah. So sorry, yeah, my bad. My what? No. I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything. I just felt like they came out with a different term for it for whatever reason. So I feel like in terms of the AK Enfield space, right, you need to, if you wanted to find insightful videos, there are few and far between. There are not a lot of them. Some of the bigger creators have some like that.
But a lot of them are very simplistic. They're just going, should you get Gilberta, for example, because right now Gilberta is on the banner. Should you get Lavatate being the very first banner? Like, first banner may as well just go for her, right? She is the first opening banner for a reason. And then if you decide to go wait for Yvonne later on, Yvonne has her own charms, but I'll get to that whenever, because there are a lot of places and that we will go to, and a lot of time to talk about those aspects of characters. Well, eventually I do want to do a lore specific stream where I just sit down and we'll read through all the stuff. I won't care about giving TLDRs to people because technically I am also learning about the new characters, because they are distinctly different. Even if they look similar to, say, Gilberta looks similar to Angelina, they don't have the same exact history, you know. So maybe sit down one day and just decide I'm going to look through their profiles, you know, all the operator files and all that stuff, just to find out more about them and their relevancy to the story. Really nice. Should I maxport Yvonne? You should never maxport anything in Arknights in the first place unless you really like them. Bloody autocorrect. good excuse there, good excuse. Yeah, but Lord Dives, I hope to see more, but nah, there's none yet. And there's not much of the story to go by anyways to really get into the lore. We're only at the beginning. Lord Dives, if I would say an appropriate timing will be like 4 months into the game, maybe about 1.3 patch or something. Maybe there's enough to go by that we can start thinking about speculation of the future events and what is to come. Okay, right, so I do want to get into this aspect. So we kept talking about the state of AKE space, the content creation stuff right now, and then what people have been going by, creating their content about, whether it's clickbait, drama, you know, guides, whatever. Right? I think the only one of the few big creators who hasn't really engaged in too much of these drama shit is this Q. Q's just doing his own thing, and he's been like this for the longest time, you know. He did weigh in on the gacha thing, but try to give people a more positive viewing of the gacha. But I tell you, the gacha is if I start on the gacha now, we'll never finish this part. So I will take I'll take my time with it. We'll talk about it later. You were lucky enough to get Gilberta Yvonne on the Gilberta banner, so you couldn't be relieved because you can save a pool. Well, I have to go for her, so I have to actually throw a bunch of pools into Yvonne's banner now, and I have to win 50-50. That's awful. Bro created guides for Endfield while creating guides for AK event, Oyuki as well. Oh, Oyuki is one of the JP side ones, so Oyuki is also playing Endfield, right? So yeah, props to these people. They are doing their thing. They are doing the best they can. Really cool. Yeah, they're doing that's in their space. They're not like into the drama shit, you know. This is about to. If you want any more positive stuff, let's go watch these people instead. They have more stuff that gets you away from the negativity of some parts of the Endfield space. Yeah, absolutely doing lots of work because they've been there for a while. So what I want to put across though is that even if those negative stuff drives Enfield's engagement, please always remember it's not representative of the game itself. People can talk shit about the game, but the game is actually good, in your opinion, and that's all that matters. You will play the game because you think it's good, not because people talk shit about it. In fact, you might be more inclined to try to defend the game against these naysayers. It only reflects the state of the community of the game, not the game specifically itself, and how inclusive it is. And when we get back to the inclusive part, is this a thing with the
gatekeeping and elitism part. So Arknights has never been free of this throughout its entire life service span. Even for the original tower defense game, 6 years, it's still been plagued by it as well at some point. You think for best route for gacha games is to go in without knowledge and only search up guides or tutorials when you're late to middle game content. That kind of plays into my perspective, Galaxy Monster Killer. I talked about earlier on, I think you weren't here, how I didn't want to try out Endfield in its early stages, like all the alpha test, you know, closed beta test 1 and 2. I chose not to do it because I wanted a fresh perspective on the game. I wanted to experience the game as a finished product that the devs thought was meant to be released on day one. So I chose not to participate on those, even having been the previous Arknights creator. I've just anything you hear about the game right now is just me having experienced it from day one. And by day one, I don't mean day one of Enfield's 2023 technical test or whatsoever. Day one of the live service release. So my view is completely based on that and is untainted by previous impressions. So once you get the previous impression, it's very difficult to dissociate yourself from it. While I find it easier than others to just enjoy the game on its own, even in spite of having previous experiences before, it will still to some extent influence what some of the things that I will say about the game. Because inevitably there will be comparison. Oh, I've experienced it before, so I like the experience. I will compare this current experience to the previous experience I've had. Because that's my reference point. So if I have no reference point, it's completely untainted, it's genuine, it's really for full release on its own. It's what I want to call it. I hope you guys understand why I didn't bother with all the early builds and stuff, because that's not the final product. You get what I mean? But there are some people who play the final, like the betas and all that, just to get more content to present to people from a streamer's point of view. Just my thing though, yeah. That's my take. So any inclusivity for Endfield, I think the inclusivity comes from the fact that the factory is very interesting. The factory is very. Thank you for the sub on the YouTube site. Galaxy Monster Killer 2. Right. Hopefully this discussion has interested you to come by a bit more often. For so I do have these tirades, rants, and ramblings going on. I wanted to do this more because, you know, Endfield first month. It's basically past its first month already. It's more than 30 days now, so it is what it is. It's perfect time to talk about this. And I think few others want to address this to the depth I've chosen to. Some of them are just going to talk about the regular stuff. You know, like Umbro just released is the true endgame mode. I'm not going to talk about specifically just that. There's so much more to talk about. So very simple question you can answer. You like the game so far, you continue to play the game. I think everyone should take that. Call you by Galaxy, you're tuning really because of time zone. You're in Europe and it's almost 3 AM right now. Today I just chose to pick this timing because it's convenient for me as well. I used to, just so you know, I used to stream in Europe time as well. So it will be if it's on Euro time, it will be roughly about 1 AM my time. That will be about 4-5 AM your time, 4-5 PM your time, but it's about evening-ish. I have some streams that go along that period as well, but yeah. That was my early schedule, by the way. It's more EU time. Now it's just gone back to more early Southeast Asian time, where I'm from, and a little bit of NA timing. So more NA people watching. Yeah, so I hope I'm not keeping you up though, because while it is the weekend, you still need sleep no matter what, and rest. Right. So back to the game's inclusivity. I feel like the factory part has really brought a lot of people together, because there are people who out there played Factorial before, they played Satisfactory, they played SimCity, Roller Coaster Tycoon, all these like construction games. factory builds. So they keep themselves interested in that aspect of the game. While there's also another aspect of the game there's two core aspects of the game: factory, combat. And then there's the combat crowd, the more 3D gacha space crowd. They like the Zenless Zone Zeros. Oh, follow on Twitch as well. That's insane. I guess some of you are on both platforms, so it is what it is. You think it's better to talk on Twitch? I also do think it's that's the case, but yeah. Do what is comfortable for you guys. So let's get back to the thing where I talk about the two different core aspects of the game, because the two different core aspects of the game attract different crowds. Well, the one I was talking about was the combat. People like more Genshin fighting, Zenless Zone Zero fighting. We won't put HSR into this because HSR is a little bit more like tactical strategy, not so much the action part. So it's very pleasing to see Endfield still having a combat system that's still able to stand out even in the midst of the current market. Because I think the combo skills thing and the fact that the AI is controlling your operators who are not under your manual control to still be fighting using AI, because it's very pleasing to see that I pick a team of 4 and I see that team of 4 fighting, rather than just 1v1 most of the time. Zenless is the thing where they do 1v1, and Genshin also does the 1v1 thing. You can swap out to other characters, yes, to as part of your team to induce reactions, anomalies, whatnot. We have reactions in this game as well, but they can apply it for you because you can choose all their skills on the fly separately. So each operator sold separately, like the Hot Wheels ad used to say, Hot Wheels each sold separately, the track and the car, something like that. So they're all separate packages, so you can treat the combat as one full package, but each individual operator, you can just choose to use their skill. Even if you are not in control of them, you can choose to cast their skill as part of the combat system. And it's really nice. And yeah, even the factory part, they give you the option of using blueprint if you did not want to bother with the intricacies of it. I thought I would resort to blueprint and ended up spending hours making my factory. I think that's the unexpected part for Endfield, is that people came in not expecting to engage much with the factory or because it's just not that thing. And then when they started building stuff, then they decided, damn, this feels like Lego all over again. I get to build stuff that looks nice to me. I get to build stuff that I like to see. It's like Minecraft but gacha game. It's oversimplification, but yeah, it's quite similar. It's overly simplified at that point. Minecraft has its own nuances, and Endfield is not that deep with the factories. And some people are like just being complete economists about it. So they're like, seeing production numbers, seeing their output. Oh, I'm doing very well in my output. I'm producing absolute efficiency. My output is perfect. My is matching what I'm using. My expenditure, everything is balanced. So it's like seeing your balance sheets, your finances going really well. Like you're doing absolute efficiency for your. You can go for the gains as well, which is more what we call the financial profit side. But in games like these, you just want to do the bare minimum, get the absolute little min-max out of every little thing, minimizing waste, maximizing gain. And some economist players, end up doing this, end up doing that, and then getting exactly what they want. Fantastic. Rig the stock redistribution, yes. Stock oh, there is a little bit, yeah. I guess the social aspect as well with the stock. Saint Tontas is an absolute hater just reading the things on the in the screen. He's been going around antagonizing other content creators for whatever reason, I don't know. His latest beef is just Mr. Poke. I think that's the big one. But a lot of these other creators I've stated before, they played Wua with him as well. So he came over from Wua. And he brought all the drama with him. I don't even understand. Anyone who plays Wua here can actually confirm Wua has a lot of fucking drama going on. Because that is what looks like to me from the outside looking in. I don't play Wua. So we have one confirmation here. It's a lot. A lot of Wua drama. Not too unlike the Genshin ones in the past. You came from Wua, but were you aware of Saint Tontas? Before that, he had one video where he was like, I think him and another supposedly him and another creator going against like 7 or 8 different others. So it's like, let me solo them. And then he's going out there just going at people, and I'm like, why? And he's digging out stuff from Twitter. He's digging out stuff on their Discord servers. I don't know how he gets those information. Maybe he's planted moles there, and the spies. So maybe that's where he gets those. Better not talk about false accusations that could lead to court for serious crimes. Those are stuff he said on the stream. How's that? How's that misrepresentation or me saying something wrong? It's just me outside looking at. I've watched some of the videos. Why is he going people? What is going on? He tended to give people go at people if he thought they were glazing. Endfield. It was extremely funny because let people glaze the game, man. What the fuck? If people allow you to hate on the game, then let people glaze the game likewise. You watched him daily because you agreed with his views on Genshin. Only about how I had features like skip button. And then he realized he just hates all games, so you stopped watching. So you've had experience with him before. I see. I see. Okay, it's not... The worst part about him is probably not the fact that he has bad takes all the time. It's the fact that he can have pretty measured takes at times. But he just chooses to go all in on the villain arc. I don't get it. And he keeps spitting one very prominent phrase from the very beginning of the game. Hyper grifter. He's for him, it's more of it's not specifically the fact that they are glazing AK Endfield. It's the fact that they have no background in Arknights. They are basically what some people derogatory by derogatory terms call tourists. You know, gacha tourists. So they make the tours around the Hoyo games. Maybe a bit of AK here and there. Maybe they've never played AK before. Maybe they've gone around Uwa. Reverse 1999, whatever. So he believes these people have no right to constantly speak glowingly about the game on a regular basis, because he feels like they misrepresent what the game actually is, which is extremely funny because I'm sure people can watch those videos and be able to think for themselves. They don't need Sentontas to be the representative of them and go out there and call this creator out for, you know, glazing Endfield endlessly. There's no point for that. You don't win points for that either. If I watch Sentontas' video and then I give you a view on it, it's my own view. I came to a conclusion after having watched the video and having stuff to infer from, sometimes outright facts as well to rely on. Because there are some things that he speaks out as facts, and I believe those are facts because you can corroborate those. But a lot of the time it's nothing burger. Because those moments are few and far between. So he ends up speaking in a lot of a waffle. He waffles about and there's nothing being said in the end. And his gimmick is just he's quite someone with quite the gift for talking. I don't think I personally have the gift for talking. I do like to talk a lot, to be fair, but if you guys think otherwise, I feel like you know, maybe my talking streams are vindicated in a way. He talks a lot. There's a good sign of a content creator. You can talk a lot, like hours on end for content. Because otherwise, how else you create content? How else you derive content from? Okay, I've been ranting too much. Let me catch up a bit. Nikkei is such a Gunner game. Okay, Nikkei, fair. We talk about Gunner games. Zenless is also quite Gunner as well. Jiggle physics, like people say. Play war as well. Even you can assure you there's a lot of lines that be crossed by this man. But when I look at Sentontas' like video archive, right, like even just on the first page alone, if I look at Uwa stuff, I rarely see any negativity. If that's the case, is he a Kuro shield? A Kuro bot? Another ad. I'm sorry, but every hour you are subject to 3 minutes of ads. He's absolutely a Kuro bot. I have rational discussion where he seems to have an irrational hate boner for seemingly everything. I think before Endfield release, a lot of people were praying, you know, please don't get the attention of Sentontas, but it was inevitable. It was probably gonna happen at some point. He has quite a large following. He's almost 100k subs, if I'm not wrong, on YouTube, and he's got quite a big, large platform on Twitch as well. I'm considered quite small. Like I may be 2.6k. But most of you people, the 2.6k are only, how many of you here? 16 right now. So I don't have that big of a platform to compare with. But I feel like there is a section of his audience that watches just for the entertainment. Because he's quite expressive, I'll give him that. And part of the expressiveness comes from the fact that he's a cam streamer. I'm not a cam streamer. I can only rely on my voice and what you guys hear from me. So maybe I'm not that interesting. You have no face to append my voice to. So basically that dips the interest level a little bit. So maybe that's why I don't get such big viewership. But the bigger viewers all gravitate to people with cams because they actually have a face they can append an image to, you know, not just the voice, but reconcile that, you know, this guy sounds like that and looks like that, rather than this guy just sounds like that and there's nothing else to go by. I like a bit of the mystique here with what I've done over the last 6 years. The thing about the cam stream is that I'm not opposed to it. I just don't have a good setup for it. You will not have a good lighting or anything like that. It's very jarring, probably. You used to watch Techie for the lows. Can't believe people used to take him seriously. Techie is never serious, to be fair. There's an open meme that you watch Tectone for the drama and Kyo for the actual content for Arknights. Yeah. And Genshin as well, that's true. Kyo goes like between different games, right? Kyo is also a Hoyo creator. He was in the Zenless beta and all that stuff, so he is yeah. So I go back to Sentotas. He's a very big Kuroshu. I looked at his video titles and the thumbnails, and every time I get to a Wua video, it's a positive one, and I'm quite taken aback by the dichotomy between anything that's not Wuthering Waves and then something that's Wuthering Waves with his content, and he's like, yes, Wuthering Waves, they cooked. And then with Genshin, it's like, Genshin failed the player base. Endfield is trash. Endfield cheated players of their money. Enfield is okay. Maybe he never. I might exaggerate a bit, but it basically implies that Enfield has nothing to do. End of service is coming soon. But yeah, that's probably me putting words in my mouth. Let's just treat it like a joke. Just a meme, right? Just a disclaimer. Yeah. You wonder how KO does it without getting burnt out? Just corporate style videos, I guess. Your style of video. It's like Linus Tech Tips, you know. They just became completely corporate with how they produce their video, so they can do it by the numbers. Some of the content creators like Sentontas do it the same way. They pump videos out like it's fucking sand leaf in their in their factories, you know. They pump it out like the factory. Because you know the factory must grow. So what is the factory? You guys are the factory. It's not the videos that must grow, it's the subscriber count, the viewer count, they must grow. You are the factory. Anyone heard of Nicholas Light? I don't think so. Care to enlighten us who that is? Uwa does have really good updates. I heard fantastic things about 3.1. But since Uwa is very PC unfriendly, and the fact that I couldn't even get past the launcher, yeah, I'm never playing Uwa in my life, probably. I like some of the characters though. I would say if I were to get to Uwa, it'd probably be for the characters themselves. I like Lini, right? She that Gyaru girl. I like her design. Very appealing design. I think it's very popular, especially with the fact that my dress up darling, right, blew up a couple years ago, and then the Gyaru thing came to the mainstream. The Gyaru archetype is quite interesting because it's come to the forefront. It's like a trend. Even though we have Gyaru characters in manga in the past, or Gyaru inspired characters, right now we're on a trend where if one of the female MCs is like Gyaru archetype, and then they're like going to instantly become very popular because that's what's going right now, you know. The main female lead. Yes, hi Zai, welcome back. We're almost at the part where we can talk about the story, so I think it's perfect. I just want to close this out, yeah. You don't know how Genshin is now, but you heard it got better. You play a fair amount of time and you quite a ways back, and the gacha was god awful then 1 month, and you never got a 5-star outside any. Here you go once, nothing unnatural out the gacha, that's piss poor. Do you feel this way to Enfield gacha? Because I think it's quite similar. Enfield gacha seems to be quite piss poor as well. So what was that guy again? Nicholas Light. He's a variety streamer. He tried multiple gacha games. First Genshin, absolutely hated it. Called it slow after playing Wuwa. It blew up like 6 months ago, but I don't think it's prevalent anymore. See, the thing about content creation also, let me just put it in, right? If you have a viral video that catapults you to some extent, right? I think like with Tobo is like a series of videos that did that. But even then, the conversion to viewership is another thing altogether. You may get viral off the video, that people know you for that video, but are people staying for you? The conversion thing is the important thing. Like, are people staying for you? They want to follow you because you interest them enough to want to follow your journey as a content creator, whether you do streams or do videos. Nothing on that scale for sure. I feel like when we get to the gacha, I have a lot of shit to say about it, and because I'm one of them who criticize those people who criticize the gacha system, because maybe I'm spoiled by previous more welfare type gachas, like, you know, Arknights, but Endfield itself, I have my shit to say on it, and we'll get there. Right, so negative or positive aspects of the community can be around for as long as it exists, the game exists, and then even if the game goes EOS, there will still be an Enfield community. It won't just completely die out just overnight. People will still continue to talk about the characters that were beloved, the ones that left the greatest impression, the one that had the most prevalence in the story, let's say Pelika, Admin, or whatnot. We'll still be talking about them for years to come. But that being said, there is a very interesting part about the negativity. It can kind of induce a Streisand effect where people are kind of curious outside looking in, like the Twitter beef, the YouTube drama, and they're looking in and like, what's going on? Why is this game having so much attention and so much drama? Is it really on the game itself, or is it something else? And they might be tempted just to try the game just for the heck of it, just to see what's the furore or the fuss is, about. And then end up trying it. Streisand effect. The more you talk about it, the more it gets out there. But as much as some people believe that, Enfield should be gatekept from the tourists. The tourists are now more inclined to try because you try to gatekeep them. So what makes you want to gatekeep this game? Is it really that good? Or is it really that bad that you don't want me to play? Well, I'll play it just to spite you. It's basically cutting your nose just to spite your face. So you wanted to gatekeep them and ended up attracting them instead. Attracting the horde, as they call it. Yeah, Grand Blue is probably the standard for a lot of free pulls. I can easily just save like 4 or 5 months and I got like 300 pulls to pull someone I want. I've done that for one of Narumeya's I think it's the summer form, the swimsuit one. I did that, by the way. 300 pulls and I got it guaranteed. Make us work so hard for pulls. I think that's like every fucking gacha game these days, make you work hard for pulls. You do see issues like gacha is nothing as bad as what you see portrayed. To be fair, it's hard for you because you to be truly objective because you spam, but it didn't feel especially good or bad to you, and you've had hot and cold streaks. Okay, fair. I have reservations on the weapon currency, but then we'll need time to show how that pans out. We'll probably get to the weapons and how I feel on it as well later. They let PT carry over, that will go a long way. They do let it carry over to an extent, but not in the way that you think it is. The carryover is that all weapon gachas in Enfield go for 3 banners. So the entirety of the patch itself, as we are led to believe for 1.0. 3 characters, 3 separate limited banners, 3 separate weapon banners, but each weapon banner lasts 3 banners after. You get what I mean? 50 loss to guarantee. There is a guarantee. I think the guarantee is after 8 multis on the weapon banner. That will require you to have 1,920 multiplied by 6, which is I think close to 11k worth of Arsenal tickets. About there. Enfield gacha is pretty good. Maybe you got lucky. I'll get to that. I'll get to the lucky part. You will get addressed for sure. Alright, Galaxy, you'll get addressed for sure. Because I will mention that at some point. How long I'll take to get to that? Maybe maybe I'll alter the thing a bit just to address the gacha part earlier. Your first time 10 times in the game gave you 2 6 stars. My first multi didn't really do super well. It wasn't horrible either though. Not gacha related, but extremely grateful that gear is what it is. No chasing perfect RNG stats, just kind of with the essences. Yeah. Essences are a little bit RNG, but for most part you are guaranteed most of the stats you have. So it's good. Right. Yeah, are we not talking about the community Enfield because that will drag on too long already at this point. Right, so yeah, we're done with this. Now next, commonly seen criticisms. Okay, we'll get to the gacha aspect now. before we go back to the other stuff, kind of just jump points around. I know I want to go point by point, but let's be a bit flexible. Let's be a bit more dynamic. Let's talk about the gacha since we're on it already. Some of you guys have talked about it already. Then there's me. You only been on the standard banner if you've got fucking flooded with Adelias, 4 fucking Adelias. You're gonna throw whoever thought of reconveners out a window. Yeah, that's one of the points there. I know some people have that continuity dissonance with the Arknights universe. So that is a whole can of worms that we'll open up later on. Right, you only been on standard banner. How many pulls have you done on standard banner? 100 plus? I'm currently on maybe about 80 or 90 right now. Very long thought on reconveners. You hold it 240. 4 Ardelias. I think it's about right. I think on average you should get around like 65-ish to 70. Most of your 6 stars. Yeah, it's about normal. I don't think it's a shit rate. It's about expected. Maybe slightly better than expected even. 80 pulls of standard, you got 2 Ardelias. Well, I did around, I think, 90 pulls right now. And I've gotten... Was it 90 or maybe less than that? I think I've done less than 80 actually even. So less than 80 pulls, I got 2 6 stars from that already. I got Last Rite and I got Pogranichnik. Yeah, is that how you say his name? Pogranichnik. I got 2 6 stars already off like less than 80 pulls, so I standard banner I cannot complain, but Chartered, I have a lot of things to say about Chartered. So basic banner doesn't really hurt anyone. You will get pulls eventually, you will be able to pull on it, and the pull is quite rigid as it is. It's only 5 6 star characters inside. My issue is when we get into the limited banners. Okay, the limited banners are very awful. Okay, I think now is a good time to probably get back on the game window to show you guys exactly what I can be talking about here. Hang on, Endfield, share screen. Easier to visualize if I show you the banner than just talking about it like that, since we can be on the game already. Okay, my issue with the charter banner, the limited one, is very simple. It's greedy and it feels awful when you don't win early. You pull 188 because you got the HR supports that 10 times standard pack as well, but Zai has probably played through almost the whole thing already. We've played this like multiple times at this point, whatever we've out, so 240 is quite normal. Did your 50-50 on a limited banner. I had 3 6 times on the 6 star on the tempo. 3 6 stars on the limited banner. Now that's an unusual. Yeah, I'm not surprised you're not having too many bad things to say. Okay, but we'll go on to this thing about the. So they knew what they were doing when they designed this banner system. This banner system is extremely awful, by the way. It's meant to induce FOMO on you, so it's done in phases. There are 4 phases to this FOMO. First, the urgent recruitment. You get there at 30 pulls in, 3 multis. Right? I did it already, as you can see. So I'm 30 left. To get the headhunting dossier. Now that's stage 2. Stage 3 is the 50-50 guaranteed 6 star, but you're on 50-50. You can lose. And if the game decides you will lose, you lose. Right? Who is the winner in the end? 100% the game is the winner. You spend all this time playing to get your gacha currency, and there you are. The 4th stage is the hard guarantee for your guarantee on banner. 120. So at 30, 60, 80, 120. I've seen some people go all the way to 80. it's fucking awful to go all the way to 80, because at that point, if you get to 80, right, you rather just lose the 50-50, get someone else entirely. You might just have to go all the way with the remaining 40 pulls because of FOMO. But if your mentality is slightly different, maybe it's better to just win the 50-50 and get out already. But you see, you're so far in, it's only 40 more. Yes, hi, Mergan. You're of the opinion that you decide when you win. If you are kind of a spender in the game, right, then that is likelier to be the case. But I'm just saying that's likelier. There's also the alternative, just save hard for the characters that you do actually want the most. Say you want Yvonne, she's on the third and the last final banner rotation from day one. You were able to save 120 heart pity 100%, because I think on day one itself you could get already about 150 pulls. We completed every single little nook and cranny in the game, every quest, every mission. Now we've had events since, narrative events or whatnot that's been introduced. The story book was, I think, about 1,500 worth of oro barrels as well, so it's about 3 pulls. So those can add up. By now you have had about a month of logins. If you completed your dailies every single day, you would have hit 6,000, which is about 12 pools, I think. And then we have the note rewards, which I think gives 750 for 12 different notes. So 12 times 750 is like 600, 8,000 for 9,000. So 9,000 will be about slightly off 20 pulls, is like 18 pulls. So see, all these little things add up. So you can decide when you win if you decide to go hard guarantee. The problem is having to save, and you know how it is for gacha gamers and the gacha space itself. Some people are just lifelong gamblers. They are just going to go for it. I will gamble every single last single I have, single pool, just to get what I want, until I'm completely broke, and then complain about it, cry about it on social media, on Twitter, on Reddit. Damn it, I was 9 pulls away, but I don't think I have any more pulls I can come up with, and the banner's going away one day. What should I do? And then all the responses are, I guess you just gotta swipe, bro. You just gotta swipe. After 120, then your hands itch because pity does not carry over. The pity does carry over for the 6-star, the 80. It doesn't care. Like for me right now, I'm 64, right? This 64 carries over to Yvonne's banner. I will not get the 120 guarantee though. It will reset to 120. You get what I mean? So for me, it's greedy and it's awful, because in Endfield, right, it's one of those games where if you win early, you kind of one of the blessed ones. You beat the system. If you don't win early, you feel fucking awful. The closer you get to 80 and you win late, you'll be like, come on, man. If you're gonna make me win on 80, you have mixed feelings about it. You don't feel good about it though. And then if you're the type to want to do connection, you're okay losing the 50-50 because you accept that the 50-50 is gonna be a possible loss. Then you're like, fuck, I still have to go 40 more to go all the way to 120. Absolute madness. Because the FOMO is always there. And then let's not get into that second part of the FOMO, which is the one where you can start guaranteeing stuff, right? The hit hunting dossier gives you 10 free pulls on the next one. I've seen some people ask, should I just... I'm already at 40 pulls, like 4 multis on Gilberta's banner. Should I just do 20 more to get the hit hunting dossier so I can get the, number, like the free 10 pulls on the following banner that carries over? That's the formal part where I think is awful. And they deliberately did it in a part where this is on 60. And like I said, they do it in stages. First, it's 30, right? Then you get urgent recruitment. Second, it's 60. Then you get the dossier that carries over to the next new banner. And then at 60 to 80, oh, we are so close to the guaranteed 6-star. It's not the guaranteed on banner, it's the guaranteed 6-star, but I like 6 stars. I'm okay getting any 6-star right now. So you go towards 80. Just use Wishadel, it should work then. As I have to be getting ops, absolutely ridiculous, but as a Tempo 5k op is literally a pain in the ass, yeah. I want to talk about the conversion as well. So in Arknights, it's 6,000 for a single Tempo, but you have to take it as a relative thing. Okay? So in a single week in Arknights, you can get 3,000 from weeklies, from a game mode called Annihilation, where you get your gacha currency, your weekly gachas fixed from your currency. So 1,008 from that mode, 1,200 from 700 from dailies, 500 from weeklies. So that's a total of 3,000. Every 2 weeks you have a tempo. Pretty generous, right, when you think about it. A month can bring you about 20 pools-ish. Maybe more. Now, we talk about conversion. So the premier currency is Origeometries on Endfield and Originite Prime in Arknights. Originite Prime's conversion is 1 to 180. So you need roughly about 33.5 to get a full tempo. 33.5. Origeometries, you're on 75. You're 40. You need 40% more to hit that 5,000. 75 compared to 180. It's a clown festival. It's 40% worse. So not only are the 6-star rates like 40% worse, no, it's not 40% worse, sorry. 40% as frequent as Arknights 2%. Now we are stuck. We also have roughly 40% conversion rate in the same equivalent for premium currency. So right now I have like 5,000 worth of Origeometries, right, in full currency, which I'm not probably going to use for now either. I'll just save that for a rainy day for whenever that is relevant. I currently have close to 45 pools. Once I clear all the relevant stuff, I think I will have about 50 pools. Right, we'll approach 50 pools pretty soon. And then there's the free 10. They like give you 5 free banner related chartered tickets, and then you get another 5 off the shop, I think, with your AIC quota, right? Right, see you, Galaxy. Great contribution to the discussion you had. So I'm glad you managed to join in some capacity. So yeah, have a good rest, and I'll see you again some other time. Rapid Fire 3 banner certainly stresses things. Overly aggressive. You've heard the rumor that it's planned format. You're hoping it's not true. Okay, let's compare with a similar cycle, but slightly less stressful thing. But there are other contributors to the stressful feelings. Okay, Zenless Zone Zero has a double banner, gacha and weapon. Okay, so they concurrently run, but they only have 2 banners per patch, and the patch can be, let's say, as long as what Endfield has, like 7 weeks roughly. But they split the thing into 2. Maybe one banner is slightly longer than the others. One might be 26 days, the other one might be 21 days. Something like that. Whichever they feel relevant to make. With Endfield, okay, the weapon gacha is tied to how much higher rarity stuff you get. So you get 6 stars, 2,000 Arsenal tickets. That basically gets one full multi. So any 6-star you obtain gets you 1 full multi on the gacha of the Arsenal. And the Arsenal is not bad. It's like 5 times better rates in 6-star. And the weapons can be used universally throughout all of the operator roster. You're not tied to, oh, this is their signature. They absolutely need to have the signature. You have alternatives. You can use more welfare 6-stars that they give out, like Sundered Prince, for example. You can use their signatures if you manage to grab them. I'm using Lavatin's signature on herself, so that is a thing. Right, so the weapon gacha is not harsh. I like that it's integrated into the game, but as a result, they found an excuse to make the limited banner very awful. I've never come across, at least in my Arknights experience over 6 years, where if I put on a banner and I lost 50-50, I felt good. Because this can be the case with Endfield. If you lost 50-50, you might have felt good because you could run into a 6-star you never had. Because the rates are really that abysmally low. And then if you decided to pull on the banner and you won early, you felt great as well. Now here's the thing: the later you win your pity, right, the more awful it feels, because that means you're closer to the 120 guarantee. And the closer you get, the more awful you feel about having won the 50-50, because you're a bit conflicted. Like, should I just go for guarantee, just to finish it? It's a second copy, sure, it's like a pot 1, it's not that important. Pot 1, pot 2, not that important. You can play with pot 0 stuff. So that's how I would describe Endfield gacha. It makes you feel awful for winning 50-50 late. And when you do lose, it sometimes does feel shit. I complain all the time, but I don't take my complaints too seriously, even on my own self. Because even for my own self, because I got so many minimum bags from the limited that when I got an early 6-star on Gilberta's banner, who turned out to be Lavatane pot 1, I got completely surprised. Because I had zero and close to no expectation as to whether the thing treats me well. But when I get minimum roll, I was like, oh, here's another minimum roll. They keep doing this to me on the limited banner. So I'll just complain for the heck of it. Right. And they knew what they were doing with the FOMO thing. They kept putting certain breakpoints close to each other so that you'll be inclined to spend a little bit more, because like, I've already spent 60, what's 20 more? I've already spent 80, what's 40 more? You get what I mean? So absolutely predatory for me. Arknights is not the same in terms of this. Arknights, at least, okay, you had no guarantee up until they decided to introduce it, like, I think it was 2024. They introduced it. Finally introduced a hard guarantee. So in the past, on any given banner, there was no chance of you getting a guaranteed copy of the operator on the banner. And then they decided to change it to, I think it was 100. Was it 150 at first? Then they lowered it to 120, but I could be wrong. It could be 120 from the start. So these days, when you pull on any standard banner or event banner, say not collaborations like Ave Musica and all that stuff, Arknights is a base rate of 2% and Enfield's base rate at 0.8, so even though there's no hard pity, chances of you picking something up is still something desirable up on the way is still quite likely. Yeah, it's like I said, it's 40% as often in Endfield, so it does contribute to the awful feeling. But these days in Arknights, you let's say you decided to pull on I think Vina Victoria is coming, rerunning soon. Siege Altar. She is guaranteed in 120 pulls. Like, if you got nothing by 120, right, she at the very least is guaranteed. But if, let's say your luck was really that awful, you went like high 60s on the first pity and then all the way to the 120 point on the second 6-star, you're at least guaranteed the 120 is going to be Vina Victoria. While in the past, like early days of like first 2-3 years of Arknights, 3-4 years even, you didn't have that. So you see a 5-star purchasable in the shop, but okay, let's go to the shop, I guess. That's also one thing I want to address. This doesn't help the greed accusations at all. So when you go to Quota Exchange, you'll see this operator rate up in a way, like you can buy off with the bond quotas, right? it's 200 for a 5-star. Now where's the 6-star? You don't see any of it, right? This is similar with I think Genshin had the same thing with you never had the chance to buy the 5-star, but you could guarantee the 4-star like a Barbara off the shop. It's very similar. I think they took the monetization ideas from other popular gachas that did the same thing. And Arknights had the fallback where we had the distinction certificate, the gold certs. You could buy a 6-star guarantee of 180. So there's that incentive that you could save up to guarantee yourself a character you really wanted who wasn't a limited character. Because limited characters ultimately are just tied to limited banners. And that's why they are there. But for those who were eventually added to the regular pool, you have a chance of them coming up and they are on a standard banner rate up. You can go and get the 6 stars. Things rotating in the Ghost shop for like the non-limited stuff, it gave people a fallback and some kind of relief that eventually I would possess the operator that I wanted. I just had to wait a longer time, and the time isn't very long. I think within 3 months of their release, let's say the recent one on CN would have been Chen Alter, the second Chen Alter, Chen the Dawnbreak. Dawnbreak. I don't think it's Dawnbreak. But whatever it is. Yeah, so Chen Alter the second is a standard banner. She's not the limited, right? She'll probably be added like in about between 3 to 6 months, 3 months at earliest. In a standard banner, and then if you want her in the shop, probably 6 months. I think the appearance for standard banner is like 3 months from release, and then for them to be in the shop as like the secondary standard banner feature. Usually they have like a main and a standard secondary feature. The secondary feature is the one who's in the shop. So they're not showing the E2 art, they're showing the E1 art most of the time. That's how you know they're in the shop. So Chen Alter will take... This particular Chen Alter is not limited, the previous one was. So the non-limited one will get into the shop 6 months after her release. That's a rough gauge, by the way. It's not a guaranteed, like, hard set 6 months. But it's around there. Because based on the pattern that's been going on for like the last few years. So you could guarantee that, okay, if I want Chen, I didn't get Chen this time, I at least got Wang off the limited banner. I could still bide my time and wait for Chen. I'm perfectly fine with waiting, because in Arknights, okay, here's the thing as well. In Arknights, we had the benefit of very important thing which I haven't addressed yet. Foresight. And a lot of people use this as an excuse as to why they thought the gacha was bad. That is not why the gacha is bad. It's not the fact that now, because it's a global simultaneous release, right, worldwide release, and that there's no foresight, and that to an extent there's still going to be foresight. You know how other games have, there's like a little bit of leaks. Even Arknights itself also had a bit of leaks now and then. Even on the CN side, to know what is the upcoming like showcase operator that might have been making it into the game. Arknights foresight happened out of convenience, and then people took that for granted. They treated it like it was an entitlement to have a foresight. So there are some crowds of Arknights who wanted to catch up to CN, which means we rush through all the events, all the banners. That will affect a lot of people, especially the free-to-players like myself, unable to save for people that we wanted, unable to get to a point where, yeah, great, we want, we can plan our pools. Now in Endfield, early days already, and people are complaining we can't plan our pools. There's no foresight, there's no this, no that. No, as much as the foresight goes, the most you can glean from is if they appeared in the story. So Rossi appeared in the story already, and then when you get to Wuling, you see Zhuang Fangyi and you see Mi Fu. Right, both of them. And then you see Tang Tang as well later on. So some of these characters people like their design, the aesthetic. I saw someone in my YouTube chat earlier on say they want Tang Tang. Maybe some of you here they will like dragons like me, dragon designs on the Arknights characters. You might be going for Chuang, might be going for I think Mifu is a Kilin, right? Was it? So a Kirin, like Lei Zi or Lei Zi the Thunderbringer in Arknights, right? So that's your clue as in to whether you should be safe. If there's no hard, oh, this is guaranteed to come out, I can wait for 6 months and then that will happen. Like for us right now, we know one will come out in roughly 5 months. It was about half anniversary for Arknights. You get to save up until that point. You could plan your so-called 300 pull, so just in case you get really unlucky and then you never get a single copy of it until like the hard 300. So but we bring it back to the rates. The rates are 2% on Arknights. You have the 5-star rates are roughly the same. It's I think it's still 8%. Right? It's still the same. It's the 6-star rate that got worse. So now it's instead of being 4 times as common to get a 5-star, now it's 10 times as common you get a 5-star. Like 10 times more likelihood that you get a 5-star probability wise than it is for you to get a 6-star. So don't treat the gacha badly just because there's no foresight, because the foresight was never supposed to happen. If Arknights had started out as a global release from the beginning, we would never have this conversation about foresight, and we have to rely on people doing the leaks and here and there. I think Hypergriff is okay with the leaks if they're not major ones, because there are some people who just outright leak every single little detail, and those people got chased after with cease and desist, the C&D letters, so they got screwed, they got cooked. Hypergriff is especially aggressive with this if you overstep a certain boundary. There were some leaks leading up to the latest CNY stuff where you kind of felt like it's something, but for me I didn't rely on those leaks. I just went on the pattern. I was like, so the last couple of releases have been female male, Chongyue and Yu being in between two of the female Sui siblings, and then they came out. I was like, okay, I think if the pattern goes on, we might get a female character this time. But if they decide to break the pattern, it's a male sibling again, so back to back, because we've had back to back female sibling releases, but there's never been a back to back male sibling release. And Yu being last year and Wang being this year, being back to back male Sui sibling releases, it means there's no real pattern with the male female alternate release, and that they've actually done that thing that they've never done before previously. The precedent has not been set. So now we have the expectation that they can go either way now. I've seen some people cry about not like they're not gonna like Endfield as much because they cannot plan their shit. And I'm like, why are you basing your wish to play the game around the gacha system and the character release cycle? Aren't you supposed to play the game for other aspects than that? I know characters are also the main draw of the game. They make up the large roster of the game, and are part of the so-called the flora and fauna of gacha games. The nice, instead of 2D PNGs, this time you get like 3D animated models. So a lot more expressive, a lot more interactive, a lot more depth. And then they are complaining about, oh, I'm not gonna get this, not be able to plan for who I want. So bad. And then they are turned off playing the game. If that's the case, right, you will not play a lot of gachas because there's no foresight. Now a lot of them go for the simultaneous global worldwide release these days. You think it should be common sense to not expect it another game, because the only way to do it was for EN to not even have the game and crying fair, no fair, they have the game and we won, so which do you want? People are fickle like that, okay? They just want to complain about a certain aspect of the game and then end up justifying their complaints about the game with that very point. I don't like or enjoy the gacha all that much in this game, but I have not been treated horribly by it either. Apart from the min rolls all the time, that's the only one I have a gripe with. Like, you give me more 5 stars, I got more Arsenal exchange tickets, you know. Right now I'm at 4,005. I can only do 2 pulls, you know. More 6 stars means more pulls. No, I find this extremely silly. Right, I've ranted enough about the gacha. I think my overall consensus is that I think the gacha has a very good way of making you feel bad about it and fit into the FOMO, so very greedy. Okay, right, now we're gonna talk about the story. I think some people are rubbing their hands or wings or whatever with glee, because we're gonna talk about the main meat of the... Well, Arknights has always been story driven. Kicks the door in, yeah. It's a bit like Estelle breaking our doors whenever with her horns, whenever you get her in the recruitments. So you just follow along with me since you have many thoughts. Okay, let's start with Valley 4, because I just finished Valley 4. I can't say too much about Wuling, but I'm okay to spoilers. Can feel free to spoil me. I'm okay with it. But eventually I will get to that, and I'm able to dissociate myself with the experience. I can enjoy the story on its own, even having known some details beforehand. You might say, oh, I can fake my reactions and all that, but I genuinely just dissociate. Like, whatever I have is on the back of my head, I don't care too much about it. I just want to be immersed in the story. I have the ability to immerse myself in the story. Unlike some people out there, where they absolutely cannot do that. And they treat it like, oh, if you spoil me, my entire experience is gone. I can't react to this the way I want to. Which is not necessarily the case. For me, it's more of the knowledge that I'm interested in. When I want to know stuff, and not so much about the story relevance, because the story relevance will come eventually and I will have to read the story at some point. It's not like I get to... I'm one of those who skip every single little thing, like wow, skip button, Genshin, skip button. I'm not doing that shit. I want to know the characters. I want them to develop into characters that I will love and enjoy seeing for many years to come. Right, so we start off with Valley 4. I don't disagree with people who say the story is weak in the first major chapter. Valley 4, my issue, right, is that a lot of things that build up to the final climax very disjointed, and that the best part of Valley 4 was the climax chapter. Everything that built up to it very disjointed. I didn't like it. It was all over the place. So your opinion on spoilers is that there are some things that only work once. Priestess. Well, I kind of knew the Priestess thing a long time ago, because PRTS, man, it's been there. Eyes of Priestess. So I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? Darth Vader's Eye of Father. Well, that one a little bit different, because when you're watching a movie, right, they just convey the story on its own. Yeah. Personally, I felt the climax was destroy unearned. I also feel that way. Everything about Valley 4 was all over the place, and the fact that the climax was the best part doesn't save it. The part I liked about Valley 4 story was just the robot. I got attached to the robot in the end. Yeah, I like Tata. I'm Chen, okay? That's why I said Chen is the real player answer. I'm Chen now. I like Tata. So I grew attached to it pretty much. There's stuff that makes you appreciate things more thoroughly. X character is secretly why, and people don't distinguish between the two enough to consider the merits of either. I feel like the spoilers thing come from the fact that some people are not overly analytical about certain things, like aspects of the story especially, and they cannot take things in a they cannot take things in context. They take things as a generalism, and when you hit generalisms, right, you apply everything, a blanket to everything, so you get ruined. Everything gets ruined because I got spoiled by this, so therefore this. It's like some slippery slope, you know, of spoiler experiences where once you slip, you can't get up, and you end up breaking your back. Like that means for them the story's back is broken, and for them now the story's entire core and spine, in terms of wanting to convey something to the reader or the people playing and experiencing the story, it's completely not the same as if they were not spoiled by it. Straw that breaks the camel's back, as like people like to say. So the spoilers is the straw, the back broken, the story ruined, right? Okay, let's see. I got a lot of things to catch up on because Zai had a lot to say about this. Colin, you seem to agree with the climax being disjointed. Even myself, I think. I only felt for Tata. Let's be real. I didn't feel for the story. That's the shit part, you know. It means the story didn't make me feel things that were very good. You're gonna yap for several messages, so feel free to keep on talking over. Oh yeah, okay. I'll get to it eventually. So power plant climax doesn't really work for you because we met Crow like 15 minutes before it does the Utjuk order, and we don't really have significant emotional or narrative attachment to him. That is correct. So basically admin just shows up, helps them retrieve that authorization, key to authorization to get through the to execute the order, right? And then end up not having to use the order because they were able to become the plot device to resolve this issue without having to resort to that, because they have to blow up the entire power plant. The power plateau is kind of off with that. Add to this the fact that the game wants us to believe that Bone Crushers are their own Landbreaker faction and we are allied with the pack. UWST just keeps ranting against the Landbreakers, and Endfield doesn't really do anything to counter this or speak up for our pack allies. Conveniently, Wolfguard is not here for the parts of the story where the UWST slanders the Landbreakers instead of the Bone Crushers specifically. I think there is one way that they're trying to hand wave this as well, with regards to what you just said with the Landbreakers, is that Wolfguard and the pack, they are completely aware that they are not allied with the other Landbreakers like the Bone Crushers. They are allied with Enfield Industries. So they kind of hand wave it on a little bit. I think it's a bit cheap for them to do that, but okay, that's fine. Whatever floats their boat, I suppose. They think is the best way to address this issue. You say conveniently he's not there. But Wolfguard, from his early dialogues and even the dialogues later on when Rossi is around, he is actively aware that the Landbreakers themselves are not seen as in a very good light at all. And it's a weird thing because they draw the contempt of others just by guilty by association. That's just for us being associated with the Landbreakers. The pack themselves understand that they are allied with Enfield, and at the same time they are antagonistic to the Landbreakers, the other Landbreakers who are not of the pack. So it kind of goes both ways. But I think the story is written in such a way they hand wave it. They the Wolfguard and the pack themselves, anyone who's like with Rossi and all that, they understand that they're in a very odd third party position where they are gonna get hated everywhere, but they just do their thing because they're quite the pack themselves are quite literally, you know, lone wolves working on their own. Rossi worked on her own. Wolfguard worked on his own until he was able to work in a team. They work better alone than in a team actually, but they'll make concessions for teamwork, especially with their allies. Okay, so that part is addressed at least on my own. So Basically, it feels like Enfield's narrative is handing you a PowerPoint slideshow with a bunch of random elements, and the last line is clap now, expects me to clap anyways. I feel a bit slighted. I'm doing a PowerPoint slideshow right now. Okay, we'll go back here because the gachapa is at the bottom. Now it's easier to focus, right? It's easier to focus like this. No, I'm just joking, by the way. I just. Tata was kind of boring until the sacrifice outside cute emotes. I thought Tata was like this pet companion, so I got attached to it. It was very cute. I'm not surprised if they say they decide to make a plush model of like the robot. It's a bit clunky, right? But it's possible to make a small scale plush of Tata. Chen was definitely the players. They were sad that Tata left, and she treated Tata like the pet companion. It's not companion cute, definitely, but it's quite close to it. Kinda boring to sacrifice. I can't believe you thought Tata was boring. It was so entertaining to see the emotes. But yeah, in terms of story relevance, you couldn't get attached to Tata based on that. Because its duty was just to be able to project enough energy to close up the rift, the ether rifts. And it was quite a huge one that opened up over Valley 4. But in terms of like just non-story relative stuff, Tata you could get attached to it, and it was quite treated like a mascot character almost, but not not how people describe it as Paimon annoying levels. Speaking of the sacrifice scene, your biggest criticism is being able to see all the signs left by other players during the cutscenes. The shared facilities thing is was simultaneously helpful and a mistake at the same time. It could ruin your experience very, very badly. Robot explosive happy. Robot good job cheers. Damn. But I mean, generally, I got a bit teared up. I teared up a bit when, even though you don't see it because there's no camera. I did tear up a bit when Tata went. Like seeing your pet sacrifice for you. that kind of sadness. Tata is yeah. Like I said, mascot character, so quite cute in the end. When the power file explodes but jump cliff happy. Give you in-game Tata pet. Maybe if Yvonne has the emotional capacity to even try to make one like that again. It was a prototype for a reason. And I don't think she fully documented every single little thing, even though she created the like collected the data and stuff. Speaking of which, I feel like some people don't give Yvonne the credit in terms of like the depth of character that she can possibly have potential to show, and that they just look at her, oh, she's this fan servicey character. There's more to her than just fan servicey character. They could have just chosen a bookworm route and went with the boring book smart engineer who's wearing glasses and all that stuff, and like dressed in lab coats and all that. But they chose someone who a little bit more fashionista, a little bit more bold in dressing choices. Although some of it I think is physiological, to that led to a choice. Like her tail is so big. If you want to pick clothes with that kind of a big cutout, right, for her tail, it'd be so expensive. So just wear something that bears the midriff, easy. Cause you see how tail, how like her thick a tail is jutting out from a waist. Okay, let me catch up to the part that I missed. Wolfguard has always left our party very early on, regardless of every story iteration, so you can kind of forgive that at least, knowing that makes the disconnect between the pack is actually good feel even more dramatic. Not to mention that Endfield and the pack are allies was new to CBT2, so before then, Wolfguard was actually an ex-landbreaker working with us against his kind. Okay. I see the point there. Yes. First DLC, $15, $14.99 for follower pet Tata. Fine, take my money. Anything for Tata. UWST hiring all these mid-rip mummies. Yeah, I saw the one we rescued in the first part, right? Around the first boss fight. Right, why do they rescue hot baddies all over the place? Hire hot baddies, like they call it. Hey, it's not like Enfield is not hiring baddies, okay? Yvonne obviously is a very attractive character, especially with a color palette as well. Very shock pink, neon pink kind of color with highlights in the hair, with a very exposed dress style. Like there's a lot of skin shown, like midriff, and all that, and the tight yoga pants that shows off her rear very well. But my love for Yvonne's design is that she's a bit of a different take on the engineer archetype. You don't see engineer fashionistas a lot. There may be a couple in like the gacha space itself as a whole over the years, but not very common. So I like her color palette as well. So the first point of attraction obviously is that she's a weaver. I love characters who have draconic features in the first place, and then the rest is the bonus. And then for me, the voice acting in the JP side, I play with JP voices, by the way, so I enjoyed her voice a lot. It's from a talent that I heard of many times over the years. So to hear another work she's in is really nice, and the portrayal of the character is really good as well. Okay, so Valley 4 itself is just mishmash, because every time I got to a certain like aspect, like finished a part of the main chapter, it's all broken into mini chapters. So every time we finish an object, it just felt like we just went through all those things just for the objective. There's no cohesion in the entire storyline they wanted to drive for all of Valley 4. The ultimate takeaway that you were supposed to get was anyway, Valley 4 in crisis, Endmin's there to solve it, end of story. And then just tore everything up in between. And I was like, nah, you just have to stick with what we gave you and just roll with it. Clap at the end if you enjoyed, which a lot of people didn't clap in the end. You seem to be alone on your raft on this ocean, in the ocean on this topic, but you feel the story of Valley 4 was fine. The video I mentioned earlier was able to verbalize in a way you're struggling to put into words properly. The reuse of assets was something you did find jarring. The old Pro from the quarry and the Granny Jenner being the exact same model was facepalm bad, and you caught that on lesser NPCs too. That was sloppy, and also they did some of the voice acting for the administrator. Why more? The admin is a bit weird also. So the way they decided to go with the story narrative as well, right? Admin has voice in important scenes, but for most of the scenes, especially the dialogue ones, admin doesn't have a voice and just emotes like the fat penguin they are. Yeah, the fat penguin. That's it. The voicing for randoms and characters were really random. Yeah, certain cutscenes they were not consistent in the voice lines. If you want to just voice the NPCs or give them, you know, just like those like expressive sounds to get a little bit more immersion into, engage more with the story, just do that. Why do this thing with half voice half not voice? Where's the consistency? It feels like they didn't exactly know what they wanted to do with the story's direction in terms of the narrative portrayal, and they decided to just mix everything together. Okay, let's do everything put together, and like, yeah, some parts are voice, some parts are not. Let's see what works. If you want to just voice it all the way. Of course, there's always that trouble where you can't always get the voice talents around to record lines, because missing voice lines is a thing with certain games going the route of fully voiced cutscenes and narrative scenes. Zelda Zone Zero has had that problem the last couple of 3 or 4 months even. Missing voice lines because either they change stuff too much at the end, leading up to the release of the patch, or they decided to just, you know, make wholesale changes enough that they needed to re-record lines, and those missing lines were not able to be addressed in time for the patch release, which I hope isn't going to happen with Endfield, honestly. They should just prepare everything beforehand, what they want to show to the players, and just roll with it. Even weirder too, because in some scenes there will be voice and then they will be stop being voice. Yeah, that's the jarring thing. It kind of snaps you out of the immersion, so you're quite invested into hearing the conversation. All of a sudden, boom, silence. Nothing happens. You know, so this happens in Wuling. I think the problem I put out really does happen over several gacha games. So if they continue to do this in the future, I have a lot to say about it for sure. Yeah. But okay, now we're on the subject of Wuling. Let's move on from Valley 4. That's such a mishmash of stuff that I didn't like. If you have anything more to bring up, it's okay. Okay, Wuling, what do you guys think? For those who went through Wuling itself, I thought it was, from what I know, visually and aesthetically very good, but the story has its own things, teething problems and all that. What did you not like? What you did like? Honestly, I've spoiled myself a little bit, seeing some people play on their streams as well, because they got to Wuling before I did, so I saw a little bit already. I saw some scenes with Zhuang, I saw some scenes with Tang Tang, I don't know. Weird break in the story, beautiful scenery. From what I've heard, Wuling is not yet complete, so it's like you're treated just to the first part, so you shouldn't treat the narrative as, oh, the Wuling part is complete. Valley 4 you can, because Valley 4 is complete already by the time you get to Wuling. You're gonna get Wuling similar until you get the whole story suspended midway, yeah. So if, let's say you're rushing to Wuling, right? The best you could do is just get through about half of Wuling. Enough to get the liquid Zeronite and all that stuff, all the factory shit that you needed to get. Story-wise, then you could continue, and I would say we still have about, what, 2 weeks left? 2.5 weeks left before the next patch comes in, 1.1. Then Wuling will continue from there. I'm okay with breaks in the story, because we always have breaks in the story anyways at some point. You have to get used to it. But you can probably stockpile the stuff, content for greater viewing pleasure later on. Kind of annoying with chests and hidden in the story. I think I like the exploration part, so it's okay. But if you are going to explore the stuff just for the sake of the rewards, you're gonna get tired of it for sure. Because it's very cumbersome. Okay, so you thought it was kind of okay in Wuling. Inoffensive. It's incomplete, and right now it's only build up, no climax, so no full judgment. However, you think it suffers from the same meta textual problems of Endfield. Doesn't want to make the player uncomfortable. Thus, there's little emotional investment beyond thinking there's need, and none of the emotional moments feel deep or earned. Actually, that was what I felt about early Arknights as well. Some of the conclusions in early Arknights, especially the early skirmishes with the Reunion, the ending was not quite... You felt like something more was on the horizon. So when we actually got to the end of the by the time we got to the end of the reunion arc, all the build-up was justified. It doesn't excuse that, you know, the first 4 chapters 0 to 3 were quite poor in comparison to the later ones, like the 7 and 8. But the narrative they wanted to drive was consistent throughout the first 9 chapters. 0 to 8, yes. The first act, the entire first act. There was a consistent theme that they kept wanting to show. And in Endfield, I don't feel that connectiveness and collectiveness of the story where the theme only ends up in admin glazing. That's the only consistent thing throughout of the story. Admin glazing. Inside stories, in main story, inside missions, in main mission. Admin glazing non-stop. That is the only consistent theme. That is horrible. When your MC is getting glazed, being the being the tying thing throughout the and the only consistent theme throughout all of your supposed like 1 month of gameplay, which is where we are at right now. Toggling issues between Wuling and Valley 4 and Tijiang's stock distribution, but I think they are going to do the thing where it's like what, only the last 2 regions you're in or something like that, and you have to swap it back manually whenever. Need to have already bought the Wuling stock distribution already to see the panel for it. Yeah, I mean that's the case, right? That's always been the case. You have thoughts on comparisons between early AK and early Arknights Endfield? We'll wait till we get there because you don't want to divert the combo. Okay, fair. Something. Wow, today I witnessed how Enfield's machines can make something out of nothing. Well, they have the narrative thing later on. Yeah. Researcher on the Forge of the Sky. But are we going to agree on this though? The burden of expectation that, you know, what Arknights has given us for the last 7 years, roughly. Almost 7 years of writing. Is it unfair to compare Endfield, or is the burden expectation kind of just deserved? Cause you kind of expect them to kick on and build on. But the problem is they did a lot of hard reset stuff on in terms of story. Some of which we will get to later on. There are some elements that they did a hard reset on in terms of the narrative and presentation. And there's also the difference in medium, because it's a lot more expressive, a lot more time consuming to make a 3D story. You know, you have all the cutscenes in between. You know how, like how some you get to a certain area and then they give you this cutscene where with all the lasers, and then you have to navigate the lasers to get to the other side of the room. Yeah, those forced cutscenes. Yeah, you don't see that in Arknights. Arknights doesn't have those silly cutscenes. I say silly because it's like they just kind of want to show people the area, you know, all the camera angles. Oh, you have these are how the lasers, you know, appear, pew pew pew, and then you have to navigate them. They will disappear after a while, and then you just have to rely on timing. You don't think it's unfair to compare Endfield to AK? Yes, there's a shift between the mediums and needs to be accounted for, but they chose to make a game named Arknights Endfield and not Endfield by itself, or Griffline Endfield. So the game is gonna bear the name of its predecessor. There needs to be elements that live up to the expectation of its predecessor. Clearly it's not the gameplay, so what the fuck is it, Griffline? Very fair points, of which I mean that's exactly how I view it. I put the question out to more to see how you guys felt about it, but Zeiss got the closest viewpoint to me. The moment you start leveraging on the IP that's been established already, right? The burden of expectation is already set. You cannot just simply hand wave the story and say, oh, it's gonna get better, you know. The expectation has already been set. I know it's there are some unfair aspects where it's like 7 years of writing against a game that's trying to do a lot of hard resets on a lot of stuff, and it's essentially because it's a new world, same universe, new world. Okay, but it's different. Like things work differently here. Materials have some similarities, like D96 steel against D32 steel back on Terra, but there's some. They also mentioned exchanges between Terra as well as Talos 2. So there's that connect already that a lot of people are going to be treated to. And Reconveners, we'll get into that later. That's another whole can of worms, which we will probably sit here chatting about for like an hour or so, for sure. So the moment that they leverage on an established IP, the burden of expectations is already set. People expect wow story right off the start. And they will disregard any notion that this is a brand new world that they have to kind of just build a lot of the things that are happening in Talos 2 compared to what happened in Terra. Like technologically, Talos 2 is on a much grander scale of advancement compared to what we had on Terra, where only I think maybe certain parts of Columbia, Rhine Lab and all that, those factions that are very technologically advanced compared to the rest of the world, but it's still possible to be in a very primitive state. And then there's also the Durians, who are very technologically advanced as well, like making all those weird technologies that make their daily lives a bit more unique. Now, write your thoughts on the opening chapter's long story between AK and AKE. I can address everyone just whenever I want. Just you'll just be talking for a while. Okay, fair. Go ahead while I move on to the next one. But expectations expected, as we already said, it's easy. It's easy to go by it. Even though AK 0 to 4 were kind of flat, there were some notable elements. Tallulah and Reunion are showing similar philosophy, but very like a different way to achieve, right? So they share the dream of having a world where infected are accepted, but they go about it not the pacifistic way, like Amiya has grown up to believe that they should go by. And Amiya is not someone who doesn't just retreat and curl up and say no, we shouldn't do this, even though it violates her ideals, because she's still realistic enough to say, yeah, if you force my hand, I will do it. I will fight back. Just not just to prove a point, but just to as a form of persuasion, like violent persuasion as they call it. Given very basic reasons to understand why they do what they do. So it's basically just simple discrimination, ostracized everywhere they go, because they're treated like the plague. It's a bit like what HIV was in the 80s for a lot of the world. Like you can't get direct infection from that, right? But in I guess Oripathy is slightly similar, but you can get infected by getting into contact with someone's infected blood or something. That's for sure. So we have Kelsey, who distrusts us and offers us pushback to keep our understanding ourselves in check. Because yeah, the Doctor has no real memories of what they were in the past, so they needed someone to always keep it real, like this is what you were in the past, the actions you take today could remind me of what you did in the past, but if you chose to take a different route and your decision making is different today, I will accept that. Something like that. Kelsey is not entirely antagonistic to the Doctor. She may come across it as like that. Like in fact, she might be one of those who cares about the Doctor more than others. That is why she's especially harsh. You're especially harsh to the people you care about, because you know that their value to you is so much more. We have Misha and Alex early on to bring some of our actions into question and allow for moments of deeper characterization, and yeah, especially Amiya, correct. So she gets her first conflict very early on as well. Like you need some kind of narrative plot to encourage growth of character. It can be through adversity, it could be like through a drastic decision that they chose to take, you know, and maybe to show that they have reinforced their belief in what they have fought for, like their dogmatic ways. In Arknights Endfield, Neferif vaguely addresses a class conflict, but the meat of the conflict is fleshed out in side documents that are optional, so we'd have to discuss that as a mediatic choice. No one on our side area offers us pushback, and when we offer pushbacks, Pelika just gives us platitudes, and the only people who really oppose us are Neferif and Ardashir, which I think I heard Ardashir's voice already. Who are villains, but so isn't that their job already? I think it's not about the villain thing, but some people conflate villain to be equal to antagonist. But narratively, antagonist is just someone who has opposing ideology against the protagonist. That's it. It's as simple as that. There's nothing deeper, there's nothing too shallow about it. It's just as it is. But sometimes people think too much into it and say, oh, you're antagonistic to me, therefore you're a villain. When that's not explicitly necessarily the case. Because I can be antagonistic to you, but I may not be a villain in the traditional sense. In that I commit atrocities, I kill infected for no reason other than to be an asshole, you know, that kind of thing. Whole thing feels like a cult that worships admin. Okay, fair. I always get that vibe anyways. People say the story could be setting us up with the admin glazing to have the rug pulled out from under us, and that the Endfield and admin is actually morally grey or is doing harm. But nothing we've seen in the game really gives us meaningful discomfort or unease. Anyone saying maybe we're actually bad is saying that based on their own metatextual hope and expectation, not because of anything in the text that can reasonably be extrapolated. For what it's worth, I don't see the villainy or like morally grey shit that the admin is doing. With all the hero worshipping going on, you could be mistaken that the admin basically gave them everything they had to succeed, to live successfully, to live their entire existence now as on the planet of Talos 2, on the planetary body of Talos 2. There's no explicit hint anywhere, or even implied hints that the admin was extremely or had bad intentions at all. And you can kind of see. We'll talk more about the portrayal later on, because this one dives into another complete different thing with the story. But that's just the gist of it, and we cannot extrapolate based on limited information to take it that is actually the case. So until there's a lot of show on the game's end and the tell part, but there's nothing but when it comes down to it, not much is actually told to you, and you are left to your imagination, which I think that's the point of it. They want you to think about it a little bit right now. Unfortunately, there's not much depth to think about when everything is admin glazing. How do I even extrapolate anything then? Oh, the admin is this great, like the, what was it, Originum Jesus. What else am I supposed to extrapolate from that? With all the hero worshipping going on. It's just original Jesus all over again. And that happened to an extent with Arknights' original portrayal of the Doctor. And like the expert. The key to understanding Originium. Right? The key to solving all discrimination and conflict within the world of Terra. With the Originium as the source of conflict, or you know, the point of ideology clashes. It's really weird because ultimately when we have nothing to work on, all we can do is work with what we have, and even if we have the image in our minds, it may turn out to be completely nothing burger because the game decides, nah. I think that wasn't what I was trying to convey to you guys, and that it was actually this later on. All those later plot threads that will eventually tie together. They set everything up, but nothing is really coming together as a cohesive story. What you get are pieces of worship, of what Pelika tells you, of what stories that have been told to people, and then they say, "Oh, I've heard great things about you. This was I heard you did this great thing, you know, maybe 50 years ago." And then of course the one we know is the 152 years ago, the first great conflict, right? The Agalor War. Fight rock demons, rock apparitions, whatever it is. And then what else am I supposed to get from that, other than the heroisms? The heroic shit aside, right? There was one part where they, I think it was in one of the pages where you pick up, and then they talked about the story of the admin and the 40 heroes or whatever. And even then, because the way it was written, right, I could just say it was maybe a piece of fiction. And it was exaggerated. It was not like 40 people, maybe like 10, 20 people alongside the admin. Because even in the game, it admits on its own that story isn't to be taken at face value. It could be some fantastical tale someone cooked up because they worshipped or kissed the ground the admin walked on, you know, whatever it is. Yeah, so the pushback comes ironically not from the protagonist allies, and more of it seems to be hinted on the path of the Landbreakers and Neferif and Ardashir. So the Landbreakers, I have another issue with them, is that they take orders from Neferif, so they're not the prime antagonists. Their motivations are basically tied to Neferif, whatever they're doing. So as an antagonistic force, they are very... I guess they are just there for you to have something to fight, or reason to fight, that's it. With Neferif, at least there's something deeper that they have hinted on, because when she speaks, right, there's a filter on her voice. Usually with this kind of ethereal sounding filters, right, they're hinting at something more. When these enemies eventually reveal their true motivations and intentions to you. Currently, they've tried to keep her mysterious, you know, try to show a little bit, but not let too much off. And I will probably put it right out here for you guys to think about. So earlier on, we talked about the gacha instant gratifications and all that stuff. It also ties into the story. So in gacha spaces, a lot of the times, if let's say people try to get into a story and then the villains try to stay coy and mysterious about their motivations and all that stuff, and not give away too much, to keep clearly it's a way to keep player engagement and interest, right? So that you'll stay around longer. Can't give too much away. It's a live service game after all. People want to be shown everything. Instantly give everything away. And I'm like, why? Don't you want to be invested in the story? If I give everything away, right, your interest instantly tanks because you got what you wanted out of it already. But if I give you enough to tease something that's going to happen in the future, wouldn't it tickle your interest? You know, natural curiosity of humans. They want to learn more, know more. And that's psychologically, that's a kind of a positive way to use, you know, weaponize this kind of thing to get people to stay by allowing the bait to be bitten, right? You essentially stay around. Okay, you stick around. I guess I can't find out now exactly what everything is about, so I guess I'll have to stick around for a bit to see what it is. Hopefully the payoff is good, but there's always that hopefully payoff is good thing hanging on your head. You may never get to a point where the payoff is actually worth it all the way. And let's catch up for a bit. Got that bit of feel where Pelika and the rest are trying to brainwash you, and the antagonist is trying to remind you who you really are, probably not expanded upon. Antagonists are coy, but a bit too coy. Bitch, please stop tickling my balls. Balls in the okay. Anyways, this in your opinion, you don't know any of Neferif's or Ardasher's motivations. They just kind of vaguely speak in our direction, and most of the theorization is based on how Ardasher acts around the Endmin, not based on anything they've really said. Bait is bait, but like there has to be something for a hook to it, for it to be actually bait. Yeah, I guess sometimes certain gacha games are too apprehensive on, especially in the early parts like the 1.0, 1.1s, 1.2s, where early on they are afraid to alienate the player base, so they just go with this. I guess it's just the cheap and easy way out, and I honestly don't blame them for it. You can kind of see why they do it, but do you necessarily agree with it? I personally don't, and some of you over here are not agreeing with that as well. And it's stated in my point over here where the main motivations are shrouded in mystery, so you cannot get a hook to get players invested. So as you can see, it's like we are on the same line of thinking already. We're very slowly and surely affirming that we align in terms of how we feel towards the story. Isn't your Ardasher's visuals a bit blurry? Usually, let's say they do certain things to the model, right? Blurriness, you know, a little bit of fudgy appearance. It hints at something later on, but you know, maybe they are of a ethereal type of being, you know, like Faramut, maybe. I'm just saying maybe. Omega Low eating an eggplant. So let's say, okay, if there's any affirmation to or validation to what you have felt towards Endfield as a whole so far, and that, you know, my line of thinking seems to align with yours, I think it's a good thing. Because it shows that your concerns are not unfounded, and that others have the same concerns that you do. Right, so that's something you can get behind. Like, you can have a more solid case for yourself in the future if anyone tries to have any kind of pushback to what you have said to them with regards to your views on the story. Weirdly blurry face and falls flat to details of other antagonists and characters. Well, maybe he's not from this plane of existence. Maybe he's from the 6D dimension, I don't know. 6D dimension, 6 dimension, yeah, whatever, 6D world, whatever it is. Like I said, usually these people have a bit of a, yeah. It's your fault for having eyes. Yeah, it's always the player's fault. You know, it's got nothing to do with the game. The game's perfect. If you don't enjoy the game, you don't have fun with it, then you know you're not welcome here. That wasn't serious, by the way. Please please don't please don't cancel me on this. Because you are the problem, not the game. New expose video coming. Oh no, I'm the next to be cancelled. Whatever will I do with my 400 subscribers and 2.6k followers? But yeah, see, no hook. Hard to get interested. Right now, let's say there's any interest, is that I think they've set up a lot of stuff. I'm giving them a chance right now. They better not disappoint me, obviously, but you know, when they disappoint me, I'm gonna clap them. So another commonly seen criticism was that at the start of the game, you were subjected to tutorial after 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 tutorial, and there was no end to it. And then you basically got handheld all the way. So this is what I don't like. If you're giving people a game where exploration is encouraged, please allow them to explore and encourage said exploration. Don't turn them off it. You have thoughts on the tutorialization, but it stems from changes in how things will change from tech alpha to live release, if I'd like to hear it. I mean, that's a point of view I would not get from most people. Right now, the people that I do know who have played through enough of Endfield, like at least with Zopni is the 2 beta tests, but you've played the technical tests, the alpha test, so you're one of the few with the fullest picture, right? So go ahead, please do share with us your wisdom. Luckily, you don't do the base tutorials until they introduce a feature to skip it, but you are still forced to go through to a certain extent, right? Not all of it, but the ones that are like up until the fitting machine, whatever that is. The one where you make the amethyst parts and all that stuff. That's actually the bare minimum way you have to go through. In tech alpha, they made you make 100 times to unlock the next thing. So like unlocking gearing might be make 100 Orion with refining. So you are forced to learn how to use the machine even without a tutorial in order to unlock more of the factory. So there were tutorials to teach you basic machines and elements, but then you had to unlock tier 2 or higher machines on your own by doing the crafting requirements. Sounds reasonable, yes? But it's very tedious, isn't it? I was trying to find a word for it. It's tedious, yeah. Wooling has those fake walls. You hit. They tell you it's a fake wall only after you've hit it and destroyed it. I think that part is okay. It's like you can kind of treat it like the minefield aspect, where Minecraft aspect, where you mine certain things and then you run into an obstacle or something, map limit, whatever it is. Really wasn't. It was like 10 minutes at most. Okay, I have to take your word for it. Longest lockout was maybe for an hour when you were making a higher tier material to unlock one of the last machines. Okay. Yeah, I see what it was like. It's just a little bit like how Arknights did it in the past, where you just craft a set number of this to unlock a later part. But in Arknights' case, it was not. It was just to unlock more rewards. So you craft 15 Orion blocks, the tier 4, maybe to hit that, and then you get the rewards. But the motivation was slightly different. Those were for rewards. But in this case, the reward will be you unlock higher tier or specialization in terms of crafting materials. Not obviously a fake wall, but the vision doesn't review it. The scan doesn't. You have no idea until you ask a friend how to get there. So they put all the tutorials in the wrong places. They put all the telling you this what this does, all the different features in the game, like fake walls or whatever, like you mentioned, in the wrong places. If you ask me, between saying you can't get access to grinding machines until you make 500 refined originium powder and saying you can unlock grinding as soon as you want, but in exchange you need to sit through 3 hours of mandatory story related tutorials, you take the prerequisite method 100% of the time. I see what you're getting at. So to motivate players to want to engage in the unlocks of the higher tiers and you know, in essence, like play more of the factory specialization, the core mechanic, right? The 500 times is more, they set it as goal oriented at the start, but now because they changed it such that they give you the option to immediately have it at your disposal, but you're not allowed to touch it, even though it's like showing you that, you know, this is what you can get. This is the let's say a lollipop to a kid. This is what you can get, but now sit down, do your homework for 3 hours before you can get this. I think people don't like that. You basically treat people like a child, you know, in the way I described. People don't like that. You show them the candy and they can't get it until they sit through daddy's and mommy's 3-hour lecture. Like, what? Nobody wants to be subjected to that. At least if you give them 500 and you don't even know how long the thing can go, because it varies from person to person. You can like do 2 to 3 hours of you could do 2 hours if you were quick. In 3 hours maybe if you're not so quick to on the uptake, to especially the placements of the belts and all that stuff. So now you're stuck with from going goal oriented, oh, I just need to do 500 and I can unlock stuff, which most people would prefer, because having a goal means they have a reason to spend time willingly to get to another, like an unlock of a second tier machine, a third tier machine, whatever. And then if it's time gated, people hate getting time gated. They want it now. Gacha space in the space in the especially in the case of the gacha space, they want things now. Either you force them to sit through stuff, and then without a skip button especially, they're going to get angry. Players are not going to like it. They're going to have extremely visceral reactions at times to it, like flip tables, you know, throw chairs at the monitors. Maybe not to that extent, but you know, just metaphorically speaking. Maybe throw the entire fucking machine away. I don't want to use it anymore. You made me not want to use it. Yes, hi H mode. You found the tutorial pacing okay, then just thought the basic thing about making something and left you alone for the base. You made what you needed according to progress of the story, which a lot of people should follow, by the way. Just make what according to what you want or need. Don't do the hyper optimization of stuff. Not everyone's an economist, you know. In the prerequisite method, you get taught to grind, shred, refine. Then the game sets you loose to figure the rest out yourself. With the release method, they have to teach you how to grind, shred, refine, PAC depots, or because you won't stumble upon them organically, so you have to waste hours of your time teaching you, because you might encounter grinding ahead of time instead of organically learning it. But I don't see an issue with just letting people explore on their own. My gripe with the tutorials is that I fall in. This is where I want to put a rebuttal in. What you said was what I wanted the tutorials to be. What actually happened was not what what you described. I wanted them to just give me the basic things and just leave me to explore on my own. Then maybe just leave the unlocks to the fucking tech trees, you know, there's a tech tree for a reason. They implemented it for a reason. Leave all the upgrades to tech trees. Okay, I want to unlock, maybe I get the prerequisite material to unlock the tech that allows me to build maybe a fitting machine. And then I do that. Example. Okay, I don't think that's the case in the game. The fitting machine is tied to your story, not your... And then the story makes you go through the AIC, every little thing as well, just to go through your early upgrades. They don't leave you to explore. They handhold you through every single little part of the way. They treat you like a kid. I don't like that. It's not only that I have to waste hours of my time, I have to waste hours of my time feeling like I got treated like I had no agency or willingness to engage with it. It's as if the game was already dismissing my interest in it. And the moment the game does that, right, you intrinsically just feel unvalued. Like, wow, there's this amazing sandbox type contraption here with the PAC, the AIC and all that. And then you just assume that I would hate it and not want to go through all the learning processes and just, you know, let me explore. Give me the basics, let me explore. The game did that with the exploration part of the maps. Like, people knew intuitively they were just supposed to run around the map, go through every nook and cranny, get every single chest, every single Ori land, whatever. Then why is it the case that it's the opposite thing with the factory? Why is it that you give me freedom where you thought I would get freedom, and then because you dismiss my interest in certain, like the second core aspect of the game, which is the factory, and then you just decide, okay, I decided for me that I don't like it, so you handhold me through every single little process. The tutorials definitely could be simplified, I'll be honest. They don't have to tell you every single little thing. And the fact that they did it step by step is like just a slap in the face. Because every step was interrupted by something in between. Why couldn't you just do the... I think Arknights did it decently, where every time they give you a new game mode, right, there's this tutorial aspect where they told you, oh, you have to do this, a certain action, perform a certain sequence of actions to get to a certain point of interaction with the menu screen. But even then, they've decided, I think the current latest ones in terms of the tutorials, they've gotten a little bit similar to that's why I had the Arknights reminder again. The handholding is getting egregious, and I don't like it. A toggle to opt out wouldn't be a bad idea. That is also the issue. I want them to at least give players the option, the agency of choice to just say, okay, I want to learn this organically on my own, and I would like to skip the tutorial and learn this on my own. At least give them the option to skip. It was like they were not confident in the factory part being popular, which ironically has proved to be one of the biggest talking points. And I've seen a lot of factory discussions on Twitter, on Reddit, and all the screenshots of meme builds and serious builds and optimized builds, whatever. Ironically, that happened to be the most talked about thing, not the combat, not the gameplay, apart from the gacha, of course. The gacha was the main thing before the start of the game. But after the game launched, that became the most talked about thing in the whole of the game. So how could they assume for us and decide for us that we didn't like it right away because we will found it tedious? You get what I mean? It was as if they tried to overcompensate and overcorrect themselves. Okay, let's see, why I have to catch up. Didn't do AIC tutorials, no issues in crafting because they give you the formulas. Only went back to redo base because you completed everything and had nothing better to do. Tutorials felt long-winded, but you got a handle to make shit because of it, okay? There are positive aspects to long-winded tutorials. At least if it's detailed enough, you'll know everything. God forbid you decide what you want to use, that you want to use your brain because the game wants you to use a certain machine. Yes, hi Lam Cosma. I was ranting away, so pardon me for the late reply. Wish the tutorials were more hands-off because when playing and started, you really wanted to discover things and do things on your own. But the game kind of just really wanted to make sure you were always 10 steps ahead of a lot of players when a lot of players wanted to run around, be free. See that you guys just echoed what I just said. Let people be free. Literally, go my beloved Enfielders. Build the factories you want. Right? You play enough games over the years that tutorials are expected. Yes, tutorials will always be expected. If you don't put any, then they give another point of like some ammunitions for people to right, so I don't want to I don't have a tutorial for this. You expect me to know what I'm supposed to do, you asshole? And then people start labeling that as asshole game design, right? This game had quite a bit more than the average, but also has a lot of system to learn in rapid succession. They are finite, and when they're done, you barely think about them after. But there are always people who blast through and then moan about not knowing how to do something. That's where the conundrum comes in, right? Where if you don't give people the tutorial, they're gonna complain, why you didn't give me info on this? Am I supposed to learn this from absolutely no cues, no nothing, no prior knowledge that I was supposed to be doing this? Huh? You asshole? You just saw someone say they do not know how to find mushrooms to advance the character. I'm sure if you played something like similar to Endfield in terms of like the way open exploration and gathering is in JRPGs and stuff, you already intuitively kind of know that you're supposed to find materials. And not just that, let me go back to the game for a bit. Now this is the most striking part about why people always make fun of EN fan bases and say EN don't read. Let me just point out the biggest issue here. So when you go into, say, Palika over here, screen, you can click on the materials for source. So if in this case I haven't unlocked Ruby Bolette yet, so or Bolette, whatever it is, not yet. Okay. Let's go to someone who I never level up. Okay. Last right. So you got a red bullet here. Gathering sites. Rare gathering sites. Click on this. Immediately the map chooses one for you. It may well be the closest one relative to where you have been. But how can you say you can't find the materials? This is a no-brainer thing. I feel like this one is one of those idiot-proof things that somehow manages to confuse idiots. You may call me like a bit harsh for saying that, but they don't help their case here. As much as I want to be nice with my words, but sometimes it just... Surely you had the recourse for this type of thing where you didn't know where to find it, and the game will have provided you resources to be able to find it. I'm not saying you would definitely know that the game had a feature like that, but let's say you came from a game with similar things going on before, with like Genshin, where you had to collect materials as well for ascensions, and Hua also has the ascension thing, Xander's with the promotion thing. Surely, if you play at least one of those games before coming into Endfield, you will have that. But I can excuse them if they didn't, right? So if they didn't, and I've gone to the point of insulting them unnecessarily, I will hold my hands up, okay? So yeah, that's the thing I want to say about the materials. Natural selection. Regarding mushrooms, you say You know what they say about leading a horse to water, but disregarding that, I feel like it's not too far-fetched to say overload of materials makes more people to likely just close whatever comes up, and even if it's relevant because they've been fetched so much stupid info, then it's just easier to push past it out and learn in retrospect than read them all. To be fair, in terms of Endfield, right, the way they wanted to already make sure that people get into the factory as early on as possible, because they were positive that this is the one mechanic that they wanted to set themselves apart from other gacha games, where no other gacha game currently has that kind of construction customizability. No, none, zero. Okay, Endfield is the first in its space to try this in a gacha space itself. So they are also aware of the information overload, so they kind of overcompensate. Okay, tutorials excessively, hand holding every step along the way. But like some of you said, EN don't read, because they are not going to spend 2 hours of their time reading through stuff after 8 hours at work. It needs to have a balance where it can cater to the ultra casuals as well. I know some people still play it quite fervently after like during weekends. They work during the week, maybe clear dailies, and on weekends are like sit down 6 to 7 hours, play Endfield, and enjoy themselves in the world. Maybe building their factories, maybe enjoying their characters, enjoying fighting, you know, just to vent some steam off from work that happened throughout the week. You get what I mean? So yeah, I can kind of see why they overcompensated, but it doesn't excuse that they failed to find the balance. They should have balanced it out, honestly. But I think they were really intent on making the factory aspect sell, which is why they did what they did. You can see the worries with venturing into an unknown space. Okay, let's see what else I missed. Factory must grow. Okay, sure. We always know the factory must grow. Agree with this. Excessive amounts of tutorials tend to just mash through them since there's so much. If they needed help on something, you much prefer if you could then open up a help section to look up for something about your specific situation instead of having to be dumped info about everything at once. Yeah. There's this thing. Okay, let's go back to the game for a bit. It helps that, you know, I have the game on hand just to do certain stuff. Right, so I'm going to go into this. I think it's database. So it's not like Endfield never had an issue with trying to. I hope they've streamlined the experience for future players who are going to get into the game like maybe 4 or 5 months down the road than what we have experienced, because we are technically the first batch, right? They have nothing to go by on in terms of reactions and feedback. So if they decide to streamline the newbie experience for other players, this game could get way more popular in the future than it already has now. Yeah, waiting for 50 new gacha games with base building. Yikes. Now, it's not like Arknights never had base building in the first place as well. Mark all notice as read. So, okay, we'll go with this. If you didn't know about certain stuff, you could just come over here and do it. So why not just give the option to just skip the forced tutorials in the first place? I forgive them for operator kits, because every operator is designed with a unique kit and playstyle in mind. So it works for that particular thing. It doesn't work with when you're going through natural gameplay loops or natural gameplay progression and experience. is disruptive. Endfield needs to add the feature of going straight into the sanity counter instead of the serums dying. They did the okay, the serum thing is how do I put this? A failsafe. So if you don't okay, hang on. Let me do something first. Yeah. So just to make my mouse cursor like more accessible, that's all I'm doing. Yeah, so with the sanity serum potions, whatever, on this mechanic, right? My issue have been there have been people who accidentally use them ahead of time. So they basically like I kept mine, okay, whatever. Mine is kept. I don't give a shit anymore at this point. I've never been efficient from the start. Some people are sticklers for like dead set on efficiency. So they don't want to have to accidentally click and overcap. When they overcap and then they are not given the option to just say you know, go through one more confirmation video, would you absolutely sure you want to use this, for example? They're gonna complain. There's that small section who will nitpick this little thing out and just complain about it because, you know, hey, I accidentally used this without. Why is there no confirmation screen to tell me that? Because this is not the timing I wanted to use this in. I wanted to use it at a certain other timing. After maybe I got lower sanity or something off the cap. I'll be using all these, by the way, so later on. There's crafting to convert excess sanity. That's not what they're gonna complain about. You know how some people are. They're gonna complain about every single little thing out there as long as there's ammunition to do so with. So yeah. This is a gripe you had with OG Arknights. They fix it, so you just gotta wait. Fix it in CN, so you gotta wait until normal. Sanity just leaving after expiration. Now that you've mentioned it. Last point. Everything you guys have brought up in terms of points, right? I've thought about it already. So the complaints are along the same line. It's very common. It's complaints you have seen before, complaints you have experienced before. That is the funny part, right? A lot of the things that you guys have said, I've already said it before. Either I addressed it in the slide itself, and the bullet point, or I've talked about it already. But yeah, even currently in Global Arknights, right, we still have the issue with people forgetting. I have this guy on one of the servers I'm on who also like is on the Arknights section, and it's like, oh, guess I forgot my sanity pots again this week. And then I think each potion was like worth 120 these days, right? 240 sanity gone just like that. Because he forgot they were expiring. And even worse if they gave you those extra sanity potions from events and all that. They were 3 or 4. So 480 were gone just like that. And unfortunately for the game, or unfortunately for the players, when you get to a certain part of the game, you don't really care about the sanity efficiency anymore. And you just log in, do dailies that don't involve sanity spending, and just like get out. Get your 200 oro barrels, your 100 orondum, get out. You'll get to a point where it's like that, but that won't be a while for Endfield, and I've already hit that in Arknights like 2 years ago, where I just couldn't care less about my sanity efficiency. I'm capped right now in Arknights and I couldn't care less. Because I have all the materials I have in stock already, so no pressure to maximize every single thing. And it's not like I'm building every single operator in the game, which boils down to the resource thing. And some people complain about resource heavy, right? That to an extent, the later levels, like the Elite 3 and 4 sections of the operator growth, it can be a bit expensive. But if you are going to do it for all the 20-ish operators that are currently out released as of 1.0, you are going to run into those problems. You are absolutely going to run into those problems because early game is always where they don't give you the most amount of material, and certain types of materials they give you access of. Like they give you the Mark of Perseverance, was it? Almost every single time. I have 16 right now and I haven't used a single one. And those are for your mastery levels. So you have to probably, I think, use a couple for each mastery. 3 per operator or something. So if you are a builder, you likely to an extent a light spender as well. Usually free-to-play players won't think of building every single little thing. We think a little bit more streamlined. We'll build like maybe a core of 4 operators and just roll with it until we can get there. Maybe in Arknights 12, because it's a squad of 12 in that game. But in Endfield it's 4, and you can perfectly play through every single little thing with 4. Okay, we'll go back to okay, we cleared the sanity parts, but we'll go back into the okay, a little bit more on the story part. So I think some people have huge and very vocal views about this. So Originium in its portrayal in Terra, very grim. The prognosis is that if you got infected by Originium, well, you need to seek medicine to contain the disease, essentially, to keep it in check. You're never fully rid of it. There's no way to get rid of it, actually. That's of the even the current timeline in Arknights. Over here, it's a lot more open-minded with the infection. So they call it auripathy positive. They don't call it infected, which has a very negative connotation where you can just say there are an entire case of people in Terra, at least in Terra itself, right? Entire case of people. What I mean by case is they're treated as the bottom class, right? Like the plague, like the second coming of like the devil or something. Which is funny because like the Sarkars are actually devils, right? They are of several demonic sub-races, depending on their subclass. So the whole race itself based on demonic creatures. Succubus. I don't think there's a succubus character, but just as an example, vampires, gargoyles, undead cannibals, which we have one of. It's Last Rite, I think. Last Rite is the so-called of the cannibalistic race of Sarkar. So yeah, feel free to chime in on this. Don't mind me just rambling away. I'll just address anything I see later on. So original Arknights portrayed Originium as this potentially hazardous material that could change people's lives for the worse. Even if they did use it for, you know, Originium powered stuff as their form of fuel, electricity, whatnot. A lot of it is trivialized in Enfield's portrayal, where they changed the narrative completely. Originium may be compared to asbestos instead in the way of Enfield's portrayal, because it's useful to the people. At the same time, they know it's hazardous and they're willing to bear the cost of the hazard. And then on the side of asbestos is like eventually you see people are banned from using it in construction because of the risk it poses. In the case of Originium, they're like relying on it. Okay, this will lead us to a better life. This will give us the key to the future. It's constantly portrayed as this, and it's such a big slap in the face when you think about. I guess this is a bit of a spoiler if you actually know what Originium was, and how it came about and why it existed. You'll be like, okay, so they just slapped everyone in the face who knew about this Originium thing way back in Arknights. Because the true form of Originium was finally fully revealed in chapter 15. It took 16 chapters for them to address it, and like countless side stories. I think we're on the 48th or 49th side story right now, so you can treat it like 50 chapters of side stories essentially. And let's not even get into it because we have another entire section where it's vignette stories, which can be treated as mini chapters on their own. So anyone wants to talk about the Reconveners? feel free to chime in on your thoughts on it. While I go grab some water, I'll be back in a minute, maybe less. I don't know. Just grab water from the kitchen. Yes, I'm back. If you heard the cough, that's me. I got some water, got my toilet break done as well. Okay, good. This seems to have awoken your long tirades and thoughts about this. Good thing I took a break because I came back and then I have a lot of things to address now. fantastic way to get discussion in, I suppose. What's Rapid doing? Went to a restroom. I think you caught on. You're a bit mixed on reconveners. On one hand, it's kind of cool to see the characters in 3D. But at the same time, I feel like it's just jingle jangle. Look at the characters you know and love from Arknights. For Arknights now appearing in Endfield. You were very skeptical about reconveners at first, but once they flushed out the original is data storage, data cloning processing, you felt it kind of worked. They did the Lavatine story very well. It showed that they can pull this concept off. Gilberta was a little bit softer of a story, but not every story needs to be nitty and gritty. Yes, I agree with that. It can just give you glimpses of them. You don't think you think reconveners don't work on a meta narrative level, and thus they can't work on a narrative level. People already familiar with Arknights will only see the characters they know from Arknights, and thus will refuse to engage with seeing reconveners as new people, which is the narrative which the narrative is asking us to do. People new to Arknights Endfield will know what the original operator was like, so they don't know what's significant, what isn't, and if they decide to learn about AK, they still end up learning the lore. Referencing AK, how much lore had to be pieced together, cross-referencing operator files against side stories, and God bless the people who did the legwork on that, okay? You think the main thing that bothers you is that there's too many of them at launch. Whereas they can drip them further down if the line if they really wanted to add them in the game. I'll give you my thoughts after I read through all your stuff. Right? In the reverse order of what was intended to continue from the previous message due to limits and all that, because Twitch doesn't really like character limits, I think. Not to mention some people who wants to see familiar or popular characters in AKE and now saying dumb shit. I hope X character gets Oripathy and dies so that they can be in AKE. As if that does not go to counter go counter to the entire lore of Arknights. Okay, good. And finally, reconveners don't even know what they want to be narratively themselves, because if we get the characters who look the same, dress the same, talk the same, and for most part act the same in terms of their professions, then how am I supposed to exactly take the idea that the game wants me to believe that they're seeking their own identity seriously? Gonna take a nap. See you all later in streaming. Alright, see you. Take a good nap. Okay, got through all the stuff that I needed to go through. My idea of the reconveners is that concept-wise it's cool for them to want to shout out the old Arknights characters that we know are beloved from the first game in a different form. I will also tell you why Lavatine works and why she is an exception to this rule more than being the general flag bearer for this. Okay. Right, so where do we start? Cool concept. Execution wise could be worked upon, because the once you put the idea in the head, right, that Arknights characters that we know and love from the past have the possibility of appearing in Endfield in a 3D form. A lot of people are obviously going to do what Zai said. I hope this character fucking dies and gets infected so that we can see them in Endfield. Now, if you guys do not know the nuance about this, right, go check out the operators, specifically the ones that are reconveners. All of them have one common tying thread that led to them being in the game. All of them have been infected at some point of time. All of them have Oripathy in the original game. Not a single one was an uninfected. You can go check it out. Helga, Pergranichnik, Surta Lavatane, Angelina Gilberta, Eyjafjalla, Ardelia, all of them have infection. So narratively, I can see why Zai says it doesn't work. Because, but I want to bring another point of view here. It may not justify what they do, but just a point of view from like trying to think from Hypergriff's reasoning for putting these characters in. They want tie-ins. Okay, that one we all know. They want to tie in back to the original AK World of Terra. So they had some narratively, so there mentions of early on in the prologue you had mentions of like Frost Nova, Patriot, who are considered honorary people, you know, fighting and giving their lives for like a certain cause, something like that. And the fact that Rhodes Island is actually a thing and has been mentioned many times in Talos 2 itself. So apparently they've made contact with the Enfielders, and they've had mentions of having collaborations over a very long period of time. So they're like basically old business partners by this point, possibly spanning 100 over years. So now we have Rhodes Island affiliated operators who are all reconveners for most part. Like, I think Warframe because of the nature of Warframe herself, which she's mentioned. And if you knew the original Warframe, she's already lived 100 couple years in the original game itself. So she's long lived. She's a vampire. She's effectively, I think maybe even if she's not like immortal, she at least can live for maybe 1,000, 2,000 years before anything will start to happen. That given that her appearance hasn't seemed to change over several hundred years, she still looks like this youthful, pale-skinned vampire girl, right? Even though she's like old as fuck and probably more granny than anyone else, apart from maybe Kelsey. So there, like I said, there's this dissonance, right? Where you cannot reconcile that the reconveners are a different person entirely. For me, I'm able to because of specific character traits that are not completely carried over. Like their approach and the soft parts of their personality they do have some noted differences and marked ones. It's only really super obvious with Lavatine because original Surtur had a very harsh diction with her words. It always felt like you pissed her off. For anyone who has Surtur in the roster, right, go listen to her voice lines. Which line in specific shows that she's not pissed off? Almost every single line, every interaction you had with her, you always felt like you pissed her off for no fucking reason whatsoever. She was just like that, and it was probably her way of distancing from others because she just has no sense of self due to fragmented memories, which Lavatine also shares. But there's a difference between them in that Lavatine, when she comes across as direct and doesn't like bullshit. She will never waffle. She'll just go straight for it. Right? She thinks she needs to lay to you to understand that, you know, maybe you need her help for protection, you know, in the fact that she's very strong and can eliminate most threats to your safety. And she'll just tell you, it's okay if you can't fight that well or anything, you can stay behind me, I'll handle it. Surtur is like always treating you like a fucking burden. Like you're holding her back or something. If you lose any stage in particular and retreat, right, go back and listen to the line, the retreat line, the operation failure line, mission failure, whatever it is. She's telling you not to be a burden, essentially. Frost Nova when I don't know, but she was mentioned in this game. She could become a reconvener if by popular demand. people want it, it will happen. Probably. It will make the most money, I think, of any banner, probably. Frost Nova became one of those beloved antagonists. Because her story just resonated really well. It was the conclusion was nice. Right? And she was the first to show willingness in the antagonist side to accept a different ideal, because they were she came to the understanding that they were fighting for the same thing, which was mentioned earlier on when we talked about the story. They were fighting for the same cause all the time, all this while, and she was the first antagonist to recognize that. And essentially she's like a posthumous yeah, she's essentially a posthumous Rose Island character, honorary, right? After she passed because of her infection. She succumbed to it eventually. You know, if you watch the anime itself, you don't even have to go through the fucking story. Original Surtur also has zero law whatsoever, so of course Lavatain works because there's no law to contradict. Yeah, that's I wanted to get to that point eventually. Yeah, I wanted to say she's the exception to the rule and not the defining difference, or like to all these things. Like, she doesn't set the standard or anything like that. Surtur had zero law until we hit IS4, which was 2024 release. That would have been like chronologically almost 5 years after Arknights even started on CN server. 5 years, and she was released in the first year of Arknights, was it? No, slightly into the second year, right? 2020, yeah, slightly into second year, not too far in. It's like maybe a couple months in only. So she works because whatever story they chose to make, you could just take it as, oh, it's a fantastic write, because a fantastic write-up. There's nothing else to compare with. So to you, if that was good, it could stay good. There will never be something that says, okay, compared to Surtur, this wasn't that good. But there are differences in portrayal, because, like I said, Lavatain is a little bit more kind-hearted than Surtur was. Surtur was just out there trying to get her own shit done without people holding her back. And Lavatain shows more empathy as a whole. Gilberta, I can't say too much, okay? I don't know her story, I haven't played through her story, but Angelina also had the same problem. She didn't have much in the lore. Whatever you knew of Angelina, right, you probably have to read the manga adaptation they did for her. In the game itself, despite being in the game for like 6 years, not much Angelina lore has dropped at all. We went back to Siracusa and found out nothing about her. Went back to Siracusa, all we knew was Lapland, Zaro, Texas. The fuck? What about the others? At the very least, there were some references to like what Suzuran, who we found out more about, like her mother, through her mother, Valpis Foglia. Alright, with Suzuran also had an early, but within the first year itself, she had an early involvement in Twilight Volume 1 there. So yeah, that's one thing very interesting. Ardelia makes comments as you run around with her in your party about how nice it is to hear sounds, referencing the memories she has of Aya. Yeah, so canonically, Aya Fiatla is nearly completely deaf, has vision problems, bordering on blindness because her oripathy started to attack her auditory and her sight sensors. Mention of inner fears and how she copes with them with Dolly helping to push her forward, all tied up into the memories. Oh yeah, I want to talk about Dolly as well. Dolly is the sheep familiar or sheep companion of Aya. The fact that Dolly made it onto, I don't know, it's the same Dolly or it's like a different Dolly, but they're both referred to as Mr. Dolly. So Dolly is a male, by the way. Considered like a supernatural being, right? Not like the various races of Terra or whatsoever. More on the supernatural side. Pretty sure it has to be the same because Dolly is a beast lord. Yeah, that's my issue here. So Dolly missed Aya so much and decided to go over to Talos 2 to continue to be with her. They're not the same person, by the way, but because it reminds him or it of Aya got attached to her. But yeah, that's another can of worms. Like, why the fuck is Dolly here, Mr. Dolly? He's not stuck on Terra. He's with us now. Well, there's a lot of dissonance with the reconvener part. I think some people are very excited to see characters so much reminiscent of in the past. For me, I see it as Hypergriff wanting to give players some level of fan service, I suppose. And the fact that they were not fully, I don't know if I can really say that this is actually the case, but there is a small possibility that they were not fully convinced that the new characters would be able to definitively draw people in. So they decided to do the reconvening route, which based on their exposition about what Originium is and the Originium data forest and whatnot about the reconvener site, I think it's basically the bullshit fool to get shit out of the way and hand wave stuff to explain their presence in Talos 2 as in the current forms that they are. But one thing good about it is that none of them are infected, so they can live without the burdens of illness or physical debilitation that their predecessors had. I feel like that's that little bit of maybe will not be successful. Let's just put in some characters that look like them in the past. We can have fan service without it spitting in the face of anyone with any sense of law, awareness, or standards. I'm not saying I'm entirely sympathetic to what they're trying to do, but I'm just trying to tell you guys that that is a small possibility. But it does feel like you got chewed up and spit up. Yeah, chewed up and spit out due to this thing. So everything you've told me was a fucking lie. That's basically the reaction of it. Everything you've built up before, all of a sudden it doesn't matter anymore. Hand waved. That being said, I'm just willing to stick with this to see how far they're gonna push this. Hopefully there are not too many reconvener releases in the next half a year or so, because that's as far as we can look forward to, at least. But otherwise, reconveners bring a lot of problems. In terms of like the tying out the story of what we've been told and what seems to be the opposite happening on Talos 2 in regards to how Oripathy is being treated. and okay, one more thing, Phoenix, we want to put across, right, in terms of people who are upset about it or anything like that, with the they are their own identities thing. Okay, they inherit the memory, so they, for most part, they will behave very similarly to their predecessors. There are nuances, but not everyone will catch those nuances of the image that you build up over 6 years. With, say, Angelina, who's been there since launch, for example. Aya's been there since launch. Sata's not been there since launch, but she's been there long enough, like 5 years, but thanks to lack of lore, she works. Sata works as Lavatin. Or rather, Lavatin works because Sata had no lore. Like, Zai has made a point of. And then, what about the others? Elegant was also first year. He was a first year operator. So he's been there for like almost the entire 6 years. 7 years. So first, now that you tell us like, oh, Originem is just a minor affliction that if you have the medicine and access to the meds to keep it in check, it's not that bad. You can still live a normal life. It's like those people taking what, immunosuppressants essentially for life. They can still kind of mostly lead a normal life because of like transplants and all that stuff. And then we have the Originem was like, oh, it's a fucking cancer that if you die, you turn into Originem dust, or you know, like crystals, and then you can infect others just by dying around them, and if you're not properly disposed of after. It's very hard to reconcile these concepts together, because on one end you're told that, on the other you're shown another. So it's really a huge dichotomy in the portrayal. He could have decided to travel to Talos 2 sometime after Aya died for XYZ reason, and it was just a happy coincidence that she was reconvened. Okay. Dolly, you don't know Dolly's law, lack thereof, but it wouldn't be a massive breach to claim some sort of instinct of future sight power. It's been done plenty enough in words of fiction. But I feel like there's this possibility of writing themselves into a rut with the reconvener stuff. I think if reconveners were introduced much later, maybe we'll be having this conversation as well. You also personally think that treatment of oropathy or infection sufferers across AK to AKE, because AK has never treated oropathy as a disability and only ever treats it like a metaphor for discrimination. That's very specific to you because of research. I treat it like, because there is no cure for it. It's essentially rock cancer, right? But this rock cancer has no cure for it. You can only suppress it, and the ways of suppressing it is not widespread in Terra, while it is actually the case in Talos 2, which is extremely funny. But when you think about it, 150 years of advancements, maybe they found a way to produce it at a lower cost than what was presented in Terra. In Terra, it's still quite expensive to provide medicine, which is why essentially some operators trade working and going through operations that Rhode Island regularly has to, you know, maybe deal with a certain disaster, or no, then the compensation is accordingly salary, and then they deduct the cost of the medicine, the meds, from the salary. Yeah, so it's actually like mercenary work for them, and work for your meds, I suppose. Well, it's a little bit more widespread in Talos too, so they allow themselves to just give out medicine if they have enough without cost, especially in emergencies. I treat it more of analogous to what HIV used to be viewed as in 1980s. Like what we think of HIV in 1980s and currently in 2026, right, is it's about a 40-50 year difference, and it's the difference is stark because these days you can essentially be HIV free because your viral load is not detectable, something like that. You do remember that era, it was ugly. So the discrimination came from that side. People will always find ways to discriminate in different ways, but this one they chose oripathy as the reason for it. To lower them, their status, their social status, the caste they belong to, for example, social caste. And the infected are treated as the bottom rung in Terra, but not so much in Talos 2. Talos 2 is like they kind of just live with it. It's just treated like a minor ailment as long as you are able to keep it in check. Because the portrayal of Originium is like, oh, rock cancer in that ones, even they admit that they used to power arts units, washing machines, you know, all that stuff that's like analogous to electricity, fuel, and power. And then yet, if you're infected, you're ostracized. Meanwhile, here is like so widespread everywhere is being used. Originium mines may be dangerous, but nobody thinks of it as the thing is hazardous, but it can lead us to a better life, as we were promised by the enemy, or whatsoever shit. That's what you're saying. Arknights never treats oripathy as a narrative disability because it's always standing in for a larger story about discrimination. Portrayal of Originium is infecting, as the infecting factor suffers because the story treats Originium as a disabling thing 1% of the time and a discrimination thing 99% of the time. Yeah, I see where the narrative problems start to stem from, but in Arknights itself, when they talk about the oripathy thing, right? We call it oripathy positive or oripathy negative in Endfield itself. Right? There's no negative connotation about that. It's just like, oh, you have oripathy. You've been infected by Originium. It got into your system. But don't worry not, we have ways to keep it in check. So you can still live a relatively normal life. And then on the other hand, on the opposite side in Terra, 150 years ago or more, they talk about it as if infected. There's this label, right? They throw upon all these people who've been infected with oripathy. Infected. But it's clearly meant to be used as a separating factor between social statuses. Bear in mind the things about the oripathy thing were very strongly put across when you find out canonically and narratively. It was revealed that one of the characters that was involved in the Longman crisis, like one of the central characters, was actually infected. You will figure out if I talk about Longman itself, that you know who is the one revealed as infected, because there were hints about it in the story. If you go through early stories, then early chapters, you will already have hints like lack of care for safety around Originium clustered areas, lack of precautionary measures taken, which we will not try to review too much about this thing. You guys, if you want to find out, go for those who haven't played Arknights before, just go find out from reading the story itself. Really fun read when you get to that point. It starts to go up from that point on, and it wasn't hard to go up from that point on, unfortunately, because the first three was just really a lot of world building, and world building lore drops exposition. They tend to be a bit dry for other players to go through, so can't be helped. I just hope they reduce the amount of reconveners coming out from here. I felt like if they went through with original characters from the start, it wouldn't have hurt them either. But clearly they wanted some way to tie back in, and reconveners became a concept. Right now there's some already goodwill lost between some enjoyers of Arknights lore or original Arknights lore, and now what we are shown or building up for Endfield lore. Because basically the reconveners also make it such that it's a hard reset for a lot of things that we were shown, and it's a hard reset because it's very abrupt. I know those are two different worlds. Talos 2 and Terra are completely different worlds. So or there are some similarities in certain cultures or cultural practices that some of the races have gone through over the years or developed. The stark contrast in how Talos 2 is treating Originium compared to what Terra was treating it in the past is very kind of like how you experience a hurricane. So in the eye of the hurricane, it's calm. You may even see like sunlight, clear clouds, whatever. And then the outer parts of the hurricane, the swirling parts, the swirling clouds, they're all the storm. And right now it feels like that. It feels like Talos 2 is inside the eye of the hurricane, and the outside of the hurricane is just like the storm brewing. Did they get into the actual process of how one comes into being? Does a chunk of Originium turn into flesh and blood, or are they just really a construct that looks and behaves identical to a person? They are actual people as they are portrayed in the story. But I think the explanation, at least for what we have given right now, is that they take the genetic content of these reconveners in data form, and then they find a way to extract it into genetic code and then recreate the entire being, like the bodies, flesh, organs, whatever. That is what we are told. The actual process we will never know until they actually get to that. Will we actually ever address that? I fear maybe 4 years down the road, even that's a stretch. But for what is worth, everything we are told seems to point towards that. I can only extrapolate because I cannot tell you more than what we have been given as well. Right. So yeah, this part of the story they have to handle with a little bit more care going down the road. But I do agree to an extent that they are basically turning this reconveners thing into a clusterfuck, a potential clusterfuck rather. All right, let's move on to another part. I think we were quite quick actually on the reconveners part because we covered so much of the story aspect already that it's just basically tying back to older points. So do any of you feel like, in terms of the release time of Endfield this year, was it the right timing, or was it taking too long from announcement we knew about the possibility of Endfield being in the gacha space, like as around maybe what, late 22, early 23. That's almost 3 years ago, actually. And it was like the beginning of 2023. It was not even like late 2023 kind of thing. Do you guys think we've gotten past the point where it was the right time to release? You think it was a fair timing, but not gonna lie, you think they released too early. I think the release was probably pushed forward because they realized they were really close to their intended significant date of 22nd of January, which we all know, admin's birthday, and somebody shares birthday with the admin, of which, if you didn't know the date and you were playing the original Arknights, you could just check Surtur's file and find out the birthday from there. They wanted to do that kind of thing. I would say if they introduced the reconveners later on and then Lava Team was released later, right, to compensate, like, oh, maybe they released fall of this year, which for me, fall summer to fall 2026 would have been perfect between this period, the 3-month period, yeah, between June to September, because that was my prediction at the start, before they actually announced anything. And then during the Game Awards, boom, 22nd of or 23rd of January, wherever you may be living in the world, worldwide release, Arknights, Endfield. Okay, great, yes, fantastic. The game is coming. Now here's my problem. I thought it was too fast, too quick. So Wuling being in the state it is kind of dire. Valley 4 story needed more time in the oven. You think they released because when few memes got to them and they needed to capitalize on the hype when while it still existed. I feel like the hype can be generated anytime. But to be fair, because this game has been so long in development, I think they started ideating everything in like late 2022 to early 2023. So they had been cooking this idea. And you can clearly see from the graphical polish and presentation, they've worked so hard on it. Like, we are not going to discount their effort. But as a result of putting so much effort on the presentation, it suffered elsewhere. So they definitely needed more time to cook. I'd say if this was a summer release at the very earliest, summer 26, I would have been confident that we would have seen a completely different Valley 4 and maybe a better portrayal of Wuling, right, than what we currently have. Wuling feels like, because they decided to scrap Valley 4, like just do away with it, get through it ASAP, that Wuling had to be introduced, like the first part of it, to make up for the content gap that may have eventually occurred. So essentially, I think Wuling's current part that we have right now in the game is been pushed forward. It was not supposed to be experienced as it is right now. So you can see some parts is still a little bit, some parts of the game are still a little bit experimental. They kind of just feeling their way through this. Remember, this is only the second 3D game that they've chosen to make, but Accessories was clearly just game engine experimentation. It had nothing to do with very much else at all. Well, this one they tried to combine aspects of Arknights with the lessons they learned from Accessories. Accessories, by the way, was I don't know, I shake my head on that. Not very successful. To the point you barely hear of it on the EN side even. Because it was a pay-to-play model. And they wanted to experiment with that as well. If we got any funding from Endfield, it was largely from the OG Arknights and not from Accessories. So yeah, very much to say about that. You don't think, Phoenix, your case is that you don't think it was a bad timing or anything like that to review, and that they cook, that there's no such thing as they cook too long, because you are patient, okay? You want to wait. Because since you say you held the stance of waiting for a more polished product, like how Rockstar operates, RDR 2 was one of the best games you ever played, and it was delayed a number of times. You've said in many discussions of other games in the past, if you chase perfection, you'll never release it. So they hit the marks plenty well enough. And you know what's the funny part about this phrase? Chase perfection, never release it, right? That's me with content creation videos. I chase perfection too much that you see none on my channel. I actually got my ass off to do something with the latest video at least. So after 2022, that's my video. Like the huge gap. I essentially start from the bottom, you know, as a result. But it is what it is. I also want to bring a point, like, is there any right time to release a gacha game? For me, there's no such thing. You might say, okay, capitalize on the hype, that's the right timing. I don't particularly think so. I feel like a lot of people were definitely willing to wait because they knew Hypergriff's record with Arknights and how they have managed to improve upon the game. What turned out to be a very simple concept of like, tower defense game, and then they made it so much more such that it was such a cultural phenomenon within China itself, with the introduction of integrated strategies, contingency contract, all those so-called endgame modes and roguelike modes. So I do believe that people were willing to give a little bit more time for Hypergriff to cook, but Hypergriff themselves, I think they couldn't wait anymore, because the significant date was coming, and they did not want to bother with such a thing where they missed the window of opportunity and then everything started to not have that significance. Okay, let's say admin birthday 22nd of January, that I release on maybe 22nd of June. People are not gonna have the Easter egg of figuring out, oh, it's the admin's birthday, you know? It doesn't hit the same, right? Then if I say, oh, I did it on 22nd January, wow, admin's born on this day, and then you have this psychological association with the date. Gacha specific, you do not know, but games in general, don't be like Horizon Zero Dawn and release next to Breath of the Wild, and don't be like Horizon Forbidden West and release next to Elden Ring. But sometimes it was already planned. Can you really say they plan like around competitive releases? Like other competitors are releasing the game on, say, 14th of February on Valentine's Day, which is a horrible day, by the way, for them to release the game on, because most people are gonna be out, especially those who have significant others celebrating. You can always pull the e-brake when you see the collision. I mean, it's one thing to announce, the other is another thing to officially release it. So let's say they decided to be part of the Game Awards, in that the Game Awards reviewed the release date of Arknights, Endfield. The expectation has been set there already. They could delay it, but you know, betraying consumer expectations. And I say consumer expectations because, you know, the people in the gacha space, if they are spenders, they're gonna be one of those gacha consumers, you know. And by consumers, it's not just the spending part, but more of they take the, what was that thing called again? Gacha consumerism is not just spending, but how fast they gobble up content. So some of the players out there already have cleared the entire 100% Wuling for whatever they can do up until now, and 100% Valley 4 already. There's nothing to do in the game except dailies. That is consuming content. You don't play through content. If you do it so fast, you may as well consume content instead. So they always want more. They always want, oh, instant gratification, this and that, more pools, more this. You reference GTA 6 on that one. GTA 6 has been a fucking meme for years. Half-Life 3 as well. Those games. I think GTA 6 is coming before Half-Life 3 for sure. Half-Life 3 will never come out at this point. It's just too long. So, but there's always that window of opportunity which obviously Endfield wanted to capitalize on with the birthday being such a significant. So. Okay, I think that's done with the criticisms. We addressed all that I wanted to talk about on the Endfield side, and so yeah, that's all we have. Anyone else has anything else you guys want to chime in to let me address? There's nothing we can possibly go back to some Endfield gaming already as it is. I think it was a very fruitful talk. I enjoyed some of the back and forth between myself and some of the viewers here, and especially seeing different angles from different perspectives, from especially Zai providing that wealth of knowledge with regards to the state of Endfield from the very first version up until like the alpha test up until current finished version as we are playing right now. But even then, you can still see it's a work in progress, and that they are planning for the long haul. So a lot of things are gonna be like slowly pushed out. They're not gonna be immediate changes, even if they are. But I do say one thing is that if they want to get more newer players in, surely they have to streamline the early game, the tutorials, the ability to skip them. Give people the option to skip through all these tutorials. I know some people are gonna complain that, you know, those already playing, oh, they should have given us this from the start. But hey, think about it. Our feedback will influence how it is later on for the newer players coming in, maybe it's 4 or 5 months from now. Think of us as pioneers. We experience all these pain so that the people after don't have to. So yeah, that's all for the Endfield Babble. Thank you for participating in this. I really did enjoy this entire like 2 parts of the stream, because this is a very I think I've done the most in-depth discussion of any content creator out there with my 2 streams, because I think the total is about 14 hours worth of content. Even if I cut out all the preamble that I've done, it's still about 13 hours, I think. So yeah, about half a day worth of talking. Let's think about that. Get it in your head that I've talked to you guys until my mouth has pretty much fallen off for about 13 hours on end. And that's just the Endfield Babble. We haven't got into the point where I'm talking about certain things in the game, where I'm telling you what I'm doing, you know, engaging with you guys and all that stuff. So I hope you guys enjoyed the last 2 streams. I basically feel like I am trying to give people a platform to voice out and vent things that they are having issue with the game, and hopefully some of these makes it into the feedback. Now, speaking of feedback, how long more do we have before I lose this day? 9 hours. I'll do this after the stream, never mind. Has everyone done the feedback? Just curious. At least those in the chat. Yep, Maddie. Do you hit the character limit? Go all the way to the character limit if they're that ruffled by it. I heard some people are writing like 3,000 word essays or something like that. Not 3,000 words, sorry, 3,000 characters. 7,000 characters. Yeah, I'm guessing you had a lot to say about it in your. Hopefully those are taken into account, because from what I heard on Zopni's side, right, he put some feedback for certain aspects of the game, especially on the gameplay side, and they didn't really change for the release. So it could be like they just went, fuck it, we're not gonna do it anymore, and just go for broke first, and then slowly adjust based on the live service actual release reactions. Because you see, between closed beta test 2 to what we've got in final release, they've changed some things in between those 3 weeks or thereabouts. Let's say the beta test ended like what was it, the new year, on the new year itself, something along the lines thereabouts. They only had 3 weeks to work on exactly what they wanted to, but they've collected probably enough by then. It's just the last few bits of feedback that have come in towards the end. Thank you for the stream. Nice to see other people's thoughts, since you don't usually interact with gacha communities. I'm glad you found this stream helpful to gain more insight as to how some players of gacha games would think in terms of their line. I found the most hilarious part of the stream was that a lot of points brought up that by the people were also brought out in my so it's not like I typed it after. I typed all these before I started the stream. So you know I've been around Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, and all these complaints popped up the most to me. The story side, the narrative side, largely you will have to find it in Twitter. Twitter is more vocal about that. Nobody really makes videos about the lore side, because I think lore videos are very niche and rarely get a large amount of views, especially if the subject is not touched upon with a lot of research. And I do think some people are aware of that. Some content creators are aware that they don't touch it because they know they're not going to give you enough information based on proper research. They can only go by whatever they've gone through and whatever they experience. And so, a lot of them are lore skippers. They just want to play the combat, fight through every single little thing, you know. So yeah, not gonna happen. you won't see the in-depth thing. I did highlight that lack of research could be a thing with certain videos. As for the parts of the Endfield Babble that I did not enjoy, was talking about the negative parts too much, like the content creators drama shit and all that. I feel like that shouldn't be the reason why I spent 2 or 3 hours just sitting here mumbling on. But not really mumbling, because I'm not mumbling, right, am I? Like rambling on. Because I don't like to talk too much about the super negative side, especially if the drama inducing side, because it's a sign that you have too much time on your hands, that you start engaging in these types of activities instead of enjoying the game. Like you know, some people are like, oh, go enjoy the game, you know, go have fun, and then here you are enjoying inciting drama. Like, what the fuck? what are people supposed to get from that? That maybe you like to pick fights and start fights instead of like actually playing the game? Is that how you engage with the community? To be this person who starts like a bar fight every single time you saw something you didn't like. Look, there are a lot of things I don't like that other CCs have already said, but I don't go all out to destroy them. What's the point of it? It's not a slight that you have negative things to say about the game, because it just means that you value the game enough that you want it to constantly improve. Because no game is perfect at the end of the day. Always remember that when people do the argument, you know, that this is the perfect game. There's no perfect game. There's a part of the game that does not appeal to you specifically that will appeal to someone else. It could be maybe you like 90% of the game, 10% of the game you don't like, and those 10% are really minor stuff. Speaking of 70 potions expiry, you see me there at 13 hours. Oh, I can just spend it on essence farming later on, probably. Babbling. Why do you have to bring it back again? Yeah, I'm babbling along. I hope to do a continuation on this like every couple of months. I will revisit certain things. Then I'll try to use this as a reference point to like we compare. Okay, this is what we talked about the last time. This was what happened, and then present day. Maybe when we get to that point, what has improved, what has seemingly regressed despite showing promise at the start, all those little things. So a couple months later we might do an Endfield Babble part 2. I don't know, like proper part 2, not broken into 2 parts, but hopefully I have less to talk about. Hopefully, because if I have less to talk about, it means maybe the negative side is largely disappeared. I'm supposed to try Umbro today. Am I story locked? Or do I just go straight for it? I do enjoy the like Endfield as a whole, because there are aspects of Arknights that I cannot experience in the 2D version that I can experience here. Like there's more expressiveness. As far as expressiveness goes in Arknights itself, the max you get is live 2D. That's the max you get. You can't get anywhere else. Okay, maybe I'm a bit too exaggerated with that, because the chibis in the base also count. The minimum is level 60, so I can go for it. Okay, I'm just wondering about this part. So for this, challenge any Umbro Monument stages one time. Do I have to clear it? Yeah, I'm quite behind weeklies, but I think I can buy some of those stuff to, you know. You don't think so? So I just have to attempt it once, and then I get 5 points out of this already. Is it really that simple? I attempted once, 5 points right away. Holy shit, okay. I mean, there are some like I could probably go for, like trigger physical statuses, arts burst, arts reactions. Well, we'll find out. I suppose we'll find out. So this is the monumental etching. What's this? Is this the second part? Oh, it's the challenge event. Can someone refresh or my memory of the trim medal? I may not end up getting it because, you know, I may not want to put so much time into this, but beat all 3 on agony mode by a certain date, right? You have to do it by a certain date, which is like what, the first 2 weeks. It's similar to CC. If that's the case. Like you gotta get 620 within the timing, right? You did see someone video about someone being salty about one stage because they had Ember for healing and couldn't handle the poison stage. You don't know if it was skill issue or what. Ember, healing, and then skill issue. Do you know if you play a defender, you eliminate so much of the survival problems? So I do believe maybe it could be skill issue with. I'm playing on the phone, to be fair, so different strokes for different blokes. Okay, I'll try Umbro right now. I might not clear it on stream fully, you know, but we still have a few days, I think, so don't really have to. What's this? Outpost management. There is one more outpost I just recently was able to unlock, but I don't have the unlock here right now. I think it was in the just before the mining area. The quarry. No, it's not the quarry. Where was it? The science park, right? The over here, the eco farm. I think this is the second outpost, right? At least I believe so. But never mind. That's not what we want. We are going for the Umbro now. Honestly, I love doing streams like I like the one today, just because I like to talk a lot, and I love seeing different perspectives from other people with regards to the games that we love, because ultimately it's just one success, you know, for the franchise itself, the entire Arknights franchise. We've been playing so many years. If this ends up bombing, which I don't think so, because it's like, what, sales wise doesn't look like it's bombing anywhere. But we absolutely want to see more depth to the game itself. Wait, that's the bomb. Am I supposed to collect? Oh yeah, you're talking about the fat burps, right? Yeah, here we have the fat burps. They really are fat, what the heck? I didn't notice they were so chunky, like this chunky. I knew they were chunky, but holy shit. Good talk. You're gonna go do some work now, unless there's something I'd like to say. No, not really, apart from thank you for being a participant in my ramblings, because very interestingly, I enjoy doing all these, but there are some streams where I do this and then nobody inputs anything. It's just me rambling my own opinions. I have nothing to respond to. It feels really bad. Because everything is from my side. It's got nothing to do with other people's opinions. You get what I mean? They are very fat because every time you visit, you give them a snack. Your criticism and analysis comes from a more media and literary analysis side of things, so if I ever want to talk about that aspect, I know where to find you. We'll get to that, because Arknights has a lot of story issues that we can constantly debate and talk about. I am on your server as well, so it is what it is. I can drop by anytime. I know that. Right, anyways, yeah. Have a good rest of your day, night, whatever. You'll get work done while I get my work done on Endfield. Thanks so much. When do you stream these days, by the way? I haven't caught one of yours in the age. I think she poofed. for a while because life, busyness. Finishing PhD in disability and new media studies. Yeah. I think in terms of schedule, kind of similar to what I had last year. Like stream when we have time to. What is this? Call. Oh. Oh. I've never taken the lift, I think. Apart from the early part of the game. I think that's the only one I remember. I'll not check if I missed anything here. Yeah. So how's everyone's dailies going? And whatnot? What's this? We can't interact with that. That sucks. I love running around. Wait, I can jump down from here? Holy shit, I can jump down from here. I was sure that the admin has knees of steel. I'm just glad that, you know, for what it's worth, after all these years of streaming, I have some old heads who are guaranteed to come around. So, really pleased with that. At least I know I have unwavering support somewhere. It pleases me to at least have someone to talk to, you know, on the stream. Although I can probably just talk to myself the entire stream and like no responses come, I'll just continue going on. I've done that many times before. It's not something that's new to me. What the heck is this? Oh, the zip line to go down. Is this the one we came up from at the beginning of the game? Feels like it. Why is there something like that's lore-wise? Something that I didn't pick up before. Oh, it's a recording? But I'm gonna do Umbro now. So the recording and then we go Umbro. You did a full resource node and Fatbird station. The deliveries? I think they call it. This? Should be these actually. A lot of people just outsource this because they say this is one of the most boring gameplay loops in the game. A lot of people are doing it. Material collection. Okay, fair. Fair. It's a... But like I said, not a lot of people are into this aspect of the game. Because it's actually you just run around. Yeah. You just run around and people don't like that. They are running around, not openly exploring, you are running around for an objective. But unfortunately, I think this is the case with the admin. The admin is like the odd job worker who constantly needs to do stuff for people, like fix circuits that are broken. When there's a crisis, they have to fight through everything with their own, you know, their band of operators. So yeah, I'm very, I don't know, ambivalent when it comes to that. Okay, yes, the admin is the lord and savior of everything, right? On Talos too, but if that's the case, why is the admin doing everything so hands-on? Why are they doing deliveries for Endfield Industries? This is a very... The CEO is also, you know, hands-on. They were sneaky on placing some of the chests and whatnot. You used a few of those detector consumables when you went to it, to it, and you were thinking how many times you have had. You had just run past it. Okay, fair. Me, I have not used a single one of those yet. For me, in terms of the chest, right, I just check corners that lead to dead ends, or obscure corners that they allow you to access, but you don't normally will go. You're not going then during normal gameplay loops. I like to do everything like extra. So when let's say I get to this area and then there's that obscure corner, I will just go around to check it out. As long as the area can be accessed, I will go check it out. And that's how I find chests sometimes. Like, oh, there's a chest there, I didn't know that. You get what I mean? So yeah. We are going to do Umbro. In the some of the other games, you have to like swing your stuff, right? Your weapon. You get to swing them. And the NPCs were like cower away from you. Is he on the like second floor or something? It does look like it, yeah. How the fuck do I get to the second floor? What consumable I'm preferring? Mostly the bomb. Yeah, it's mostly this. I don't use the scan too much, actually. Regrettably, I probably should use it more, but... That's a criticism you forgot to mention, how the enemies stand 10 feet away while you jump that pal and they just stand there pretending nothing is going on. Zero situational awareness. The line of sight thing is quite weird. Yeah, in this game, it's very weird. How the heck do we get to the second floor again? Oh hey, found the way to get the second floor. What's this? What is this? Unrecorded letter for family. Almost forgot to mention this, but Valley 4 is safe. Super safe. I don't think this place will ever get attacked by an Agaloid host. Not in 100 years. Lo and behold, Valley 4 crisis happens. Holy shit. Is that what they call inviting trouble? What's this? Is there any more? No more. Oh, that's set. I thought we could have a little bit more over here, but what is this? But the situation you did mention was extremely funny though. Like I jump enemies and their pal just doesn't know that they're getting jumped. Funny as heck. At that point you're just kind of... Do they really care for each other? Actually, they don't really care too much about each other, let's be real. Okay, I need to change my team back again. Or do we get to select the team later on? Anyways. I'll play on level 60, but no guarantees I'm good at it. Admin, I'm so glad you came. I'm Sergio Leon. From Logistics. What is he, a dog? Is he a perro? Sergio Leon. You're all for not getting mobbed, but I mean, come on. The immersion kind of breaks, right? You see enemies just watching their compatriots getting rained on by maybe an electric caster, like Pelika, like zapping your enemies. Ardelia's like crashing into people with riding on a sheep. It's so funny, right? Oh well. I invited every Enfielder but never expected you'll be the first to respond. I've completed my first series, the Umbro Monument. What is this Umbro Monument? Let me give you a quick intro. I come from a family of filmmakers. Before joining Endfield, I was a director myself. This character is quite tall, actually. What the heck? The female admin is so small. I think she's around Pelika's height. She's so small and petite. My parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and even great-great-grandparents were all famous directors. You could easily spot their names in rank wood as far back as the Age of Terror. So we have another reference to Terra where we talk about rank wood. Rank wood is basically like Hollywood, but they call it rank wood instead. It's like of Hollywood. So yeah, interesting. They only produce commercial flicks for base entertainment. None of their works depicted the true glory of heroes who face suffering without fear. Unlike heroic depictions that cater to mass entertainment, I admire the strength that springs from truth and the courage born of real life and death struggles. That's why I gathered real life experiences from field operators to film my movies. I felt the somber weight of every battle actually fought. I now have the materials to that can finally bring justice for the heroes and hope that they can be properly evaluated. A heroic film deserves a heroic audience, and none is more fitting than you, Edmin. Hooray! Edmin glazing! I feel like a honey chicken wing. Honey flavored chicken wing is honey glazed chicken wing. So please, if you have a moment, how about a real an immersive dive of my first series, Umbro Monument, adapted from the real life experiences of our field operators. Is that a vest or something? Wait, which is the... Huh? Is it this one? Oh, agony mode on. Okay. Okay. So to get the trim I have to do all on agony mode. Wokch. This event Wokch. I can choose everyone again. I can choose everyone again. I can't choose Chen. Unless I autofill to 60. Okay, now she's an option. How about this? Autofill. Boom. Level 60. Oh, so Pelika and Chen were the closest to max pot, but now Chen is fully max pot. Okay, interesting. Can you bring items in? Because I would have to bring items in. No items? By the way, I'm getting rid of Wolfguard. I can't use Wolfguard here. Chen maybe not an option if I have Lava Tail, right? Can I pre-pot? I have no fucking clue. I could try to pre-pot now. See, the thing about this Originium thing, right, that both the admins are like, Originium will open and pave the path for the future, and you're like, yeah, that's not the way in Terra. And Terra has catastrophe, something that's very absent. I forgot to mention. Terra has catastrophes. It's absent in Talos 2 right now, because there's no mention of it. We have different things. We have like Blight, Ether Rifts, you know, and all that. But we don't have... Blight existed back in Arknights. Let's be real here. Healing items doesn't work. Okay, good. That's all I needed to know. Actually... What species of dog is this? the tail is really short. Alright guys, watch me fail. Watch me fail. Blight eruptions. Blight existed if you played Here Are People's Souls, which is Shu's event. Dodge! 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 Oh shit, I got hit. Damn. I'm so bad. Yeah. I'm not good at playing the admin at all. I think I'm too locked in playing with Lava Tail already as it is. Lava Tail is just so brain dead to use. Get the out, slash, you know. Wait, let me see if that cleared my weeklies. No, I have to clear. What is this? I actually have to clear the fucking Umbro Monument. So I'm actually very bad at this game. Oh my god. I lost so much health after the initial part where I was doing so well. I dodged everything, you know. And it's like, nah, you're not good enough, guys. Oh shit. Okay, nice. Oh, I managed to stun it? Okay, it's dead now. Hey, wait, the stun duration is so low, what the heck? Oh shit! No, 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 no. I dashed too much, I think. What is that fucking bastard doing to me? What is it doing to me? Okay, nice. But the car's dangerously low at this point. I hate that there's no time to react. If you, the moment you see it come out, right, you're dead. And my fucking screen share is dying as well. I fucking hate that if by the time I see the thing and I try to dodge, right, I have to preemptively dodge. Like, why do I have to preemptively dodge? Why can't I do reactive stuff? And by the time I try to react to it, I'm too late. By the time I see it popping up from the I can't dash to the side anymore to dodge it. I'm trying to learn the mechanics here, and it's not forgiving at all. Like by the time I see the thing trying to jut out from the and react to it accordingly, I already lost all my timings. You see, I'm expected to preemptively dodge. I had to dodge like 0.5 seconds roughly before anything starts like jutting up on the ground. Ridiculous. Playing preemptively really weakens the long-term combat sequences. You see, I have to preempt. That's ridiculous, man. Okay, Tolika, nuke that shit. Nice. Okay, I think I'm slightly more concentrated, you know. How did it, I'm in the middle of my combo skills and I get hit. I'm in the middle of my combo skills and I get absolutely fucking clapped. Okay. Okay, nice. Nice. What? Yeah, I do think I need to play better, but am I gonna win? Yeah, and Min died again. And Min died again. Yeah, I think I need more time with these bosses for sure. But I don't like the repercussions of having to preemptively dodge. If I preemptively dodge, right, and do predictive stuff, I'm gonna miss some of them, for sure. I'd rather react to it. By reacting to it, it's too late already. So just abuse Lavatin's talent and Unga Bunga Boogaloo. I do plan to play more strategically in the future with like Yvonne, so is this going to affect me in the long term? Possibly. Possibly. Also, I do have to clear Umbro Monument. Some of you guys were, nah, I don't think you need to clear. I do need to clear Umbro Monument. Perform crafting 20 times. What? They have pulled slug meat. What the heck? What is that supposed to mean? I'll not bother with this for now. Let's continue to play this mode. I know if I play agony mode right now, I will lose. I will lose. Survive the... Is this a toxic gas one that people are talking about? Survive the gas. Gas, 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 you're gonna step on the gas. I think it's probably that one, yeah. Enemies cannot move but are harder to interrupt and continuously gain attack. I'll probably die to this, yeah. For sure. Let's do the first clear first, I think. So after I get the first rewards, right, I will never get them again. It's only for first clear.
Endfield 危機対策班準備完了
Do you like my car? My car. Fiery, hot, and lava. This thing charges around, right? I have to preempt. I hate that. Yes. Get wrecked. Get out. Lava. Oh shit, I got hit. Never mind. Oh, you get disabled, nice. Oh, I got hit. Again. Stun. Yes. Let's go. Break. Let's go. Alright, it's time. It's time. Oi! Are you serious? I was about to kill the first one, and then the second one starts coming in. The only crowd control character I have is the admin. I have no other crowd control. Huh? I feel like I dash too much, so the lack of stamina really kills me. See, only the ending can stop them. No. Yeah, I need to make use of stun windows. Run! Enemy, run! Do it, do it, do it! Adalia! Yes! Stun! Let's go! Okay, I have to run around now. Run, run! I think they deliberately gave the second one like an appearance. special ability. And I feel like my damage output is still a bit low. I'm 5 minutes in, not in anywhere clearing. Do I actually have to take a look at my team right now and decide whether I need to work on them or something? I think it's my gear. I honestly think it's the gear. Fucking hell, it's the gear, man. It's the gear. It's not enough.
オペレーターペリカン待機しています。
It is the gear. Okay. The gear is probably not what I have. Full pyro team. It means I have to build everything from scratch. Now I'll just play how I have done. Adelia, I put her on a wheel build or something. Okay, go. Boom. Monica got shit, holy shit. There you go. I need to take shit then. I need to take shit. Is Adelia as so healer like too greedy? I probably should have waited, but whatever. I can't wait anymore. Palika, ah! Take shit, take shit! Yeah, interrupt. I need to put more emphasis on, oh my god. Yeah, I'm done. Holy shit. I dash around too much. I gotta stop that habit of like dashing every single time I wanna make a movement. You see how often I run out of stamina, right? That's probably a thing. And I'm not at that final level where, you know, the maximum stamina is afforded to me. I'm still lacking a little bit. Which enemy is this again? Oh, the same one. Okay, break, interrupt. Wait. Why is it charging still? Okay, nice.
D ジャンゴ全域一掃ダリーさん手伝って
Okay, nice. We got him where he wanted. $6,000. So 150%. Oh my god. They just have to charge in from the other side now. How am I supposed to? If they charge at the same time, it's fucking unfair. What is enemy again? It's called a ram, right? Enemy's about to die. Hiya. Enemy died. I feel like there's this unfairness about them having the same charge timer. They charge at the same time, that's not fucking fair. It's simultaneous charging, what the fuck? How is this fair? How is this fair? I thought, you know, if they are on staggered timers, I can just like fight one, go with the other, like attack the other one. They do it at the same time. It's not fucking fair. You saw, guys, what I was trying to do. I was trying to kite one, you know, get into that. If they charge at me at the same time, what am I supposed to do? Dodge for the entire fucking 5 minutes remaining? Am I expected to do that for like the entire rest of the 5 minutes? That's why you see all the showcases, right? They are doing like no hit bosses and stuff like that. It's a 1v1 thing for most of them. You don't have to think about, oh, I can. You can just focus on just dodging one. I have to dodge on. I have to dodge two. I have to kite one. I have to kite the other, and then they just fuck you over after that. They should not be on the same fucking timer, or close enough to being on the same fucking timer. Because if they charge both at the same time, where am I supposed to? I kite one successfully, only for the other to start charging at me. It's not fucking fair. It really isn't fucking fair at all. I hate games who do this kind of thing, you know, which do this kind of stupid thing. They put two enemies on you, and they're on the same fucking charging timer of the skills. They do it simultaneously. How am I? If you two-prong me like that, what am I supposed to do? I'm not even given a chance. Try upgrading here. That's my last resort, if anything. What is this event? This is the Umbro Monument event. I don't think I collected enough Auriland to get all the stamina unlocks. I don't think so. I'm on like 9 now or something. Can't remember. Valley 9, yeah. Wuling I haven't unlocked, so that I don't think there's anything there. What the fuck are they trying to make people do? Dodge for like 5 fucking minutes because, you know, the same skill timer is on for the enemies? Sometimes I think they got their priorities wrong, you know. When you design enemies like this, you don't fucking put them on the same timer so they charge at you at the same time. It's a DPS check. Everything's a DPS check. Every fucking so-called endgame mode is a DPS check. This is the first look into something that's maybe an endgame mode in the future. Everything's a DPS check, okay? All my weapons are 60, okay? I don't have a single weapon that's not 60 right now. As far as I know anyways. Yeah, Aspirant 60. Wild Wanderer 60. Streams of Starry Beach 60. Forgeborn Scav 60. What else you guys want me to do? I can try to put some essences on, but that's about it. I guess gear is a thing, but like I said, I just don't want to bother too much with a stupid gear for now. Oh, and this isn't even the right set. It's like a fucking... what was it? 50 strength. I don't think I need strength. I need intellect. I'm not even gonna care at this point. We don't have to finish it today, by the way. I just want to see if I can clear some of these. Next outfitting tier. I think you can. The gear is not like lock. I just need the ability to have what was that called? Clap. Okay, I don't have to dash to dodge it. That's my approach now. I'm not gonna dash to dodge it anymore. Too much. I'll dash to get my sheep. So I just have to kite these around until I run into a situation where I can cut this bozo. Master Interceptor, let's go. What? So all I need to do is just miss one dodge and he clips me. Oh, if they cross paths, I'm gonna get fucked. That kiting only works for one. I guess keeping my distance is a good idea. Same fucking problem again. And let's go make the gear, I suppose. Stupid ass gear. I'll put the gear on the DPS unit. I think that's that's like the safest way to do it. I'm only on 50 though, that's the problem. What the fuck is this? Skill damage plus 24. Okay. Battle skill damage bonus. I'm not looking for will or agility for most part. I'm looking for intellect. Intellect should be this. I'll just go straight for the purple gear, I suppose. It's relatively attainable. The heck is this? Gloves? Gloves only give... Yeah, okay. I don't get to choose this, I think. So there is a trigger for the other spawn to come in. If I don't kill the first one fast enough, I will end up having to run around like a fucking idiot. So just now I got even closer to killing, but unfortunately for whatever reason, things never panned out, and I still died.
剣を振るのに支障はない。
Ebony gauntlets.
余計なことを。
Is that all? How much is she on now?
私を探してた。
So currently she has 276
何か思
intellect.
い出したのか。
276 intellect. Attack is 1855. It's not really that high, is it? Actually, if you look at my stats, you'll see why I've been struggling, to be fair. It's probably the lack of gear. Consider the fact that I don't really have a lot of gear and I'm doing decent already. It's not like I'm playing horrific. I've been making mistakes, but I'm still managing to get away with it for most part.
これから起きることに。
It's fine. I just need to upgrade whatever I've got, and I think it's quite straightforward from there. I normally don't look at other people's build because like it's not relevant to how I play right now. Completely. Like for the stage of the game I'm in as well. Having just towards the end of Valley 4. It's a little bit better, I think. Oh shit, I ran right into that one, by the way. Okay, charge at me, you bozo. Charge at me.
いつまで突っかけるつもり。
Okay. Yes! That's what we want.
D ジャンゴゼイフィスト。トリーさん、手伝って。
No, I don't have SP. My SP! I ran into that one completely on my own. I give up. I fucking give up. So just now there was one incident that led to my death. There was one fucking incident that led to my death, and I hate that it happened. Both of them triggered their fucking skills together again. That should not be allowed. If they stagger, it's still manageable, you know. If they stagger, it's like, okay, I can expect I kite one, I dodge the other. They activate the fucking skill at the same time. While the other one is on his second dash. The first one goes on his first dash. What am I supposed to do with that if they fucking prong me like from each side? Just nail me from left and right. What am I supposed to do with that?
Endfield 危機対策班
That is so fucking stupid, you know. So fucking stupid. DPS check aside, that is ridiculous to put on players, you know.
随分待たされたよ
It's rubbish. Fucking damn ass mechanic. They already do so much damage as it is. Okay, they do increase damage. Whatever, I don't care already. Okay, let's do this. It doesn't matter, like as long as I get clipped, right? My dodge counts for nothing. And there's a way to interrupt the attack if you do that as well. Oh shit. And like, the game is like laughing at you saying dodge more. Dodge what? When you fucking allow enemies to have the same timing on their skills. Simultaneous timing.
D ジャンゴゼイフィスト
The idea of the kiting strategy is for, at least, you know, I run around, I kite one away from going after me. Okay, let's see if simultaneous skills. Ridiculous.
炎よ黄昏を照らせ
Did I kill that thing?
いつまで突っ立ってるつもり
You see, one is so easy to kite, two is difficult.
乱れない動き注意していきます本当にすごい
All of a sudden, you see, I'm doing well. Because the approach is correct. Does it have a lower cooldown or something? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Alright, go ultimate. Combusted, nice. Boom. Cut this. Yes. No, not like that. Who is he charging at? What the fuck? Finally, we did it. Just needed to get better at the game. You need to hit the head. Alright, see you, Phoenix. Thank you for dropping by today. Whew. Okay, we did it in the end. We did it in the end. After all the complaining, I did it. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's not even that I'm, you know, doing all the wrong things or anything like that. Why did I retry anyways? I should be out of here. Okay, we need one more. One more. As far as I know, I think I should finish this next part before I move on. What's this? Rock solid. Enemies are stronger. Giant machine. Agaloa. Enemy intel, okay. What's this enemy intel? Walking Chrysopolis. Weak point? I can't remember what the weak point was for this. I cannot remember at all what the weak point of this is like. Okay, that was bad. House. No, not like that. Oh, the window for that was really small though. Okay. I have to hit his weak point if I want to stagger it, sadly. I can't remember where the weak point is. Is it the one that indicated?
ああ、いいんじゃない。次は私が
Okay, nice. If I kill it without exposing the weak point, what will happen?
トリさん、遠くに行っちゃダメ。
I dodged everyone, but I'm still not entirely sure what this enemy is about. Am I supposed to attack his legs or something? Wow. You can't be serious. I dodged into it only to just not get anything out of that. I got clapped. No, I think I have to attack all the legs and everything, right? Okay, hang on. Yeah, I kind of understand now. This one works a little bit like the... There's one enemy in the Endless where you have to do the things like this as well. Yeah, you're supposed to attack the so-called the joints of the enemy to get... Like, kind of get them faster to stun state. Was it? What was it called again? Unknown Corruption Complex.
オリジニウムが歌っている。
You have to attack the legs of that enemy to impair them, get them faster to the stun state. And each impaired appendage
出番みたいだね。
that you attack, I believe it was 30% towards stun. I don't know how much is this, but something similar would be nice. Eh? Eh? Oh wow. Is it even possible to dodge that first attack? Or just me just running into trouble in the first place? Is it just me? I run into trouble and then I get clapped?
面倒なこと。
If it's me, I think I have to just understand where I can be and where I need to avoid
戦闘開
damage.
始。身の安全を第一に。私たちきっとうまくできます。
So it's just me then for the initial one. Okay. Oh wow. What's going on?
D ジャンゴ JP ソ
Oh, I exposed the weak spot. Okay, that's the one. Oh, there we go. I learned how to fight this enemy already. Nice. Nice. Okay, nice.
お遊びはここまで。
Okay, nice. Okay, now we have to do this. Okay, I'm going back, I'm going back. Really? We should win, I think. Okay, are we going to finish this at last? Oh no. Yes, hello Zopni, thank you for the raid. Oh my god, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. I'm doing Umbra Monument right now, as everyone can see. Alright, Tonic up, please. I'm almost winning. Please, let me win. Let me win! No, let me in, let me win! Ah! Palika, get the fuck out of there, oh my god. We won! Let's go! This is what you call hanging on the skin by my teeth. Oh my god. Yeah, perfect timing, Raiders. I won. I fucking won. Ugh. This isn't available for you yet? What? Is this the after? Can be trimmed. I can't do level 90 right now. Like, yeah. Let me improve my gear before I go all this go do all this rubbish. Just agony mode, was it? That's all you gotta do. Is it time limited or just like the rest of the event? We cost it, obviously. Damn. Was this the first one that was supposed to do it? In Organic Construct isn't open on America's Europe, so I did it. I was supposed to do those Forsaken by the Land first. Okay, what? I did it the other way around? Oh no! I don't think that's a right way to do it, but because I had both unlocked. Today is like the first day I did Umbra. I've not done this, those Forsaken by the Land, and I went on to do the other one instead. And I was bitching and complaining the second boss was really hard because they two-pronged me from left and right. Those bastards. What I goofed up? I didn't goof up anything. I won. It's just I played Inorganic Construct first. Not that it matters. I don't think the order matters, I'll be honest. So 2 elite enemies will fight as a team. The exact same scenario I hate. I despise this. But yeah, okay, let me just get through all this formality stuff first. So thank you so much for the raid once again. Zopni, please, for people who are into Arknights Endfield and Arknights, please go follow Zopni, one of the long-time creators. At least on the AK space, he has done a lot for the space itself, right? For in his way, on the Twitch scene, and like me, I'm largely on Twitch. Like I only went over to the YouTube side like last year. So, but yeah, multi-streaming was a last year thing. But my first and foremost thing is that I am on Twitch, right? So my name is out there on Twitch. That's all I have. All that doesn't matter. Is just America's or you live in the past. So I fought the future before I get to fight the past. Okay, so based on this stage, right, I'm supposed to bring as much healing as I can. Just from the description of this. So careful, the mist continuously deals damage to all operators. When control operator receives HP treatment, all other teammates receive 70% of that as well. So, this is the poison mist stage. Right, Arknights is not any stranger to poison mist stages. We have had that, and they usually force you to bring someone with passive healing or regeneration abilities, as well as now actual dedicated healing operators. So 11, is it? I think Ardelia does enough for this stage. This is like one of the, I think one of the XP stages in the protocol space, I believe so. So it's not that hard. Don't tell me the second week was meant to be harder, and that's why I managed to fail enough times that I got fed up. I failed to a bullshit mechanic called they two-prong me from each side at the same time, and I can't cut. It was on my strategy from the beginning. Oh, so many sheep! Ah, sheep! It's a good thing they share healing, because clearly there's something. There's a Knights of me. Thank you for the raid once again. See, I want to finish at least Umber before I move on. My fucking god! Oh no 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 no! Go 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 go! I don't think I can do Agony today. For sure. Normal mode is okay. Agony starts to be a bit of a pain, like it says, Agony. Zoop me! I can't realize what you just said, because you got cut off halfway, you know? Guys, go, 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 oh, oh, oh! Yes! Yes! Two more to go. Last enemy. What's it doing with the swinging? What the guy doing? Why does it have constant like? Oh wow. Admin died again. Why is the admin so bad in these situations? I always have the AI admin die first. It's got nothing to do with me controlling the admin. Why does this guy get so many combo skills in a row? Admin always face tanks. That is what I don't understand. Why is she doing that? Or he doing that? Him, yeah. He or she. Whatever. Whatever gender, they do the same exact fucking thing. Oh, you can't be serious, bro. Three minutes left. Two of my operators died. No. Three of my operators died. Okay. I'm screwed. I'm so cooked right now. I am so cooked. Why does the admin just face tank there? Like, I'm not switching to agony mode. What the heck are they talking about? I don't understand. Every time I leave the admin on their own, he or she dies. Doesn't matter who I play. I feel like the admin doesn't have the best AI at all. Even Pelika's AI is so much better. She doesn't run into trouble as much. Maybe I've saved my ultimates for the enemy, the boss. Okay, nice. Okay, nice. I guess defenders work really well here. If I'm not wrong. Is that really the case? I've never used a defender in this game yet. I recently got Ember. We got Snowshine on the first like day, right? Free rash rewards and everything. I like the battle music, by the way. I don't know about you guys, but for me, I like it. Oh, come on. Stupid dog. Okay. I think he's gonna wind up. Okay, nice. Admin died again. See? See, once again, admin dies. Why the fuck does the admin die again? Guys, what's wrong with the admin? Admin died again. Went from full health to nothing. Just completely died. I mean, I can probably switch something to admin to give them a little bit more. Harder to interrupt. Wouldn't it stagger with the gear? I feel like the admin just got clapped. Because they are the close combat ones, right? Okay, nice. So they cannot move. But I get the rain on them. It probably is more important to put the close combat ones on higher gear. The ones at the back are fine. Okay, let's go. Boom. Yes. Boom. Oh wow. Oh wow. Look at Look at the output from Lava Thing. So good. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit. Why is Ardelia still full health while everyone else is like almost dying? What? No, not the worms! Not the worms! I despise the worms. Wait. Worms! Oh wow. I feel like it's a gear check. Some of these stages are gear checks. Not even DPS check, it's just not enough HP, you die. Not can't take enough damage, you die. Let's try this again. Oh, so bad. I'm bad at the game.
足元には気をつけてくださいね。すべて想定の範囲内です。
Okay, nice. There's a lot of sheep on the floor. Had to take some of these. Okay, nice. Nice. Come on. Okay, nice. Yes, we're doing better than just now, at least. Alright, definitely need to work on this. Okay, probably can sacrifice one ultimate right now. Nice! Big damage! Okay, that's cool. All of them survive. Okay. Okay. No, Endmin, why you die again? Endmin's too much, man. She keeps dying. Yeah, definitely need better gear than this. Whew, okay, we definitely need time to deal with this. For whatever reason, it's a fucking gear check, so it's not much I can do here. I mean, complete. What are all these, by the way? Oh, rewards? I actually forgot we had rewards for this. I thought it was just the stage rewards. I forgot about all these. So how much did that give me anyways for the, let's finish the past missions as well. If I can. I think it's going on. Okay, oh, that's it. I am maxed with the regular pass. Now we're on the infinite pass. Claim all. 60 oro barrel, this is so little. Yeah, so I have roughly about 50 pools, I think. Ready for Yvonne? 50 pools, that's not good enough. It feels like I'm not ready, gear-wise. Okay, I'll stop Umbro for a bit. We finished half of Umbro, we can do the other one. But I say half, but half of normal mode. Not half of, like, the entire thing. We still have agony mode to go through. Which fucking sucks, but it's not much I can do, you know? Okay, so... this outpost needs to be leveled up. Do we do the outpost now? Or doing something else? Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I can skip so many of these, and 220 times 40, how much is that? 880? Yeah. 22 times 40, right? So I got 880 oro barrels still to go. I can't clear this because I don't have the balloon man. I'm only at 28. There's basically 4 more node rewards to go, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I have about 3,000 here, I think. Permanent. Is this actually permanent? Wow, oh, okay, so if it's permanent, it's great. Let's see if I can progress the main story for a bit before we do all these side stuff. Because I think it's not required. The one that is required right now is this one. Okay, let's finish this. Let's finish Origin Road Spring. There's time to do Umbro Monument another time, so we'll just quickly get through all these. Has everyone finished their own like Umbro already? All the way on agony mode? I mean, some of you are good enough players that I think you already finished it. Not like me. I'm so bad at this game. Like, not only am I not geared up, I die so pitifully at the end as well. Let's go and do the... I need to start laying zip lines as well around certain areas. So we have to jump through here. Woo! Okay, nice. This is the second tower, right? Was it? Hmm. My batteries are getting a bit low. A royal? Okay, nice. Is this the guy we saved? Early on?
もうちょっと休んだ方がいいんじゃない？無理し
Yeah,
ない
it
でさ。
is royal. Okay, on RN. They do a lot of like the contractions, right? They do the RNR, SAR, all these little things, and HAS. I feel like they oversimplify some of these lingo just to be hip. Okay, for now, shockwaves and Agolor made a royal mess. Shockwaves, alright. Rebuilding will take a major undertaking.
でも皆さんが侵食を片付けてくれたのですぐに復旧作業に着手できているんです。あんな方法生まれて初めて見ましたよ。
Blight.
みんな話して
Blight
ま
is
した。どんな仕組みなんだろうって。
still in my game, like the science part, certain areas, right? I still haven't cleared the blight. So we have to wait until we clear it. Okay, what happened? Having tech like yours will make our survey and SAR work a lot easier. What's his dialogue choice?
素晴らしい技術でもすぐに実用化できるとは限りませんから。
And then they touched the nerve because you know the robot popped already, exploded. Can we just take a moment to appreciate the shininess and sheen, like the smoothness and sheen of the admin's hair? I gotta ask, what hair products does she use to achieve such shine? Those are some smooth cuticles. Maybe she uses the same one that Palika does, I don't know. Palika has a very nice sheen to her hair as well. Okay, we get the download data. Memories made with the Tata.
鉱山エリアの侵食はかなり広範囲でエネルギー高地までたどり着けたのはタタのおかげよ。そっか。うん。じゃあ私は先に解析に入るからあんたたちも早く実験室に来てよね。
Okay, we are going to go back. We are going to go back. Originium shampoo. Actually, that could be actually a thing. Yeah, it could be what you said. Originium shampoo. Is this the last stamina boost I get? No, there's one more at the back. Yeah, I've not been actively looking for Auriland, so. I want to spend some stock bills, I suppose. But I'm a little bit too rich for my own liking. Okay, this will put me at 60. So now we can use more sanity permits. And I still have 2.3 million, so we're gonna stick with the stock bills for now. We're supposed to go in and find her again, right? Oh, that. Speaking of Auriland, there's one there. And where is it flying off to? Oi. Where did it disappear to? There. Can I even repair this? Component style unknown. All these are oral barrels as well. And I still cannot unlock them, damn. That really sucks. We'll do like proper questing some other time. Today, just want to get some progress done, and if I'm not wrong, I don't have too much to work with in terms of materials. I can probably give admin a little bit more on the gear, but that's about it. Maybe we'll stay here for another half an hour. We'll round it out 10 hours, right? If I'm not wrong, this is the only room we actually hear music in so far. Like actual music, I'm not saying background music, like actual stuff you would hear on Spotify, on your, you know, on your radio and all that. Okay, how's the sitch? They keep using contractions. Give Lavatin a higher intelligence equipment. I mean, if I get higher, then I mean sure. She types really fast though. She hates the red tape. She just wants to do her stuff. I realize her pupils are Technicolor. Why are they Technicolor? We directly connecting it to our proto sinks. I'll play for admin, like female admin for a bit. Then go back to the male one now and then. Game-changing idea. Powered by the protocol originium, while amplification by the protosync would achieve the desired black scanning feature, so we can finally review the black cores and kill them. I should have finished this part faster then. 50 to several hundred square meters. I don't think we have that big, several hundred square meters kind of thing. What? Why did they keep zooming in on the fucking ending face? Enough of the fact that, you know, this background music is playing. If they had a background music for this particular scene on its own, right? Like, dun, dun. go back. The camera pans back to Yvonne, dun, and then go back to admin. And this is so silly. Admin looks so goofy in that. Wondering, bonking, thinking emoji. Can't deal with riffs, but characteristic data sets are collected. Proposing can now perform some basic functions. That's nice. I gave her stuff that decrease her intelligence. What? 276 is pretty okay for where I am right now. Have I noticed that she never types in the center part of the keyboard? Maybe her code never touches the center part of the keyboard. It's always numbers, you know. But I don't pay too much attention to it as long as the typing issue is there. Like the typing animation is fine. I don't expect people to nitpick every single little thing about the animations.
研究所の下に小型の模擬装置があるからまずはそれでテストしよっかこっちこっち
So we'll have to look at the keyboard. No, essentially a keyboard is always she's always largely typing on the sides, which means she doesn't use a large part of the middle of the keyboard. Just maybe it's an eccentric thing. Maybe it's just you could consider. Maybe you can think too much into it, and then I don't know. But whatever you want to interpret it as is fine. But as long as she's at a terminal and doing all the typing animations, like I said, it's completely fine. Now we have to go down. Okay. I heard you were supposed to meet Gilberta over here as well, initially. Then they removed that part.
これ波長をシミュレートして疑似的に新色を作れる装置なんだ
Blight. What's she doing?
シミュレートって言っても新色自体性質も含め予測が難しいから安全性も微妙だし
Chad is like, okay, let's squat and like peer into it.
まさか使うことになるなんてね
Chad is so goofy and we love her for that, don't we?
とりあえず事前チェックは終わってるから起動したら
So we have to scan for the black core now.
スキャン機能を使って新色コアが見つかるか確認してとにかく範囲内から出ないこと他は私が
So let me plug my phone into the charger. We need to last at least half an hour from here. Stay in the containment zone, you'll be safe. If you're totally, you'll be afraid. Okay, I suppose. No need to be afraid. Yeah, we can identify it, I suppose. You can see it now. Active blight, scan and decryption. We can now perform scanning to decrypt active blight. Approach the active blight and perform a scan to decrypt the blight nearby to expose the blight veins and the blight core. When active blight has been decrypted, the core will be exposed permanently, and the veins will only be revealed temporarily. Okay. Is that why you can't clear some of it in the first place? You need to activate the veins.
これからパッケージングするね。それにこの後もログを見て定期的に安定版に更新していく予定だから。
Well, she works fast. A dream for any software development company, you know. A complete dream.
あと今回の新色の特徴も確認したけど。
Right. Verified the properties of current blight incident. She was Neferif was using existing energy pools of the Aether Rift. She cannot create new rifts out of nothing. That's comforting to know. If the antagonist immediately has all these access to broken powers, we might have trouble. Because they might stick around too long for people to lose interest in the storyline itself. Sometimes villains do overstay their welcome, like why are they not dealt with yet? Right? Those kinds of feelings will often and questions they will often pop in your head. And nevertheless, this remains the most severe blight incident in Valley 4 in the last 10 years. If it had Neferif have a way, half the entire valley would be gone. No fucking way. Half the valley would be gone.
まあ 捕まえられたらよかったけどね。でも今回裂け目を閉じられたのは超域実験上のデータのおかげ。
At least now you know they have the data to about the rifts to deal with it a little bit better than.
本当に超レアな特殊パターンで。
You can see she's trying to avoid that subject as long as she can, but
データとしてはめっちゃ貴重だけど、すぐ再現できるかって言われたら無理、絶対。はあ、タタが4号家賃の今の姿見たらどんな顔してたんだろうな。
Chen wanted to talk about it, right?
タタは最後の戦いでもう
Yeah, she said it. She finally said it.
裂け目が消えた時データに異常が出てた。正直なんとなく分かってたよ。
And then the fact that the robot didn't come back with that, you see, so obvious.
私がショック受けて大騒ぎするんじゃないかって思って、それで
But if I'm not wrong, we addressed this in her story. I'm pretty sure because you can't just leave it like that, right?
違うよ。イボンヌもアンドレイさんもクロウさんもみんながタタにいっぱい思いを込めてくれたのに。
That's really sad though.
私たちが
Not much we can do though. It's gone. It's no longer part of the story.
そんな顔しないでよ。4号家地のみんなが生き残れたのはタタのおかげ。設計者としてはあの子が使命を果たせたならこれ以上嬉しいこと
But
は
you
ない
see,
よ。
the fact that she avoided the topic for so long, she kind of wanted to mentally prepare herself.
本当は寂しいしタタが恋しい。でも大切なのはあの子がみんなを救ったのを忘れないこと。それから残してくれたデータをしっ
Well,
か
we'll
り
do
残す
the
こと。
story pretty soon. Like, not on this stream though, unfortunately.
二度目はないよ。
That was never the plan to do the story today. I don't want to do like a little bit of Umbro, a little bit of. But most of the stream was done like talking about the first month of Arknights Endfield, so. There'll be no sacrifices next time, yes.
いいね。さすが管理人。じゃあデータの解析も終わったはずだし、あの信号の正体見てみよっか。また超域の爆発なんてなったら嫌だし。
She has this fixation on the ether energy, ether whatever, ether rifts. I wonder what influenced her to take such an interest. I know it's like the so-called mysterious thing that they don't really know of. Well, Originium is quite known already at this point.
フィオナ、イボンヌのサポートをお願い。オリジニウム研究パークからデータ通信のアクセス申請を確認。いつでも大丈夫だよ。
I'm thinking when are we gonna like meet up with this woman for real?
エネ
Fiona.
ルギーコーチ、オリジニウム発電所の近くみたいだね。追跡開始。あんな妙な信号、誰のいたずらなんだろうね。
We are going to go back into the power plateau again. I went there for the event, you know, the storybook event. And now we have to get there again. Damn.
ああ。
Guess we gotta go back to the power plateau again. Luckily, there's the closer TP point, which is good enough for me. See, I talked about these cutscenes earlier on. You're like forced into this
イボンヌ、場所合ってる？
next to the power plant.
データは安定してるし、問題もない。
Are we supposed to use the new scanning feature?
何？機械の故障じゃないよね。これは戦闘の音。 ちょっと先に行ってて。私もすぐそっち行くから。
What when we hear the last time like fighting shit, now we have to fight again. Damn, forgot to scan. How do I even get past this? So I scanned, I found the veins. You die if you're too long into. I've never died to that bite before. I wanted to see once at least. Oh, I'll figure out that one a little bit. In a little bit. Are people still around here? Oh, there we go. So as soon as I destroy that, I see a body flying. Is this the woman that looks like Tallulah?
Endfield. 約束は果たせ。
And the fact that she has flame powers as well. That's the character's name is Licia.
知り合い？エンドフィールド？
Yvonne made it here so quickly.
以前は、でも今は昔少し知っていたというだけ。
No, she was? What happened then? Clash of ideologies? She left?
あ、昔オペレーターだったんだ。ちょっと見ただけだけど。
There's her power over flames as well, right?
手合わせしてみたいな。
Everyone's looking at her like, Chen, really? Is this the right moment to say things like that? Even the admin. I must screenshot this. This is funny. Everyone's looking at her. Like, really, Chen? Really? Yes, of course we are.
クロウ先生、発電所で何があったの？みんな無事？
ああ、作業員は避難させた。ランドブレーカーども、しつこいにも程がある。リーダーはブイーブルの大男だが、ゲートよりでけえ野郎で作業員がビビって遠くから姿が見えただけで。
Enemy of Weaver? Them. It's rough to find Weaver enemies because they're physically a lot stronger than other races. Even the standard Weaver can like break a normal human in half probably.
超域エネルギーの信号はまさかロダン？
Yeah. Rodan. Rodan. I don't know. How would you he actually lives. Wow. Oh, is that guy?
最後に
Rodan.
信号を途切れた理由気になるな。私実験室でもう一回データ見てくるから何かあったら呼んで。
まったくあいつは。わしは負傷者の様子を見に行く。管理人助かった。
Why did the signal disappear? Oh, okay. I thought why did she run off?
ええ、かつては一緒に行動していました。
Once worked as a team, but what happened now? What happened? I wanna know.
レシアは今自分の目的のために狩りを続けています。レシアにとって懲役は獲物の痕跡のようなものですから。
Okay, fair. On our
そ
own
の
personal
目
mission
的のた
now.
めにエンドフィールドを離れ単独で行動しているのです。誰かと接触することもほぼありません。
Something must have happened in the past to make her want to work solo.
とにかく懲役があったら来るってことだね。なんか大変そうだけど。
Why is this like not unstable right now? Hang on. I need to restart the screen share because it's unstable as heck now. Why is she so intent on pursuing this hunt?
約束を果たすためです。
Promise? To who?
あなたと彼女が交わした約束を。
To the admin? Damn. The problem is the admin doesn't remember anything. Whatever promises made like 500 years ago or whatever, she doesn't remember. She doesn't remember. If it's a promise, it means we'll meet again. Likely. Because we have to address what the promise was about eventually. Code U3.
文明地帯の三大陣営から連絡あり、管理人が目覚めたっていう情報が伝わってる。
The three major factions. So I believe it's one is the organization that controls like the trade and business side. Was it? One was the was it the organization Last Right
リ
we
ーゼン
belong
号の
to?
転送準備を進めて、できるだけ早く戻るわ。
Alright, we are going to go back now. Guess there's no break for us.
4号家賃。かなり色々
I find her a lot more like expressive in terms of the way she is. Maybe it's because like I said, she's fun
リ
sized.
ーゼン号に戻りましょう、管理人。心
The
配い
the
りません。
male one doesn't
た
crack
だ
me
の
up that
形
much
式的な
because
ものです。それに
you can treat it like okay, it's fine. He can behave like that. Okay, so we are up a little bit. What is this under anyways? It's still chapter process 4, sorry. Chapter 1 process 4. What is this? Oh, fairly development metric, okay. So I have to get back to the land ship now. We are going to have the meeting. What meeting though? At the bridge? Okay. Okay, at the bridge. At the bridge it is. We are going to the bridge. No, regardless of which part I'm at, right, we'll cut off at 10 hours on the stream. Right now we have about roughly 8 minutes left or something. So we'll see where things go from here. Maybe I should stop talking so much and start getting to it. Okay, we're here.
通信の暗号化完了。
So Palika uses her human ears
これより通信を開始します。
for our comm devices. Let us begin. So is this a meeting? If I go slightly over 10 hours, whatever, but that's the aim right now. So yeah, the TGCC, right? So the TGCC is derived from an organization that is quite similar in Arknights, right? We had the Chamber of Commerce, even back a version of it back in Kazimierz. And not only was a TRCC, but I'm probably wrong at that. But, Central Ministerial Committee of the United Workers Syndicates of Talos 2, the UWST.
カンタロ企業連合商会の代表です。音声クリアに聞こえています。
The Talos 2 General Chamber of Commerce. Sorry, it's called the KGCC. I remembered wrongly. KGCC, the Kazimierz General Chamber of Commerce, if I'm not wrong.
遠国天使付属高段科学院、こちらも通信状況は良好です。
This is the Hongshan Academy of Sciences, the HAS. The Tianshi Bureau of Great
早
Yan.
速ですが、エンドフィールド監察官、私ペリカより現状について説明させていただきます。文明地帯協定に基づき、
You get to see Sirius
我々
Pelika
は
for a while. Sirius Pelika.
以上、4号谷地におけるエンドフィールド工業の行動概要、
Essentially, they
共有
just
した資料もご確認く
they
ださい。
they spared the player all the long dialogue and just went through with the okay, we start and we end
今回、
after a
協
cutscene.
約コアの設置過程において発生した事象を踏まえ、我々は初号指令が意図的に妨害を受けたと判断しています。
The Zerov directive being targeted and obstructed. Okay.
管理員、失礼を承知でお尋ねいたします。事前報告に記載のあった記憶に関する内容について確認させていただきたい。
Damn.
そうでしたか。少なくとも悪化していないのであれば何よりです。
Inevitably, as we go on with the story, we're gonna find out more and more about the endmin. So we'll see how things go from here. Don't seem surprised.
勇気と団結
It happened before, probably.
計画と対策こそが困難を乗り越える鍵。幸い我々には備わっているものですから。
So the head of the TGCC representative right now is the spokesperson is a woman. There's high expertise, but your timing is a bit off. We're ending soon. Watch the VOD for my bitching and clearing of the Umbro Monument. I did the inorganic construct stages already, so yeah. Sorry, you were streaming Arknights. That's cool. It's good to know that you're streaming Arknights. Yeah, I did 3 of the stages already, so there are like another 3 more. Agony is now 3 stages where I don't want to tackle right now. So, to refocus on the issue, the harm caused to the people of Valley 4 constitutes a serious breach of UWST core interests. Bone Crusher clan will face region-wide pursuit with authorization granted for immediate neutralization without prior notice.
盛り上がっている方もいるようですが、残念ながら悪いお知らせもございます。四号谷地で発生した事件の間に、北方前線の裂け目付近において、鉄星群がアンゲロスとは異なる信号を感
The Order of Steel Oath, isn't that the organization that Ember is on?
一度だけではないという話だ。衝撃の被
Watch the VOD again, enjoy my chat streams. Well, there's a lot of things I'm talking about today. Like 7 hours, I think. Close to it. 7 hours of yap.
南方で未知の痕跡を確認したとき、
Elder Tone.
そこに残された懲役兵未だに消えていません。
Alder Tone, sorry. We'll just pronounce it. Alder Tone, traveling in the south. Found tracks we've never seen before. Tracks are still giving out ether emissions as we speak.
皆様もお察しの通り、最悪の事態となり、
Believe everyone knows what this is about. Assume the worst. Great enemy of a century ago.
対峙している
Oh, the great enemy. They're building up something for sure. The great enemy. The ether connects each of these isolated incidents. Yeah. Yep.
現実を受け止めねば
You like the English version of the UWST? Hits hard.
悠長に構えている時間はない。
You mean this guy shouting? Like a rallying cry? Everyone, let us confront the reality before us. The gravity of this situation leaves no space for delayed or indecisive responses. I tried my best.
我々はエンドフィールド工業に対し
Pursuant to the ban accord, the Accordatorious shall restore the special authority level of Enfield Industries regarding the entirety of the civilization ban, effective immediately. Pursuant to the ban accord, we will proceed to crush the Bone Crusher's balls.
協定の範囲内で管理人に対し、
No, there are times where I feel like when Pelika looks at the admin,
それぞれの管轄区域においてもエンドフィールド工業の任務に
it's always of like the eyes are full of admiration and something else at times. By something else I mean, well, sometimes it feels like she's worshipping a god or something. It does feel like it. He has a Russian accent. I'm not surprised because if he is an Ursus, right, with a bear, yes, it makes sense. The UWST has some people with Russian names as well inside, so should you do agony mode? I mean, why not? Why not? If you should ask, should I do? Then the answer is why not? If you have the gear, unlike me, for example, I don't have the gear. You should go try. I probably have enough to kit out the rest of the team, but we'll see how. Like with purple gear, of course. Priority access and authority to execute on-site disposition shall be restored to the administrator in the agreed-upon regions. The Accordatorious shall support Enfield Industries in executing crisis management operations within territories under Accord jurisdiction. Okay, good. And she steps forward.
ご協力に感謝いたします。4号谷地の件は
I think she's slightly shorter than Pelika, even not even the same height.
全て
She's like
報告させていただきます。
158, 159 maybe. We deeply appreciate your support. Enfield intends to initiate post-incident investigation at earliest opportunity. Tijiang shall report all findings to the civilization band in full.
少し10年前のことを思い出し
The
ます。
civilization band is essentially like the inhabited, so-called socially,
お二人をお待ちしていますよ。
or societal part rather, or the anything outside of it is probably occupied by the land breakers, if I'm not mistaken. At least that's how it's presented to me. Your lava does 54k on alt, so maybe you'll try. I mean, 54k is pretty good. This fight reminds me of that meeting 10 years ago. Administrator, Supervisor Pellica. I hope to host you both in the free city of La Fantoma. We've heard about La Fantoma. I'll read about it at least in some of the trust item gains, the gifts. I wonder when are we going to that particular region, because that's where the TGCC is located, as we've been reviewed, you know, in this particular segment. Priority for industrial mothership. What the heck? So it's not motherland, it's mothership. Suspicious sites have been identified in the Wuling Scientific Developmental District under HAS. We are going to Wuling next, to be fair. Yeah, as soon as I said it, our findings at Wuling share many similarities with to the incident at Valley 4. We kindly request that Endfield representatives visit our facility soon to prioritize this matter. Thumbs up. I called it. We're going to Wuling next.
それは懲役の裂け目のことでしょうか。
Are those energy emissions reported by the Wuling Scientific Developmental District? It's also the target locations of our current plan. Okay, yeah, here's the thing. It seems like the Wuling area, right, is the technological center of Talos 2. In Arknights itself, it was Columbia, which is the equivalent of the United States of America, and essentially like all, you can consider basically all of North America, yeah, will be under Columbia itself. And because we have scientifically advanced organizations who participate in like research and engineering new technologies under Rhine Lab, right? Under the name of Rhine Lab. The sighting was reported by the WSDD. They're probably gonna like abbreviate this at some point. Oh, Zaihi is here. And Wuling and Endfield have very long ties back, which is why I think Zhuang, the current Tianshi in charge of governing the city, seems to have some history with the Enmin. What's this? Everyone understands its importance to the civilization ban. Kindly request your aid.
わかりました。
Nice.
この件、慎重に検討させていただきます。
Okay, nice.
他に議題がないようでしたが、本日の臨時会議は終了といたします。管理人と直にお会いするのに楽しみにしています。それではまた。
Ad hoc meeting. I mean, they just decided to hold this meeting because they heard the admin is awake. Why is she so tense? Was it a lot of
新た
pressure?
な情報が入ってみんな非常に張り詰めた様子でしたが、とにかく私たちも早く行動に移さなければなりません。
Okay, what about
ペリカ監察官、鉱山科学院より高機密レベルの権限認証が届いています。今ご確認いただけますか？
Why is the screen share so weird now?
わかりました。管理人。
I say I want to end at 10 and here we are. 7 minutes into 10 hours and we're still here. Fucking hell, man. Take a temporary break. What is a temporary break here? Sorry, Lava, we're gonna do things. This is the admin's gaming chair, guys. Valley Fall should be safe for now, but what should we do next? This is the admin's gaming chair. This was a massive lore drop, at least for you who never played the original. What kind of lore drop? Definitely rate the world building in this game. The world building is not the issue here. The issue is the congruency between the original portrayal of Originium in Arknights compared with this game, because it's such a different thing. You could consider that they had two different explanations for it, essentially, which I feel like it's not completely true. It doesn't matter of the dialogue choices, by the way. It doesn't matter. Oh, see visions of the past. Energy there. You just love a bit of mystery? This part is... Whose voice is this? And she wakes up and... Why does the tower look like the Yggdrasil of... the Yggdrasil? The world tree. This is not the world tree, this is like the... whatever it is. And why is Pelika inside as well? I have so many questions. What is this? Looks like some kind of monument.
あなたが生まれた時、タラ2に暮らすテラ人は12万8793人だった。一つの門が二つの星を結び、果てしない距離を越え、見知らぬ故郷
There were 128,000 parents.
すべての夢と計画が門とともに瓦礫と化し、崩れかけた橋は背後で音を立て、訪れる上と多くの
This is a big law drop.
文明は望みを失いかけた。第一次アンゲロス戦争、この星の悪意が終わりなき殺戮の兵器となり、
So 128,000 now. It could be like double, triple, whatever. We don't know.
その代償として
Can we be sure like there's millions of people right now on Talos 2?
深い傷を負った。海地戦争、内戦は全土に広がりかけ、テラ人は自らの手で己を滅ぼそうとした。
Humiliation wall, okay.
でもあなたが残した種が芽吹き、人々は踏みと
So
どまり、
if that's the actual like gas giant that Talos 2 is orbiting, right? That makes sense that he has a faint dust ring.
南方に再び町が作られ、文明地帯は急速な発展を遂げ、
Unless this is Talos 2 itself,
あなたは眠りから目
which is
覚め、
not true.
その度に文明を正しい方向へと導き、崩れかけた橋から救い出そうとした。
Yeah, it is the gas giant.
その間に宿敵は傷を癒した。生き残ることに必死になった人々は本来の使命を思い出す余裕などなく、
Find out a little bit of the history.
傷が癒えることはなかった。徐々に広がる衰退、眠りにつくたびにあなたが失うものは増え、139年再び扉は叩かれた。第二次アンゲロス戦争は目前まで迫り、
The way they do this type of storytelling, right, is very Arknights. Yeah,
あなたはこの目覚めで
I like this.
限界を超えてしまった。オリジニウムは崩壊し続け、崩れる橋からは逃れられず、初号指令を発動し、協約コアを設置し、生命の鼓動を蘇らせる。これが最後。どうか大切に。
I wonder if what happened in the past with Terra has got to do with Talos 2 itself. Look, it's the same universe,
これは
but different
欠
worlds.
陥とは関係ないよ。オリジニウムの損傷は概念的なもので、管理人の体は目覚めるたびに悪化する。
Is this?
記憶障害が出ているということは、残された機会はもうわずかだと。
Them.
なら管理人を信じるしかないね。修復できるのは管理人だけ。
Oh, who's this?
私たちにできるのは条件を整えることだけ。そうだろ？
She resembles someone from Arknights, the early game Arknights.
でも管理人は記憶を失っている。ないものを自分で何とかするようにというのは、溺れている人に泳ぎを学べと言っているようで、少し無理があると。修正工業システムはボトルや缶詰を作るためにあるわけじゃないんだ。協約オリジニウムさえあれば、もう一度内宇宙の。はあ、起きたんだね。ちょうど君の話をしていたところだよ。
Yeah, even the eye color, right down to eye color, she looks like Kelsey. What the fuck? Who actually is this woman?
それなら
Similar hairstyle as well.
悪くないということだ。ペリカがそばにいるのも回復の
Hey, you
一助
don't
に
know
なっている。
what she is, right? She's a lynx. If yeah, if her if she has any connection, it might there might be something. I don't know.
覚えていないかもし
Time
れません
monster.
が、あなたが目覚めた時、M3 も私と一緒にいたのです。
Her personality fits if you're saying it's a monster, but physically she resembles Kelsey right now. Because monster is a lot more untainted in terms of she's not that cynical. She's very she's a little bit more like you'll see her smile more than Kelsey. Kelsey is always having that stern expression, you know. So this is M3, and curiously enough, monster contains M and 3 inside in the name. M3 was right next to me during your awakening, so we were not shown that though.
ああ、そうだったね。自己紹介しておこう。私は M3。君とは友達ってところだ。それだけ覚えてくれれば十分だよ。M3 は初号指令の遂行者でもあります。管理人の状態を確認するためにわざわざ D ジャン号に
Oh, the executors of the Zerov Directive. Okay.
それと鉱山科学院の件もある。
even down to the clothing, because Kelsey had a very interesting lime green color palette to her clothing. M3 seems to have it as well. No wonder there are so many jokes about there's Happy Chen, there's Happy Kelsey and all that stuff when these two first got reviewed to the wider player base out there. So she was in the cutscene, but we could barely see her. Was it a silhouette that was her? I barely remember a silhouette, to be honest. Additional intel, special request for HAS. Do people not have naming sense? So they just name the rift the Uling Very Large Rift. Wow, okay.
あれは文明地帯で最も大きい領域の裂け目。よりによって
Maybe we will extend another 10 minutes or just to get through this part of the story. It's quite the big lore drop that we got, you know?
完全に一致するものがね。
Largest ether rift of the civilization band. Okay.
ネファリスは標的を隠すつもりなんかないんだろう。ずいぶん甘く見られたものだよ。
Can't really tell who her voice is right now. Yeah. I'll figure it out later.
エンドフィールドは全力を尽くしている。この程度のことで心配はしない。けれど問題は君だ、管理人。もし懲役の中にこの星に戻ろうとあがいている何かがいるなら、ネファリスはそのための駒でしかないかもしれない。
Throwing shit at the enemy. Yeah, she's just a small fry.
敵は懲役と深く関わっている。協約コアは邪魔になるだろうね。君が記憶をなくしたところで敵が待ってくれるものでもない。
Protocol and automation core will be a thorn in the eye. Okay. The female enemy is just so goofy, man. I don't regret switching to play as her for a while.
ほらね、ベリカが心配しすぎなだけだったよ。本当は一緒に武領に行きたいところだ。でも他のことで手一杯でね。ネファリスのことは任せるよ。それにまたすぐに会える。
Fair enough.
(管理人)
The hand on the hip. So sassy.
M3 はエリートオペレーターの一人で最高級
So the concept of elite operators has always been present even in original Arknights. So we've got this outstanding group of operators who are considered the cream of the crop of fighting, scouting, intelligence, and all that stuff. Assassination, covert operations, but bunch of things that they excel in. Okay. Looks like they've carried this concept over. So, the idea might have come from Rhodes Island actually, given Rhodes Island is also present in this game. So, yeah, maybe the hierarchy thing where they assign the elite operators to protect the admin. Is there like law reason for 6 stars? Yeah, you can consider it that. Yeah, the 6 stars. Most of the elite operators are going to be considered classified under 6 stars, so that like 5 stars are talented enough to hold their own, and can even the 4 stars are good enough to go out on operations and all that. But the 6 stars are the elite of the elite, and canonically those are the ones that are the last line of defense to protect the MC, in this case the doctor in Arknights, and in Endfield you can see it's like the admin can fight on their own, so the admin is considered elite, right? 6 star. So she's responsible for carrying out combat missions of the highest secrecy and utmost danger. So this all checks out because these are all inside original Arknights as well. They are only called upon when there's an absolute need to, or there's like a high risk of a high risk threat that's in lurking in, you know, whatever area they're in. Main characters? I wouldn't say main characters, but you could probably throw them into the group of main characters. If let's say like MC being admin, you know, and surrounded by 6 stars is your capable companions, right? But in this case, they all can perform elite, high, top secret operations. Caliber, I already said they're like the cream of the crop. They're the best of the best that the organization has. Whether it's Endfield Industries or is it Rhodes Island, I believe it's the same. Okay? She's removed many obstacles both over and covert for Endfield, see? Actions gave us a chance to complete our preparations for protocol automation call. It'd be funny if like she's like similar to what Kelsey did, you know.
ブリョーは鉱山科学院の重要な研究拠点で、エンドフィールドとも長く協力関係にあります。チェンがエンドフィールドに加入したのも、
He Center of Science and Research for the Hongshan Academy of Sciences. The HAS is a long-time partner of Endfield. It's also why Chen got involved with Endfield in the first place.
鉱山科学院は巨大な裂け目を監視する役割の一方で、人々の
They literally just went and named a very big rift. I can't believe this, man. I'm mauling inside. Could they have not come out with something more appropriate than just very large rift? There was the possibility of you putting a memo beacon just under the rift. Someone is going. There were chances that there was someone who was going to put the exact same thing. Very large rift up. I bet you someone was gonna troll with that. Living amenities in the region. So they are basically the producer and the originator of a lot of technologies, like mass-produced technologies for the region. The city is a home they rebuilt atop a disaster site. It is an inspiring symbol for the people of Hongshan. I suppose like they're trying to show, right, by building the city on top of a disaster, that after adversity, we will get through this together, we will rebuild. Like hope. They're using it as a symbol of hope. Wuling is also pursuing special research on something called Zero Night. Yeah, we'll encounter Zero Night eventually. Some of you already have exposed yourselves to Zero Night. I'm not at that stage yet, unfortunately. I just want to quickly get out of this like part, and so that I can prepare myself for the Wuling part pretty soon as well. So like no shit, we are gonna put one in every area that we go into from now on, you know, whether it's La Fantoma, that's in Wuling City, whatever, man. Chen is gonna give you a tour of Wuling City for sure, right? The tour. Yeah, be fully prepared as possible. Let's go. Let's fucking go, guys. Wuling on the horizon. Nice, we got high confidential level the handshake. Return to Tijiang. Melody of the Valley. Why do I have a lot of calls all of a sudden? Why is my baker cooking? Okay, I think we're done for now. So I unlocked Love, Scream, and the prototype. I can now play this narrative event. Yeah, unlocked. So as much as I want to play this, I haven't finished this. So we're gonna finish Lavatane's one first. We're gonna finish Yvonne's one. Then we'll just play roughly in this order, okay? That they're shown. Lavatane, Yvonne, Gilberta, then we'll finish with Wolfguard because I think chronologically Wolfguard's one isn't as affected as the rest. And it's Wolfguard's one is all the narrative events are personal, right, from the operator's point of view, but you're not simply just having a one-to-one with them, you know. Right. So what else am I gonna do here? I unlocked everything already. No, I'm at Tichang already. What the fuck do you mean? Return to Tichang and then I'm already there. And then what else started going? For goodness sake, man. Okay, well, let's quickly finish this. Okay, what update? Are you calling someone?
情報部よりボンクラッシャーがブリョに向かっていると連絡がありました。ネファリスが関与している可能性も高いと。
Oh, that's rough.
タロ2全体の潮域深度はとても不安定で、各基地からの報告もいいものではありません。
Depth readings.
M3 は背後に大きな意志があるはずだと。だからこそ北の動きから目が離せないと言っていました。
So she has to stay in the north, where the pole is.
そうなるとどうしても人手が。大丈夫、私たちがいるしさ。管理人、メリカ観察官、着陸準備が完了したよ。着陸地点はブリョ城付近に設定済み。いつでも出発できるからね。ありがとう、フィオナ。
Drop point? Is it the headhunting animation? Drop point. So they send you pew in capsules going down. That's cool.
ブリョを戻るの、エンドフィールドに来てから初めてだなって。
First time she's going back to Uling since she signed up with Endfield. Okay.
管理人。
She hasn't gone back for years then.
4号家地みたいなこと、起こってほしくないよ。
It's a place close to her heart.
そうね。それに、今回はブリョとの連携もとても重要になります。
Okay.
窓口を務めているのは、現在のブリョにおける責任者。ゾアン・ファンイ。
ゾアン・ファンイ。
煉獄の天使です。詳細を端末に同期します。
Nice. We're gonna meet 天使庄。天使庄 yes.
ブリョの裂け目は現在文明地帯で確認されている最も大きい裂け目です。
But there's so many cutscenes
その
too.
真上に位置するブリョ城は裂け目を監視する役割も担
They're
っています。
above the rift. What the?
新職長の危険に
They're brave, you know. They built one
住
above the
民の
rift.
生活が非常に良好だという報告が上がっているのは、重点的に進めてきた測上プロジェクトによるものでしょう。侵食災害を防げるのに
09.
普及してない理由はあるの？本来は修正工業システムと公会員で連携
This is extremely funny.
計画だった。 今回の件で
Standing by
もう
for
一度軌道
Titanfall.
に乗ればと。では
Titanfall.
準備ができたら出発しましょう。
I think we can stop here. We'll go actually go to Uling next stream proper, right? So I think we're done with most of the stuff as well. I'll do some of the side missions and all those stuff. I'll get through a little bit of the story in Uling, then maybe we do a mission clear out. No, I do need my Oro barrels. I need to get as much as I can for Yvonne, you know? Because I do want to prepare for our banner. Her banner is coming out like 2 days, so we don't have a lot of time. It's an experience, sure, for sure. I've seen some bits of Uling already in the from the live stream itself. Pre-release live stream. Architecture stunning. The city looks beautiful, that's for sure. Definitely looking forward to my eventual journey to Uling. So what perfect way to end it. Like it's right, so we'll call it here today. It's another fucking 10-hour stream, I suppose. It will have happened at some point. I started early today as well. So thank you guys for sticking with me these past 10 hours. I welcome you to join in my next stream. So thank you guys for joining me for a very long stream yet again, and we had a very fruitful discussion. I'm so glad I got that out of the way. I also had a lot of my issues of and criticisms or of the game, kind of just address different things and give you my own perspective. If you want to know more about all these viewpoints, please bother checking out the VOD. Right now I'm just going to look for someone to raid. I haven't raided anyone like the last couple of streams, but it's only right to give back, right? To pass on the raid. Okay, let's see who is online. Dr. Socrates. I don't know how long more is he going, man. I will just go Dr. Socrates. Right. Hang out there for a bit as well. He's both an AK streamer as well as an Endfield streamer, so yeah. Doc Sock. Unless you're telling me he's ending soon, but whatever, I couldn't be bothered at this point. So thank you guys once again for joining me. I will stream again soon. Next stream probably is Uling, but we need to do Ave Musica on original Arknights soon enough as well. Right, so I'll see you guys. Peace out, and thank you for joining today. Have a great rest of your weekend.